Right. Okay. Right, everything is good. You sure? Alright.
안녕하세요. DRX 감독 터미 편선우입니다.
T1 발로란트 팀 감독 윤으뜸입니다.
My name is Hector Rosario, also known as Frost, coach of TALON.
You guys can call me like Six Fingers. I'm Boom Sport head coach.
Hi, I'm Ewok, head coach from RK Val Ranked.
Hi, Alex from DRX.
농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀 감독 실카논이라고 합니다.
저는 젠지 발로란트 팀 감독 홀로 강근철입니다. 반갑습니다.
I can say feels great because I mean me personally like I achieved the milestone for the team already, which is like top 8. So far we can manage.
Well, that's because the game's starting, bro. Starts at 9.
5-0 and then going into the playoff.
You witness is a cute on way to a game on my phone, bro.
Of course, we're delighted to be first seed. Makes give us a bigger
Yeah, the
chance
game's about to go
the
live, bro.
Masters.
That's why.
Of course, maybe not as clean as we would have liked it.
I'm not gonna
Of course,
lie,
we're
though.
happy either way.
It's a
to,
remake,
manage
dude.
to
It's a remake? Wait, seriously? That's lucky. That's lucky, bro. Well, if you wanted to watch this game, but I'm not gonna lie, these are actually decent matchups, like, and this is playoffs as well. So there's shit to play for, shit's on the line. I'm expecting DRX and T1 to actually not troll, right? Like, I'm expecting a good fucking match at 11. I'm expecting a good showing from GenG here.
I think overall we should be happy
Should
that we play second given
get,
our
you know, something.
consistency, but we're looking to have a much
And also, we don't have the EMEA issues where, like, they have to kill the whole stream because of how bad the tech is. So, you know.
더 승리에 목마르게
I saw some people as well complaining. So,
플레이오프에 올라와서
some of the pros were saying that it's pretty hard to get, like, or some of the, I don't even know if it's tech stuff or pros, but yeah. I got the Oni Phantom. Oh, that's a good Phantom. Some people argue that the Oni Phantom's up there with the Recon. It's not, but some people argue it is.
해처 선수나 뭐 서재영 선수나 원치케 선수도 분위기를 좀 많이 띄우려고 하고 있고 물론 다른 팀들도 다 그렇게
It's not a
해야
bad
된다고
Phantom, man.
생각을 하고 있거든요.
But yeah, some people, they were saying the 1% lows on the EMEA machines go down to like 250 FPS, which I want to point out, by the way, they have like 540 hertz monitors, right? So they should be running at 540 FPS or higher. And there's not really a domestic PC that runs that, so obviously it's a waste, but they should be at like 400 to 500 FPS all the time. Sometimes even 600, but yeah.
I did my own personal vlog.
I've had 20 quid on the face and
I recorded like a video.
then I had the oh my.
And he looked it over.
There you go.
Took his notes, my notes. Jovi and
There
I
you
often
go, man.
compare
There you
stuff
go.
to Cruz.
You found
Cruz
that extra
learns
20
it,
on the floor,
dissects
just what you
it.
needed
He's the one that
just to be able to buy your Oni Phantom.
So that's pretty much what we've been doing with this roster.
Thank goodness that could happen for you, brother.
저희가 또 새로운 로스터로 다시 준비를 했는데 이번에 다시 만나면 이길 수 있는 자신이 있어서
I hope you find another 20 when you get the Recon Phantom in your shop and you finally have the best Phantom in the
잘하고
game.
있는 걸 알고 있었거든요. 근데 이제 1등까지 할 정도는 솔직히 기대하지 못했는데 그 1등한 경기 내용들도 다 정말 훌륭했다 생각을 해서
I feel like Nongshim kind of have like a mixed kind of play, which is like a structure and also like a high risk one. I don't know, like I feel like they are our kryptonite. Like the way they play.
Alright, I'm expecting a better showing right now. Also, a quick thing, the match that was played yesterday, Nat said that it might get redone. Because they did one map and no team really even got to play the map because of all the tech issues. Nat said that there's a chance that they might actually just take that map off of Team Liquid and just start the whole series again, 0-0, which I think is fair. I know it's not great for the people who won, the team that won the match, but like the other team didn't even get to build any momentum or even play. It was one round tech pause for 20 minutes, another round tech pause for 20 minutes. So that's not even a fair match. But I think that they've been postponed and they're talking about just redoing that series over 0-0 when they fixed all their tech issues. And obviously NA was trolling as well. I just had enough Radianite. Ball
My favorite
upgrades.
player, I think, is
Oh, bro,
Marco
don't even
Rashford.
talk to me about that Radianite
Yeah, I
scam.
really like Marco, please.
That shit was crazy. I remember when I was buying skins, I'm buying quite a lot of op skins, bro. I was on that struggle for that Radianite. And Radianite is super expensive because I remember at the start of Valorant when I bought the Dragon pack, the Elder Flame pack, when it come out, right? Because it would just come out. I think it cost me about £300
I like Francis.
to
I like
upgrade
Francis.
every single skin in the pack to buy, because I had to buy Radianite as well. It cost like, yeah, it used to cost like £300 to do one pack because of the Radianite. If you have to buy the skins and the Radianite to upgrade everything, it costs like
There's a
£300
lot of good players.
for me. That's what it costs to do like one pack.
저희 선수
It's insane, bro. It was insane. Like that, it's pretty crazy though, right? That you can spend like 20-25 pounds on a skin and then not actually get the skin and then have to potentially spend even more money or buy a battle pass to be able to upgrade that skin. Like that, they can't keep getting away with this, bro. It's just like Todd Howard re-releasing Oblivion remastered, bro, and people paying £50 for it. You just can't keep getting away with this stuff, man. I mean, I know Oblivion's amazing, but still,
Work hard.
like you can't keep getting away with this stuff, man. Like remaking
Put in a lot
shit.
of effort to get
It's
here. Now
they gotta
our
step in, bro.
responsibility is
Can't be
on
doing
us.
this.
Pull it through.
You just can't
all
keep
the way
getting
through.
away
We need
with
to stay
this.
Mentally stable, mentally solid.
Although I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty hyped to play Oblivion. I'll probably play Oblivion today, to be honest.
경기에 들어와서
I'll probably just record it and play it today, because the stream will end a bit earlier today anyway, because it's fucking, I'm starting at 9 AM. So I'm probably just gonna fucking get everything uploaded and I'm gonna play Oblivion.
그냥 내가 더 잘해라는 느낌으로 했으면 좋겠다. 지금도 열심히 연습하고 있는데 토론토
Kind of hyped, bro.
가자.
Apparently Magic's actually quite good in that game as well.
Don't over ego.
I have a
don't
haircut at
overconfident,
11, so
don't
what
overthink,
matches am I
don't overthink.
missing?
That's all.
That depends. How
I
long's
think
your
you guys can do
haircut,
it.
brother?
I think a lot of people believe.
How long is
It
your
scares me a
haircut?
little bit,
Because if you've got someone coming to the house like I do, then it's faster. But if you're going to a hairdresser's and you have to deal with all the rambling bullshit, you know, with their yappage, could be longer.
상황을 겪고 있고.
Well, I mean, how long does it normally take you to get a haircut? Because you say, I don't know. You should know how long it takes to get a haircut. If you've been, because you'll have been before. How long does it normally take? I'll tell you what you're missing. I'm going somewhere. That's not good. That's not good, first off, because it's always better to have a hairdresser come to you, because then you don't have to deal with them yapping to, you know, all the people. 30 minutes, right. So you're going to miss, potentially, the first 30 minutes of DRX versus T1. It's a good hairdresser. Okay, that's not bad. But basically, you're going to miss the first 30 minutes of DRX versus T1. So you're going to miss roughly, if it starts at 11, I just want to point out, by the way, of course, you know, 9, 10, 11, we've got 2 hours. So if this isn't a 2-0 and it's a 3-2, or sorry, a 2-1, and 3 matches are played, it takes 3 hours. It's an hour per match. With all the bullshit. So if this goes 3 matches, then you're not going to miss a lot. Because the big match today, of course, is T1 versus DRX, right? It's not delusional. If this goes 2 matches, you'll miss the first 30 minutes of DRX versus T1 to have your haircut. So I'm not going to lie to you, bro. It's probably not worth getting your haircut just for the risk alone. I think you definitely should just miss the haircut, bro. Who even needs to get their haircut anymore? Just do what Exter does, bro. Just let your hair keep growing out and then just have those, like, I mean, Exter wears a wig, right? He's actually bald underneath. He actually just wears a wig, but still.
Are we going to see a much stronger GenG from here on out? They've missed out.
He's
on
bald from all the
Masters
stress of
Bangkok,
dealing
and
with
you know
things.
the Master Shanghai winners
Guys, watch it
are
on my
not
phone,
going to
lol.
give
What is it?
that
It must be
spot
fucking
at
nice, bro,
Toronto
to be
away.
somewhere where you
Just
get
Lance
good enough internet to have hotspots, bro. Well, sorry. Fucking sorry. You don't have to flex that hard on me just because I have bad internet, dude, because I live in the country. Flexing like, oh, I can just go on my phone and use a hotspot, bro. What the fuck's a hotspot, bro? I don't even get that, bro. I'm living in 1937, bro. I don't even have internet, bro. And you're like, oh, I'll just watch it on my phone. Don't worry about that.
That's the thing. This
Oh, look, and it's already
playoffs,
starting.
right?
What the fuck
And
is that
you
buffer
see
doing?
entirely
Here we go.
different, you know, phases come out from all
Samsung,
these
bro.
players. You can see so many teams
You
transform
mean Samsung,
into
bro.
something else entirely. Now that
If you're not in
they know
within,
that
if you're not in
that
Wi-Fi,
window
bro, it's
of
still going to be a
opportunity for
hotspot. What do you
Master
mean?
Toronto is just getting
That's from your
smaller and
carrier,
smaller.
not from
The
Samsung.
pressure cannot be
What do you
any
mean?
higher than this. It's not like
I'm
the group
confused what
stage
you
where
mean
get
by
lots
that.
of chances to recover yourself.
Wait,
Here, you
what
know,
is this?
finish of the
Haven,
bracket, 2 losses
Icebox,
and you're
and
eliminated,
Pearl.
but
Okay,
the
that's
stakes
not
in
bad.
between are
That's
so
not
high.
bad.
This
That's a
winning this
decent
game
lineup.
today gets you
Icebox
one
is shit,
win
but
away
Haven and and Pearl, that's good. This is a decent lineup. I'm happy with this. 2 for 3. That's good. Good maps. 2 good maps. I like it. That's a good start. Okay, okay.
Over on the side of Talon, they've been swapping up their comp a little bit. Over on Icebox, and even
Everywhere
Pearl,
is my
there's quite a
hotspot,
few
bro.
question marks in this video.
Nah,
GenG
Chief.
have not
That's
played
not how
Icebox
hotspots
yet,
work.
and Pearl hasn't been a heavily
Like-
repped map for either one of these
Like,
teams.
you hotspots are everywhere because you're in a well-connected area, bro. Like, you can get a hotspot in most places, but the quality of the hotspot, like, if I turn my hotspot on right now with my Samsung device, my fucking S24 Ultra, if I turn that motherfucker on, bro, that shit runs in kilobytes, bro. And that's a hotspot. That's a 4G hotspot. Because I live in the country.
I think Talon are far too inconsistent
Like,
for
I can
me.
turn a
You have
hotspot on
rookies that
anywhere,
can be very
but
up
how
and
good
down, you know,
can it run a
carry the
stream?
game against
Not
T1,
really.
but also completely go missing
Like, you
against
don't have to
Zeta. I think
flex
that's
that
gonna be
hard that
very
you're in a
difficult for them to make
well-connected
a
area.
playoffs run here.
Like, especially on
GenG,
a peasant like me, dude, who has to run with bad internet. That's why you gotta flex on me like that, bro. It's a 9 AM, dude. Why am I getting flexed on at 9 AM by a guy with better internet on his phone than I have as my main internet? That's not fair. I can't keep dealing with this abuse.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could definitely see this game going either way. I think both these teams have massive
Yeah, I don't.
potential
I just
to
presume
make it
you're
to
in a
Masters
well-connected
Toronto,
area. I
so
don't
they're
know.
really
I
looking to
don't know if
convert
that's a
this win
well-connected
today.
area.
Now we have the agent picks
I
coming
just
in.
presume it
We are
is
seeing
if
GenG
your
do
hotspot, because your
what we know
hotspot's gonna
they
be better than
Yeah,
mine.
for sure. I think
If you can
Munchkin
go
is the player to
somewhere,
keep your eye
like
on
just to
here.
the
All
hairdressers,
of the
bro,
recent
and just get and
games
have a
has
good
been one of the
hotspot, bro,
better
your
performances
internet's
for
better than mine.
GenG, and the
Your
fight
fucking
is the
hotspot
defining agent
probably
on
has
this
more
Haven match
download and
for,
upload than my
for the
entire
side of GenG.
internet package
Talon
combined.
sticking with that
It is
deadlock,
well
but it's all
connected.
about
Yeah,
how can you
I
counter
figured.
that Viper. When
I mean,
GenG
I
get
figured,
across
yeah.
the
I'm
defense,
jealous, bro. I'm not
Munchkin
gonna lie.
rotates
You
so
don't have to
fast
flex on me
trying
that
to
hard, bro.
execute.
Now I feel
So if
bad,
you can
bro. I
get
don't even want
the
to watch this
deadlock
match now.
wall in the
That's
way of
crazy.
his fast rotate,
That's
I think
outrageous.
that's how they're going to try
Yeah,
and counter
that's
this.
how it goes,
And
though,
of
man.
course,
When you live in
GenG
the
are
country,
attacking, they
internet
with
is
the burst, with the
kaput.
bubble, with the molly into
Still
the
better than the
stop
US though.
back
You
foot,
live on a
deadlock
farm or
stop
something in the
before they
US,
get
bro.
I think that Yoru could
You're
actually
running
be
in
pretty important
kilobytes,
playing
bro.
around
Yeah,
the
you don't have to
Bible
flex
and
on me
things
that
like
hard, bro.
playing the offense
Just because
to
I have
disrupt
bad
some of
internet.
GenG's
It's
slower
outrageous.
defaults.
Well, there are a lot of exciting matchups
No,
here.
to be
You have
fair,
Brimmy
to be
and
fair,
Tetra, you also have
my
Munchkin and
internet,
Cruz
the
going
fact that I
head-to-head
can
here.
actually
It's gonna
do
be an exciting
this
one to kick off
barely
playoffs, so
means that I
let's get
have
into Haven.
good
Let's
enough
toss it over to our
internet.
casters
For
and play
country
off the
internet,
Tabor
this is
thing.
pretty decent, honestly. Like, I could be running at like 2 meg, bro. On my main internet. That's how country internet works, bro. You don't live in a city or anything or a well-connected area, man. If I had a gig up and a gig down, bro, you'd never see me again. I'd just be watching 8K porn all day long.
Both of these teams looking
You'd never see me again.
back to former glory that we were witnessing from them last season. Talon able to qualify over to Gems. GenG, of course, on their complete tear throughout the year, going to every single event. They're looking to get back with Toronto on the horizon.
Middle.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And today's matches are mega important for every team here because if you
I'm
win, then you'll need
I'm in
one
the
more
middle.
win to make
I'm in a
it
place
to
that's not
Toronto.
real, bro.
If you lose here today, then you have to win 3 times
I'm in the Middle
a
East.
row. So it is way harder if you go down into that losers bracket and you got to play, you know, Paper X.
A place that people from the north and south say doesn't exist, though, and I'm in the Middle East.
It doesn't get any
I'm in
easier
limbo.
throughout this bracket. Every team in Pacific is crazy good this year.
They absolutely are, and like you said, these series absolutely matter. Every series
Well,
absolutely
why are all the
matters. So
feet?
take
Well,
that
those seats look
sideshow,
kind of nice, you
suck
know.
all the games
Those
are
seats
good,
look kind of
all
nice,
them are important,
brother.
but these
Brother,
ones
why? Tell me
especially,
why?
as we go
Tell
ahead
me
and kick off
why
the playoffs,
Pacific has
let's get
nicer
things
seats than
started.
EMEA just have
GenG
PCs,
versus
bro.
Talon,
Because the
Haven
Middle East,
to
bro.
begin with GenG on the attack.
Well, if we're talking world, it'd be like Saudi Arabia. If we're talking in the
really
UK,
interesting, you know, how
in the
GenG
middle
is
of the
going
UK,
to dissect,
not
some
north
of
or
that
south.
double Sentinel
There's the
util
north
that's
and
gonna
the
be
south,
popping
and then
up
there's the
across
middle.
map. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle against Deadlock in
I'm in the
Pacific.
Middle East.
It has a pretty high win rate.
Wait, this is a lineup, bro. This guy might get fucked.
Every once in a while.
All right, all right.
It is
Let's
so
dial in. Let's dial in.
to get through.
Okay, whoa. Let's see what we got here. What's the setup? Double Senti setup on Haven. I like it. That's interesting. Double Senti setup is nice because it's a heavily attacking sided map. Haven being 3 sites. Nice shot.
Bit of damage in exchange, but
That's a nice kill.
at the same time, able to find Jit Boys over here on the A site. Lobbing in the nano zone
To be honest, GenG need
are in. They're in
they need this pistol realistically. It's not needed, but at the same time, Double Senti could go harder.
It's been noted very intelligently there.
Is Ash good?
Turns around, is able to find it now, which is going to be a spray battle. The smoke gets ready to fall. The wall
What the
still
fuck
there
is
in the
Ash
way to the
do?
views. Being stuck. He's
Oh,
not
you mean
open yet.
who? Oh,
And
you
there's
mean the
the kill.
player, bro? I was like, what? Yes.
Glimpse of a second,
Bro, is
GenG.
Ash good? I was like, what the fuck is it? What do you mean? I was thinking immediately Overwatch, bro. I was thinking Ash from Overwatch, bro. No, yes, Ash is actually good, bro. Yes. I watched him in one of the series, and he was really good, bro. He played well, dude. He was good. Good clutches, good aim, composure. He was a good player.
Even though that gets noted,
he was playing really well.
still opens up an opportunity for them.
I don't know if that will continue, but he was playing well in the series I watched him.
There's going to be a gun down.
Like, he's a solid player.
Go for the defuse. They're going to use that advantage and get loud.
I'm very curious. This is interesting.
It's going to be
just going to rush that A. Oh god, buddy, run, Munchkin.
Munchkin with that Marshall goes for an opening shot, but
well, this is
off by
not
the
bad.
Tejo salvos.
I'm interested. I'm really interested to see double senti, because the one thing that we learn about double senti early on is that it's not. Double senti is really bad against fakes, and it's really bad against players who play slowly, like teams who play slow, like all of EMEA, for example. It doesn't work well against slow teams. So I'm really curious to see more on this double senti setup for the attacking sided maps like Haven and Pearl. I wonder if they'll run a double senti on Pearl. Because, I mean, Pearl's an attacking sided map, heavily attacking sided map as well. So I wonder if that. I don't think they will, but they could technically. Just lock down the mid. Lock down mid, lock down, let's say, B site, and then just stack the other players on A site. That could be interesting. I don't know how well it would work, but it'd be interesting.
Yeah, but no way to push forward. Had a nano blocking off his back side access. So Talon finally just going to go ahead and die to the spike, it would seem here. GenG, I don't think they're going to pursue too much. Maybe you send
to be completely honest, let's be thankful that they don't just kill themselves with the salvos. They could just do that. That's what Sen have been doing. I aced 2 times in a game yesterday. Oh shit, man. You seem to get a lot of aces.
To the spike as GenG will get a flawless anti-eco.
Okay, so kind of the textbook anti-eco.
I mean, to be honest, they don't even need to do that. All they had to do, literally, was just start the round, all of them stand in spawn and just kill themselves with salvos. That's what NA have been doing, bro. That's what NA do. They just literally kill themselves with salvos in spawn, because it just stops getting any orbs.
How much further?
It's the same thing as when G2 just jumps off the map on Abyss. You might as well just kill yourself with the salvos, because then that way they wouldn't have even got the bomb down for extra money or a chance of a kill. If you're gonna just die to spike anyway.
Slow here off the start of the round.
Interesting. See, the big problem that I'm seeing right now is they've decided to put a deadlock sensor on B. That's good and bad. Like, when they hit like this, that's not bad, but look, here's the problem. Omen TP's over, the Neon can slide past the stun, right? And on the lurk, right, someone can just walk through B, late lurk, when that B player leaves, right? They can just walk through B for free. Why not put a Cypher trip on B, so they have to break it, right? And then run the deadlock sensor somewhere else. Because that's a nice kill. Because deadlock sensors are really bad when people when they're lurking or slow entry or TP characters, because they don't do anything. Right? Like, if you're just gonna have one there, you might as well just have a fucking deadlock sensor.
It's gonna be a flawless anti-bonus here. Wow, fantastically done.
Nice, good retake. You might as well just put that deadlock sensor somewhere else.
Around the B site, they didn't even have to really push.
Because that's my big problem, right? Let's say we fake A. Let's say we fake A, right? Because we know the Cypher's A. We fake A. We throw a bunch of util. A guy or 2 guys lurk up garage and B, and then immediately we have like 2/3 of the map controlled by the enemy team, whilst everyone else is sucking dick on A and rotating to B from B. Like, that's an issue. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a good set. This is the problem with deadlock, though, right? It's like the lurkers can find so much value, because literally 90% of the map is lurkable, and just that tiny 10% that the Cypher's got is not lurkable. That's it. Nice shot, wow. Oh, he got his dick sucked. Damn. Whereas, like, if you look at GenG, for example, they've got a Killjoy. So the Killjoy can lock down Garage and B, and also has mollies for C, which is helpful. Not a hard hold, but neither Cypher, so... Deadlock and Cypher aren't hard holds either, so, you know, same thing. So this Killjoy genuinely could do the job of a Cypher and Deadlock combined, if they're not careful.
With the stealth drone there, and he's generally not the one who's going to be working by himself. So maybe, you know, with already the 2-player stack here onto the A site, seems like Talon's happy with their read that they've got. Just a matter of how efficiently can you get through this layered Cypher and Deadlock util. They don't clear any of it yet.
No, the Omen's TP past it, which is actually not. Is good. It's good and bad. Oh, nice. Now it's good. Very nice.
Cross towards that a connector.
They're still. Oh, they're so. They're methodical about it.
Anything that he can find.
Yeah, there's one. He gets one. That's not bad.
But JitBoys gets traded out as a casualty, so massive player advantage now to the side of GenG.
Bad plant. Oh, it's because they don't have a smoke for heaven. Well, it's default plant. I mean, it's just says default. It's not bad plant. It's the default plant. That's cool. I'll be honest. I think he should have just gone for a better plant there and just had a teammate hold heaven. I mean, why do you need 50 guys holding spawn, dude? That would have just secured it, you know. Just have been a bit better discipline-wise. Could have gone for just a better plant just in case and then hold heaven. Because he's never going to kill that guy.
Still the economic damage okay for Talon. They still have quite a bit in their back pockets for the next round, so they could afford to throw a few extra bodies at them.
Oh, we got Armageddon coming up. What else? 2 Armageddons coming up, possibly. I presume they're going to get Ash his Armageddon as well. I think a good hit here is probably C. Just fucking Armageddon back sight, Neon stuns front sight, Omen TP's in, he starts blowing the dude front sight, bro, guy holds garage and it's over. That would be a good hit. That would be a good hit for this round. Or next round. They might not do that. Oh, they might actually. It looks like they maybe not. Maybe I'm right. Looks like a potential C hit. I'm just thinking they're gonna. Yeah, this just makes sense to do a C hit here, knowing where the deadlock plays.
Might have kind of a duel with.
Let's see. Presume he wants AWP here. Yes.
It is glass cannon here for
yeah.
Kahlua,
So he's gonna. Yeah. Ash now has Armageddon on.
Needs to survive.
Well, they definitely don't want to be on C now. As too. They could fake. They could fake and then re-hit C. Just that cut noise even.
Make some presence known over.
I still think C is probably their best hit here. Because B's too easy to retake.
Curious to see what they're going to
do when you don't have like a bunch of shotguns sitting on B side.
While there goes, and they're actually just going to kind of sidestep it. Cruz
coming down. They're suspecting a linger here. A lingering lurk around C long. They're correct, but Munchkin out a little bit further.
Nice shot, wow.
Not going to be fast enough.
Very nice shot.
Puts Cruz down to 45.
Good value on the deadlock. They're going B. Yeah, definitely not ideal.
Pick.
And Primi TP'd right off the back of that. When you just get Munchkin, kind of assuming
nice.
There's going to be much behind
Texture's
that.
dead.
Texture.
I don't know why he did that. Very undisciplined.
Be the one go in to get the spike planted so he can TP out when the net comes through. He's able to do that.
Nice shot, yeah.
Taken down. Armageddon going to be sent out. Ash trying to hold the
nice
door.
Try, brother.
Up, but the nano from Foxy 9 is
he actually killed JitBoys with that.
With the Phantom comes up with another. Diffuse starts
they
to
have smokes. Oh,
takes down
nearly.
He
actually killed him through that smoke.
Getting the diffuse here. Op should be nearby enough to get the recovery on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Texture was just greedy there.
Really
the ego was crazy.
By both sides. I mean, Munchkin reads it well that there's going to be a player pushing out.
I mean, like he tried to just take a risk and catch them off guard, which is good, but at the same time, bombs down. At this level of play, bro, you think they're not going to be ready for you to do some dumb shit like that? Of course they are. What he could have done is just use Neon to jump peek, do the speed jump peek, and see if anyone was there. That would have been a better play than just walking out.
Very ready for that
but
window position.
Oh well.
Classic GenG style of play for those B hits to set up for those deep post plants with the mollies.
Oh.
So you're going to need to try to find some different answers. A few Guardians being bought down for GenG, so they're trying to get another round in the books, because if they don't get this one, money behind it for a few players, pretty dire. Cruz again going to try to push out of the doors, but thwarted.
Nice kill.
Able to find Munchkin dead in the same position.
That's good, really good Yoru value on the defense. His JitBoy's good as well. Never heard of him. He's okay, yeah. He's not like he is decent. The people to look for on Talon really are Primi's ridiculous, like insanely good. JitBoys is good. Cruz is pretty decent. What's happening? What the hell is happening here? Whoa, what was that? Was that me or was that them, bro? I don't know if that was me or if that was them, that little weird stutter. Can't trust VCT anymore. Yeah, Cruz is decent. Thigh Killer can be good, hit and miss.
Cruz gets taken down.
The big ones for their Primi and JitBoys. Primi especially. Nice shot. And then on GenG, obviously, we got Texture can pop off. Charon can pop off. Ash can do well. Munchkin can pop off. Charon, Foxy9 can pop. Like, literally the whole team can just pop off pretty much. And Ash is the only one that I haven't seen a lot of. But he also looks really good as well. So, you know, there's a lot of talent. It's just that they can't seem to. I think the compatibility is not that great with the team. That's probably why they don't win so much. Compatibility is a big factor in winning and synergy, and there's Primi. And like I said, Primi's insane.
Primi is on point, and we are tied up at 3-3.
Jeez, he's quick. That is crazy good.
Primi's really good.
GenG had a lot of
he gets his operator back as well.
Advantage, and Primi just not having any of it.
What a shot. Oh, love that.
With the operator.
He's not even ready for that jump peak, bro. Just pure reaction shot there. Very nice. I mean, it wasn't the best jump peak either, but at the same time, like, that is still a great shot to hit. 11 HP, bro, kills 2. Look at it. Oh my god, bro. I'm just fist me. Just fist me right now, dude. God damn, like, shoulder deep. God damn, dude. 11 HP just cleans those 2 up.
Still carried forward.
So they're not even playing. Oh, Cruz has got a judge. It's all over.
A bit of a half buy here. Just the one hero Vandal, as well as a bulldog alongside
I didn't say nothing.
Sheriff and the Stingers.
Wow. Nice. He gets one.
Take it down.
Good defense, good defense. It's actually kind of criminal that there's 2 other people on that A site with the Cypher, util. That's very criminal. That's criminal. You can't do that, dude. You can't be playing 3 on A site with Cypher util.
The B site is a real problem. You know, Talon is perfectly happy to funnel GenG into that area.
Seems that way.
Stack the Sentinel
and Primi's just chilling. He's ready in garage.
On C. You go B, and that's
where they're looking for that sensor. These sensors don't do anything anyway, but the retake is not that bad for B.
To clear that space, and it makes it really challenging for GenG, no matter how good their post plants are, and a judge for Cruz.
And he's dead.
Swing the corner.
No! What? He killed 2 with that. He should have been dead immediately. It's all his thing. It's a stinger, bro. He should have been dead immediately. Just like that, gone. He killed 2 for that. At judge, man, that's too much value. You shouldn't even get 1 there, let alone 2. He just walks in,
find other ways onto the
completely oblivious to that stinger. There's no way he should have killed those guys. That's ridiculous.
And this is, in my opinion, all according to plan. This was something I was worried about.
Look at this. No way, bro. He should have killed him.
This is going to be an important site. I think that's on both sides of the coin. I think when they switch over to defense, this is going to be a site that the deadlock could be really frustrating to play against, because if you can get there, get that wall down, it's really hard to go for those retakes. So you're going to have to be active on the map on that side, but over here on this attacker side,
over here on this attacker side,
gonna trust Munchkin.
Yeah, choose my operator.
See if they go for another quick one. Cruz just with a little bit of spam early. They used the salvos early. Did GenG to clear sewers. Just slow marching their way forward. I'm not sure if they know about this forward-facing Cypher trip either. This was here in the previous round, but it didn't get cleared, and I don't think it ever got noted by GenG, so that might cause them some grief on this execute if they do commit.
And either way, even if it's not that, just the triple stack that they have.
That's not great either.
It's a very solid read here from the side of Talon.
Cruz knows. He knows they have to try something different. Yeah. He is just not working.
Well, the deep angle push, not spotting out too much of anything. And it looks like now GenG is going to look to re-wrap around. Texture able to break that line of sight before the triple push into sewers. Goes forward, but this is still so much info gained for Talon.
And they put up the wall. They're expecting this push out. They know they've got the space.
Them.
Yes, exactly.
Right now, reading them like a book. Grab net set, not getting a catch on anyone, I do believe. Sensor going to be cleared out, and Cruz is on a peek, able to find it. Now they strike in from behind. They are just absolutely pinned in position. Munchkin able to find one as Shit Boys does get taken down. He's trying to swing around looking for a little bit more, but now the spike is going to be on the floor. Ty catching Ash. And Kahlua catching Munchkin in this round.
It's Killua.
So
wow.
Beautifully read
Killua,
from Talon, understanding and manipulating the movements of GenG.
Well, this is the thing, when you have 2 Sentinels, you can manipulate movements of players, bro. Because locking down certain areas of the map just make, A's a real popular hit site. Them stacking Cypher util and multiple players there just means it's either C, which then has a deadlock, or you funnel them into B.
It's the wall up at the front of B so they can't go there. Funnel them towards garage. You can take window control.
They're just picking and choosing where to take them, which is good.
Well thought out.
My concern is the attack side.
Extremely,
extremely
smart.
This is the thing.
Yeah, okay, now you got to take a timeout. I think this
but
is
what you'll notice is that GenG are struggling against double Senti, but they're doing that because they're not faking any sites. GenG haven't faked anything. That's why GenG are struggling. Double Senti works really, really well against teams that don't fake. So if they don't start faking, they are, they're rough, man.
Clear that. Because the only time that's really worked is when you're able to TP past with Karan. And other than that, you haven't really even been able to find your way onto the A site. That Cypher util is really giving them problems. And it's a great combo to have against a Neon
apparently,
as well.
wait.
This double Sentinel setup. You have to use something like a stealth drone or, you know, you have to rely on
G2 said they're not playing. G2 said they're not playing in playoffs until the issues with EMEA have been fixed. And then Apex said the same thing, bro, in solidarity with other teams. They're not even qualified for playoffs, bro. They're just trolling. Yeah, I've seen like what was it? Lev and Koi said the same thing, but those two teams that didn't qualify for playoffs anyway. So they're just trolling. Good joke, but yeah. So yeah, G2 refused to play in playoffs if they don't fix the issues with the EMEA. I agree, bro. I agree. You don't watch this shit for free, bro. They make money off of you watching this shit, and the trade-off for that is that you get a quality production level stream, and when you don't get that, they don't deserve to have the viewership, bro, and they don't deserve to have the players or the teams. When you don't commit to that, bro, it is your responsibility as the organizer host to have a quality control check on everything the players are using. Simple as that.
It's just far too late.
Nice shot.
The shorty, Ty cuts down Ash, texture the overdrive, able to come away with one. But needs so much more than that. He and Karan now trying to fight their way out of what looks to be a damn near impossible situation. The overdrive now expired. Sets the wall to try to act like
he ran out of bullets, unlucky.
Stinger, and it's just one kill. Is all that they can find. Some chip damage, some forced armor rebuys, but Talon are not allowing for any kind of thrifty business to come through.
I just thought it was funny that Apex said the same thing and they were 0-5, bro. They didn't win a single series, bro, in NA Tier 1. Not a single series. And they're like, we stand in solidarity with the other teams. We won't play in playoffs either. Like they qualified for it. I love that. That's good humor. That's good humor from the guy who runs that Twitter account.
They were willing to pounce. And they just have every
that is actually a big problem, though, if G2 won't play in playoffs, because they're the favored team to win Toronto. So, like, you kind of need, like, one of the best teams in the world to be playing in fucking potentially the best team in the world to be playing in fucking playoffs. Kind of need them there, I'm not going to lie. But it is also deserved, bro. Like, you've got to put pressure on Riot here. Shit's embarrassing.
Munchkin trying to be that anti-lurk guy. In the back of his mind, he's got to be thinking about how Talon was able to push that space for
Surfer
free.
switched over to C now.
To keep control of it while the rest of the team tries to find openings on B and C, but Talon aware of it.
Will they redo the Fnatic? They are, yeah. Well, it's not even a redo, bro. It didn't even get played. They've moved it. They moved it. They're thinking about, but the Team Liquid game, the Team Liquid versus fucking whatever it was, a KC. They're thinking about redoing that whole match. So, like, even the first map, right? They're thinking about just killing that map and just starting from 0-0. We don't know. We don't know when. They haven't said. But remember, they said they're going to move it, but they've still got to fix the tech issues. And then they've got to have the players, right, run tests on those tech issues to make sure they're not there, and then play. Because can you imagine the uproar that would happen if they said, yeah, guys, we fixed it now, you can play your series, then you go in and they get a bunch of other tech pauses. Like, I'll be honest with you, if I'm Riot right now, right, and I fucked up this badly, right, the number one thing that I'm looking at is that when I bring these teams back in and that stream goes live, there cannot be a single fucking tech pause unless it's to do with a player, right, when he's doing his stretch res shit and it accidentally goes to windowed mode. I don't want a single tech issue that refers to any actual equipment at all. It needs to be a player's fault for the tech issue, if there is one, not a fucking quality control issue on the equipment. That's what it needs to be, bro. You've got one chance at this, bro.
We'll be able to find that one.
or else it's going to look really fucking, like, even worse than it already looks.
Nearly catching the time to find him. Jitboy's repositions, looks to play this out
but we'll see.
aggressively. As the cage falls, he'll get his ult in death. Operator going to be saved as GenG finally able to break a very large win streak from the side of Talon. It was 5 consecutive wins in a row to get themselves up to 4.
Yeah, and if you're thinking like, okay,
it's a nice shot.
Double Sentinel
he was
comp,
ready for that as well.
Side of comp. Not against T1, it wasn't.
Yeah.
They won 6 out of 8 rounds on their attacker side. It can be very annoying on that attacker side. There's still a lot of oomph behind it, especially in those post plans.
You think Greg is watching this? It's Pacific, so probably not. No, it's Pacific, bro. Greg's only rage baiting in EMEA because everyone's hyper toxic in EMEA.
Have fun being stunned.
So like, it's easy to rage bait there. Greg ain't watching this, bro. Greg was there for rage bait.
Some sewer space. Cypher back over towards A.
Like he's gonna get a Riot buddy for that, bro. Probably works for Riot. Like they deserve any sympathy. They really don't.
Backs away.
Yeah, they're gonna use the drone.
If it was something that was out of Riot's control, then I'd say yeah, like they're too harsh. But wow, good spam. Wow. Why? Ooh, that's so bad. But they don't deserve sympathy. These issues have been ongoing in all regions, like EMEA and stuff, because it's because of the budgeting. The budgeting is so shit for EMEA. We get nothing, bro. Like, I was stunned when I watched like grand finals or like semi-finals for like Pacifica stuff. They've got dancers going on stage, custom songs, custom hologram projection animations, right? Like wingman projections running and planting spikes on stages, bro. You look at EMEA and all they have is awkward camera angles on the players, and then 5 people sit down to play. That's it. It's not even impressive. It's just shit. No, I'm not particularly bothered. I don't care about the flashy stuff, right? But you just have to note the comparison and go, that looks a bit suspicious. Like there's definitely not equal budgeting in certain regions, which is understandable because Asia has an insane amount of players playing this game. So it's understandable that they get a lot of budgeting. But EMEA is no slouch. There's like there's like 2 to 3 million people playing Valorant concurrently every act in EMEA.
Talon has the read.
And then there's like, and then in China alone, there's 2 million concurrent players. In Asia, there's about another 2 to 3 million. Just in general, there's like another 2 to 3 million concurrent players. So overall, each act, Valorant gets about 10 to 11 million concurrent players playing the game every act, pretty much. And the only thing that's been dying recently is EMEA. I mean, everything's gone down in like EMEA and NA, but NA's dying aggressively. Like 300,000 people every act are leaving.
Still have Jitboys' neural theft this round.
Champions is going to be good and not shit like EMEA. It will be good, yeah.
You can still get this done.
Because it's one, like even the Masters events will be decent. The Masters events will be decent as well. Because it's like every team, but when it's different budgeting, bro. Like trust me, bro. I like when you need to see the Pacific animations and stuff. Like they have like when it comes to like a semi-finals or a finals match, right? They have like dancers on. They've got fucking everything, hologram projections, the stage, the fucking arena's massive. And then you look at EMEA and there's like 2 Russian dudes chilling in the back going, "Where no CS? What is a no CS, bro? Where the CS arena?"
Get the stealth drone out.
And then they just sit and there's just 2 dudes in the back, bro. All the tech team don't have any arms, legs, or faces, dude. They're just walking around like nuggets, dude, in wires and stuff. My God, he's killed him. Oh, he can't keep getting away with this. Someone needs to deal with Primi, bro. Have we not learned our lesson? That's 3 for 3 now. These motherfuckers, they have 2 operators, bro. They have double Sentinel 2 operators. Tell me this is not a fucking hard counter. Yoru's one-off ultimate as well. 2 fucking Sentis and double operator on defense side. On this is just disgusting. There's fucking 3 people stacked on an side. And there's Cypher util here. That's a good kill. That's a very good kill. Oh my God, if he sprayed there, he just kills everyone. Oh, there it is. There's one more.
Ty still looking to cause chaos here on the side. Gets the spot out,
nice try.
Ends up getting down with 2 seconds to spare.
Unlucky.
The plan now being stuck is Primi. It's the last one standing. Looking to try to clutch it out, but carrying off on the flank angle.
Nice try, nice try.
It's going to be GenG narrowly making their way up to 5-round wins.
Yeah, I mean, that was Really tenacious defense from the side of Talon. Tough nut to crack for sure. And eventually GenG able to get there. That's a good paranoia to set up Texture on the entry by Karan. And then Karan able to push deep into the back of site again. Finds the angle where Primi's not expecting him and preventing him from getting another nasty clutch. Let's see what the other side of the coin looks like. I mean, again, Talon look good on their attacker side against T1. It's really annoying if they can find that open space. I mean, they have a lot of these same kind of util to sort of clear angles and get information that GenG does. You have a Teho, so a lot of those ideas
Scariest
are going to be there.
situation.
The same kind of play.
Intense feedback session with Frost. 1v1 feedback session with Solo mode.
Something tells me this is a bit of a lopsided question.
Yeah, this is a little unfair.
Yeah.
Do we not have a, I guess we don't have the score tracker to see like which one wins out in the vote. But...
yeah. Oh, Solo?
Okay. She's going to go with Solo.
Okay.
That's a scarier situation.
I imagine that would be a little intimidating too.
GenG win.
It could be.
We know he's a pretty intense guy sometimes.
Maybe if you don't have the strongest understanding of what Frost is saying, it might not be that scary as well.
Yeah, he's just
not to make assumptions, but you know, like if he's just yapping at you and you're just like, I don't understand any of this. So I'm unbothered.
Yeah.
It's like when you're taking a taxi late at night in Seoul and the guy's like yelling because he's like upset about like where you're going, or it's like
pistol round win percentage 40%.
I don't fully understand what you're
not my
angry
problem
about, so I'm just gonna chill back and put my earpods in.
Yep, exactly. Just this guy's yapping, and I don't know.
I don't know, bro.
Just get me to my
Oh my
destination.
god.
Swipe my card.
Yeah.
So cool.
Ready for this.
Paranoia,
Well, Primi's in already, bro.
Blinded up.
This motherfucker, that good bait. That's a good bait. Wow.
Exit. They get the snake bite out as well.
They got snake bite and wall out off on that. Is
crossover towards the garage. Stealth drone going to be sent through. Munchkin able to find a bit of damage, but suffer some in kind.
But they got the wall deep, so the two players stuck on B have to clear that before they're going to be able to help.
Primi's able to find one. Ash going to be taken down. That was the full HP player there at back sight. Texture now arriving, sliding forward. Karan able to find one. Going to be dropped, but Cruz trades it back out. The swoop around the back, Primi looking for the timing to try to swing out from the smoke. Does so, and eventually drags the shots across, finding Munchkin's head. Foxy now the last one standing.
Remember, GenG picked Haven here, but I'm not going to lie. It looks like Talon came to play, and not only that, it looks like they actually play to counter strat against GenG with this double Sentinel comp. So far, it's working.
Doable.
I mean, and they're about to win this pistol because that is literally unwinnable. So, literally impossible to win. It's not possible to win this. Like, there's no human being alive that can win that unless they use aim lock and fucking trigger bot. So, that's unfortunate.
1-1. Further stretching the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, again, going back to what I was talking about earlier, this comp to me really feels like it's well set up to put pressure at B and C. Because if you can get those walls deep from the deadlock, you could cut off a lot of the rotation angles and really make it easy to read where and when your opponents are going to be. Because they're either going to be clearing that wall at that one spot, or they're going to be pushing from C-Link or something. So you have so much ability to manipulate the map here with this comp that Talon brings. And to understand where and when your opponents are, it's going to be really difficult for a lot of teams. GenG here today on their map pick, also already struggling. And now
my man's got the scythe out. Ooh, looking sexy.
Door. Sheriff for Texture. Is this going to catch Talon off guard? Drone's not going to spot it. It's going into the garage. They don't like it.
Yep, they're not going to play around with this. Ball falling. Potential catcher on the Kahlua.
Sees 3, bro. He just locked up, bro. He just froze. He's like, who the fuck do I shoot here, bro?
Will just be a re-aggress from Talon into mid. Try to keep that weapon protected.
Poor guy.
Get scooped up there by Cruz, in fact.
That's
nice kill again. He actually avoided that. Well, okay, doesn't matter. Jit Boys gets one as well. I'm really curious when everyone like has weapons, how well Talon will be able to work, because the Cypher will disrupt the deadlock from lurking, and the deadlock needs to hit some good fucking nets, or else they're basically useless on attack. Like good nets, good walls. Like that wall he did on Pistol Round was crazy.
And that one.
And that one.
Yes. I did well. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah. man, he was on point for sure. That's very nicely done again. I mean, Talon has a great read. Again, they're not actually going to A. That's where GenG expects them to. They cover the gun. GenG anticipates they were going to rotate off of that. Instead, Talon finds the open space, finds the open site. Able to hit some nice shots along the way, so looking very,
My God, I thought there was
nice
a tech
right
pause
now.
for a second there, bro. I thought it was going to be a tech. I've got PTSD from yesterday, bro.
Into the bonus, have some Guardians, a shotgun for Cruz.
What a shot.
That's
Oh,
a great way to start working towards
getting
the
a little
conversion.
greedy there. A Vandal doesn't kill, but a Guardian does.
Hell of a shot from Chit Boys. Ash dead, and now this scrambles the forces from GenG.
Okay, but I mean, not a good net, but it stalls for a second. Plus the net comes back in 40, I think.
Wall
So-
set up, cutting off that A connector.
Yep.
Texture getting the bad news, just trying to spray that wall down. As
The
Munchkin
deadlock's already helping. See, the great thing about this map with
right
oh,
in between
Chip Boys is
shoulder
knifing
blades.
people, bro. What's going on?
Kill. Texture
Chip
dead.
Boys is
This
fucking
round
knifing people.
As good as done.
Oh my God.
Got to save.
Yeah.
No
They
choice.
Absolutely do. And Cruz could just throw himself at
Why?
them. He's
Hold
got a
on.
bunch
Why
of-
are the commentators just breezing over the fact that Jim Boy's just fucking knifed Munchkin, dude? Why are we breezing
Talon
over
gonna
this?
Get up to 10 rounds with a bonus conversion. GenG.
But the
left
thing is, this thing
scratching
with
their
Deadlock
heads.
around this map, you can just run up to B, chuck your wall down, instant value.
It's just
You either stopping or rotate, as long as you put it backside, you're either stopping or rotate through B, or slowing them down, or you're just blocking them off if you want to go B.
For Talon.
That's the
Just
great thing.
Incredibly well put together, incredibly well executed. Players on point today.
Not sure why.
Talon deserve to win this. They've outplayed GenG at every step.
The memes.
It's
Every
fine. He's
single
got
step been
7,000.
outplayed.
They're up by 5 rounds.
He's 15-6.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
It's
Look at this. Let's just talk about the fact he's just knife. Look, he just bro just knife. Look at it.
When the first knife swing didn't
Bro, they
kill,
just
I was
feel
like, oh,
bad, don't they? They just feel bad, don't they?
He's got a 180 and just head tap, you know, but nope. Got it done. It's been a very, very rough go here for the side of GenG. And Foxy only one at double-digit kills.
Who's next?
I mean, they're just having such a struggle reading the map.
They are just storming their way forward now. Foxy just getting
That's 1 for 1.
overwhelmed. Primi will get taken down there as the snake bite.
They're in though. Fast flood.
Slows up the approach from
He did burn his slide there though, so Neon has no slide now, which makes him a lot easier to deal with. Nice shot.
But cannot find the shot.
Guys, I'm gonna need you to fucking dial in, dude, because Jit Boys can't keep getting away with this shit, bro, where he just always gets a kill.
I mean, this is actually a pretty good read by GenG, and you got the ult out of the Yoru and you traded it. It looked like it was going to be good.
Well, unless they take this mid control now to cut this Cypher up, because they're getting a free A site, yeah.
Garon. Okay, I was going to say Cam Toggle is set up.
That is, oh no, and they still think it's C, bro.
Now looks for the punish.
Oh, nice kill.
Will not be able to find it.
Man.
Little overconfidence.
Still free site though.
Garon able to go ahead and secure them a 3v3, but the plant now gets ready to come through. You still have this deadlock. 2 sonic sensors and a grav net available for Cruz to try to prevent a retake.
Can't go through Evan. That's cut off by the barrier mesh. And then there's sonic sensors at the door. What do? You got to rely on a lurk. You don't have one.
So they are just going to go ahead and clear this one out. Kalua, position ought to be noted. Got grav netted there by his own teammate, but no punish to
Oh,
be
here
found.
comes Texture.
Wall gonna be
Whoa,
set up,
that
gonna
timing's
drop it
crazy,
down.
bro.
Haven't able to find one. He's
Nice
out
trade.
wide, however, and
Oh,
Kalua
Killer was
will
going
just
fucking nuts,
massacre
dude.
all 3 players.
Oh, I'm bricked.
11
My
to 5,
God, bro, I've got a
Talon
full chub on right
running
now, dude.
away with this
Nice
map, and
kills.
It's GenG's pick.
This is a treat to watch. Talon
Outplayed,
in
dude.
full control here on Haven. I mean, again, this isn't a bad start at all for GenG, but this right here is devastating. Losing Munchkin, when he's got the read, he saw the player there. A nice attempt on the entry by Texture, but
Great shot.
with the post-plant positioning.
Great shot. Great
And
shot.
a great triple there.
Fucking hell,
for
bro.
Killua.
My God, bro. Just fought on my chest, dude. Like, what a great, just great
You know
shots.
what to expect, where to expect it, when to expect it, and on top of that, you're winning your duels. Now they're going to try to slow walk their way up. A really far forward alarm bot. Early pop of the nano, so some time bought for rotations. Poison Cloud.
Oh.
Ooh, that.
Yeah, tiny touch of damage on the Cruz.
Yeah, looked like it might have caught a little bit more, but.
And mostly connecting into the legs.
Foxy, though, took some damage as well.
Yeah, he gets the worst of it by a pretty large margin. Those drones just saying hi to each other.
Slow rotate over towards C, and GenG leaning the other way. There's been so much contact on the other side of the map. And they're so quick to rotate. TP's gonna go back behind the box. The salvos to cut off the corners.
That rings out the bad news. Deep in the back sight, the flash
Oh, you got to win those, bro. You got to be winning those. Nice shots from Texture.
For the squad. Does well to come away with a second kill, but
You just can't be affording to lose on that defense.
yourself a 2v3 attempt at a retake here for GenG to stop Talon from getting up the map point. Premi going for the plant, going to be forced away. I should know that he got a bit of connection there. Spots out Jit Boys, knows the position of 2. Spots the head of 1.
Unlucky, that timing's
Either.
unlucky.
Jit Boys collects them both. To see that one back, but Talon now up to map point.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, please. Let me see that from Jit's perspective.
I'm pretty sure he just killed the guy Garage, right? He killed the guy Garage, right?
Beautiful.
And then immediately just kills him.
From the side of Talon, I mean, the play off this concuss.
Oh,
so
no.
good.
No, they were both there.
This is such a
I mean,
good
that
play off
also
that
was
concuss by
Garage.
Jit Boys, to be patient, to not
Nice shot.
swing, to try to cover his teammate, to just
Oh.
wait until the concuss is going to wear off and they can swing together.
I mean, Thai is doing really well in
work
this match.
here
Normally it's
on the
Jit Boys, Primi, and
He
like
has been
Cruz or
mostly
Killer.
Very, very good. I'd say other than that peek up through courtyard against Karan and
Well, this was a free
couple rounds
match.
ago, he's been near flawless. He has been reading the map so well, playing this cipher so effectively. Great lurks. They are just on point. Let's see if Primi can be.
GenG hard felt. Yeah, I know, bro. I don't know what happened, bro. They lost all their good players.
Thinking about it, but
All their contracts expired, and they offered them probably shit contracts, and they all decided to leave. Because there's no reason for them to leave, because GenG were one of the best teams in the world. Right, like a championship winning team. They must have just offered them shit contracts, and now their team looks like this. But that's on the org, not the players. More than likely, anyway.
Munchkin finding the 1 kill, but again, the trade exchange, the annihilation.
He actually got him as well. He actually fucking got him. No way that got him, dude. What? Bro, he was on the fucking stairs, and that motherfucker aimed at spawn. How did that pick him up?
Primi's looking for the rest, and Texture now.
Uh-oh.
1v1.
Nice, he got him.
Barely stays alive. GenG.
When have you ever seen a fucking Neon standing still in their ultimate, bro? That's crazy. He's just standing still, bro.
Oh man. I want to. Do we have?
Like it's a regular gunfight. What the fuck is going on?
I want to see like the bird's eye view of that.
Cruz can hit shots like that. I mean, give Minnesota Fats a run for his money. He should be hustling pool.
Ooh. Yeah, oh, he banked it off the edge at the end. It looked like he shot it spawn. That's what happened. That's a great bank, bro. He banks it off that. It goes fucking like that, and the orb catches him on the edge and sucks him in. I would say pro players are not good at hitting fucking deadlock ultimates, bro. They like 95% of them all miss.
It's hard to decipher if this is in a real.
There's a 0% chance of overtime right now, so let's just go next. Sexy team GenG. Oh damn, dude.
And issues may be cropping up here in the comms and get them ready for a next map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes as a coach, you know, you still have that timeout. Might as well use it to, I mean, again, this is one of the situations where I feel like Solo should have pulled the trigger on this a few rounds ago, but to at least try to stabilize the team's mentality, get them ready, see if they can string a few more rounds together, get some confidence
Neg, bro.
going into Icebox.
All right. I don't think they thought that sign through very well.
Right now, it is all talent all the time, for the most part. A few glimpses of hope here and there, but once again, Primi has the outlaw, sees the economic situation that GenG is in. Only Texture can get the full armor through. So he can continue to abuse that weapon. And they have a ton of alts.
4 half armors.
They're 1 away from Primi's.
No shot. Good flash.
In, disrespects all the util. Ash blinded up, dead on the jump.
What a play.
Nice shot. Wait, what? He accidentally killed Foxy 9. Oh my god, yeah.
Is the end of Haven. Mask will go on. Munchkin far too late to find anything to do.
Did he accidentally killed Foxy 9, I feel like, trying to kill Munchkin. Well, you know when that's happening, bro, it's just willed at that point, dude.
Jumps out, just playing distract, playing protect.
Yeah.
Primi giving over his HP bar to secure the kill and texture. You're a damn good player, but I think this is a bridge too far. 13-6, Talon looking absolutely electric. Have every correct
I mean, to be fair though, they literally hard countered GenG on purpose.
Now we get ready to go in the ice box where Talon will be looking to send GenG down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the desk was talking about the improvements that both of these teams have made, but Talon is starting to gain a lot of distance ahead of their opponents. They are really coming together nicely now. With this all-tie roster, it is starting to fire on all cylinders. They're getting ready to lap their opponents at this point. And they're fired up too. And you know, they're having fun in there. You can see some of those moments with the knife and some other plays. You know, a lot of times Chip Boys, when they got his camera on down in the bottom corner and he's lurking around the map, he's got a smile on his face. He's just ready to go. He knows they've got the reads and he knows he's gonna get impact kills. I mean, just tremendous. Nothing else to say about Talon right now.
Holy shit.
Look phenomenal.
This 13-month-old weighs 12.5 kg and is 80 to 32 inches tall. My god, bro, that's it. That's a fucking, bro, that's an NFL player in the making, bro. That motherfucker's gonna be like 6'5". He's gonna turn black at some point because he's white right now. Hey, that dude's, he's just gonna be beasting. Dear god.
Firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, for GenG, it is looking broken down and dysfunctional. The players themselves not looking like what we're used to seeing from them. But that's Haven done and dusted. We'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action from map 1.
And that's Haven going over to Talon for our first match for playoffs. And this was just back and forth when it came down to reading each other's strategies. We saw how much Talon was able to catch on to GenG's strats here on Haven.
I mean, this was such a dominant game. If anything, I think 6 is generous on the side of GenG this game. Talon, so well prepared, just shut down everything GenG wanted to do.
This was peak Talon. Every single player performed above the margins. You know, Chip Boys has been having some rougher maps, had really, really good performance here. Thai was playing fantastic, particularly in that first half. Every single player on Talon performed. The game plan was phenomenal, and they just absolutely slapped GenG. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke before this game about how high GenG's first kill conversion is at 80%. But that doesn't matter when you're only able to get 4 first bloods the whole map. They're never in an advantage. Talon shutting them down. Primi topping the scoreboard there with 5 first kills just for himself.
Yeah, Talon literally just says, convert these. Like 15 of 4 opening kills. It's ridiculous. Like, they dominated the opening duels. And it wasn't even in the fashion of like individual pop-off or anything. It was constantly like they're able to read exactly how GenG wants to play. They know where they're going to find those lurk timings on the map. Primi was just walking up and finding opening kills. You had Killua there at the end of the game, even with some salvos just flushing players completely out of position. They would just die for free. Like, it felt like Talon knew exactly how GenG was going to play. And that's because you always know exactly how GenG is going to play. They don't change very much, and Talon is known for having good prep and good game plans. And with this Haven pick coming out for GenG, not any change in the comp, not really much of a change in the approach. Talon just walked all over them.
Yeah, absolutely. But we did see some good plays from GenG, right? We did see some, you know, a little bit of aggression coming out from Karon, for example, in a few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, so this was clearly sort of GenG's idea of how to beat all of that Sentinel util, right? They just want to send Karon.
Yeah, look at him. Double TP into the backside of the B site. He's able to hide behind the fast lane. And for all those Omen players in Ranked that never get in on the entry, that I'm playing Enit, I'm off my Soba drone or my Teo drone, and I come off my drone and you're still standing right next to me looking at me. Please, for the love of God.
You can go in.
Get in the side, man. Get in the side.
Yeah, I respect that he's getting in the side. That was, you know, Karon is at his best. He's aggressive.
Sorry. Yeah, good job, Karon.
So many people could relate to you at that point in time. Yeah,
get in the side.
Karon heard you at that point in time. And that's exactly what he was doing, right? But let's be real. This was all on the side of Talon Esports, especially since, you know, Haven was a big question because there was a turnaround coming into this match, right? They did have those little breakthroughs that happened in their previous match versus T1 that they were able to apply here.
I mean, this win is on the prep. If you ask me,
Dude, yeah, the prep was crazy, bro. They just destroyed him.
Just a little bit more. So we can see on this defender side that Talon understand how grouped GenG are so consistently around the map. So they move, they take this space together, and they're able to just restrict. They force them and sort of funnel them into Primi. You know, they're in so much control of this round. GenG aren't able to really play that fast, and they love this kind of 4-1 approach. So we see how consistently Talon are able to kind of push out. Now this was a separate look where they lock Primi on this A line. Again, dominating all that space. They have 3 people on that left-hand side of the map, and they're able to just use the util, stall them out so consistently. Honestly, I know this game must have been so frustrating for GenG to play, because it will have felt like Talon.
I love how like this chat disconnected, bro. So I missed that message. I love Twitch
always
chat,
in the
bro.
right positions, because the read was so good. The anti-strat was so
4 minutes
good
until the next. Primi went 2.9 KD. Oh my god.
The timings are always the
Look
same
at him, he's looking breedable, dude. Look at him.
Cycle denying information over on the A line, and then very standard timings. 50 seconds to a minute.
He's
10.
playing the
They're going to
Yoru.
go and run their default. They're going to drone something, you know, every single time, and it reveals a lot about their intentions playing the Teo there. Primi given the map MVP, but I would love to give it to the coaching staff and to all of Talon. Like, they all played phenomenally. There was no carry in that game for Talon. They literally got 100% out of their roster. All 5 of the players played perfectly, and the coaching staff had a fantastic read. You literally could not have dominated harder there as Talon. Like, this is what peak Talon looks like.
This is my problem with GenG, right? I'm sort of getting stressed out about this, because these two teams are very polar opposite, where Talon change everything. They all the time are reinventing, pushing the meta, and GenG love to do what works for them. But then I think in this kind of matchup, Talon are always going to have the edge. That's why I predicted them today. This was the same GenG running the same composition that we've seen for years, with exactly the same gamepad, literal years. So it's no surprise.
I don't know how people have these beards, by the way. I don't. This guy here, I don't know how he has a beard like that, because, bro, if mine grows even a little bit, bro, that shit gets annoyingly irritating on my lips, bro, and my upper lip. How the fuck does he have like an entire slug on top of his lip, bro, and he's just chilling? He's like, yeah, I don't even mind that, bro. I don't know how they do that shit. I can't deal with that. Must be something you just get used to.
And speaking of that, I just want to take a moment and glaze Cruz for a bit for being able to adapt so quickly. I mean, in the press conference, Frost was saying how a lot of the development on Haven when they had that match versus T1 was thanks to Cruz actually adapting or tweaking what the strategies were for Talon on that map. So major props, and this really comes out. I mean, Munchkin, come on, he is definitely one of the best IGLs in Pacific, and Cruz was able to outplay him on this map.
I think Cruz is thoroughly underrated as an IGL in this region. I mean, something Frost talks about so consistently in his interviews about how he feels like Cruz is the best IGL in Pacific, and I think we're slowly starting to see a lot more of that. I feel like his calling is consistently good, the anti-strat is consistently good, and he's holding his own in the server. So I'm very high on Talon right now, and I think if you're GenG, you're a little bit worried about this map too.
I mean, yeah, going here into Icebox, right? We're gonna see the data up in just a bit. This is a map that we haven't seen GenG on since Champions Soul. That was the last time when they lost versus Sentinels. So we haven't seen them on this map for a long time. I highly doubt they're gonna run that Gecko KO once again.
You can see it there. They banned it a handful of times as well. Have not really wanted it to be pushed into the veto very often. Over on the side of Talon, did recently play this up against who was it? Was it T1? Yeah, that they got a really good win over. So you can see defense win rate 100%, and again that might be a good little anti-strat, recognizing that T1 is a little bit too one-dimensional on that map and doing the same thing on attack over and over again. So I think for Talon, this is going to be a little bit of a different look for them, where they have something in particular prepped, but there's nothing to look at for GenG. This is not going to be a game plan W this time around.
Yeah, that's almost a good thing for GenG in a way, that they haven't shown anything on this map, because I think that would be an even bigger worry for them right now. But ultimately, I think Talon are still feeling very good. They're clearly taking it to a map where GenG are not comfortable. GenG have been looking to ban out this map, so I think Talon are going to be feeling so good heading into this map too. So it's really on GenG to show up now. Show us something a little bit different and have this well prepared, because if you're banning it, you probably haven't put a ton of time into it before now.
well, maybe you haven't put a lot of time on the stage, which is also another factor, right? You might have been maybe saving it for a moment like this, for a moment like playoffs, but how many reps have you had on that stage, which is such an important factor?
Alrighty, let's see what we're going to get from
Oh
these
my
teams
god,
in
he's
terms
playing
of-
Harbor. Oh, it's
Talon
all
are
over.
staying
Harbor.
one step ahead
Harbor,
here.
that
They
could
are
be
gonna
a hard
swap to the
counter,
Harbor
bro.
comp off of, they were running
Harbor's
KO
a
in this
fucking
slot before,
cunt to
and this
deal with on
really
Icebox,
changes
man,
things up
honestly.
a lot. Some teams running Harbor comp. In fact, a fair few in NA are running Harbor at the moment,
Yeah.
so maybe that's a bit of that NA coaching staff flavor into Talon once again.
Yeah, I love Harbor. Great for the retakes and getting that spike down. Over
Yeah,
across on the
Harbor
side
is
of
an
GenG,
absolute
a fairly
cunt to
simple,
deal
more
with, man, on
standard comp. We
Icebox.
are seeing
So
them stick with that
this
KO,
could
but
actually be a hard counter
has a real,
to GenG.
real strong record on that KO. Texture on the Yoru.
Yeah.
We saw his Yoru last week, I believe it was. Wasn't entirely convinced, so he needs a better performance there today. But ultimately, not too many risks on this GenG side. Only small adaptations on the current match.
I mean, texture on the Yoru on a map that you don't see Yoru as a core agent a lot is an interesting one. He must really be backing himself on this agent lately.
I don't know, he's smiling. He's smiling over there, just like our audience are smiling right now because we're about to step into Icebox, our second map here. And does this go over to Talon or can GenG come back? We're going to find out as we toss it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
He's got a wingman plushie.
Well, some new sights here.
I'd
It would
fuck a
seem
wingman.
Harbor, something that we have not seen
Fucking hell.
at all in Pacific this year. Comes out, bit of the classic one here from Jit Boys. Granted, you know, has played it in the past, not to a huge amount. I think it's his 7th game on it. And for Texture, similarly, 2nd game on the Yoru. So
On the
some big
Yoru.
changes. But for the side of Talent, curious to see how they pilot
Interesting
this. We were
lineup. Is
talking
that
about it, we saw this
for
come through.
ramp maybe,
They don't
or
have
is that
any
just for mid?
None.
Where's that landing?
And you've got a bunch.
I think it's for mid,
for
right?
GenG.
Yeah.
So you got to find those
Oh,
timings.
well,
Oh
that is
boy.
a huge reveal.
Nice shot.
Shoot
Hey,
the down challenge,
good trade.
impossible.
Wow, great
Texture,
trade.
however, able to trade one back. Foxy and Primi both going to be left on the floor.
Well, we're going to see how
Some of
well
the
this Harbor
ideas
works out because they're
cascade
starting
there to
defense.
try
So
to cover the retreat after the pick, but too quick. We're GenG to respond. So not bad so far. Scaling their way up towards A. Our GenG has to be left open by Kilowatt. He's the only player there. Good read by the open space here for GenG. Nano popped, but GenG still hadn't made their way through. This is buying time for the rotations at the very least. The Viper wall as well helping out. So GenG gonna have to find some good value out of those flashes, but Talon seemingly aware they're just playing outside the sight.
Shock darts at the ready here for the plant. Lands right in Ash's face. And that is going to be a huge chunk of damage as he falls down to 25 health. This flank being noted.
oh, nice shots from K-Ron.
Snapping on the shots, is able to find Kai. As Texture peeks over towards screens, and Jit Boys will fall as well. GenG looking well poised to close out another pistol here for themselves.
Nice shot from
Cruz will still be able to put that
Cruz.
sheriff to good use. Finds
Oh,
one,
we actually
finds the
found
time
him.
to
Wow,
punch
that
as he
timing
turns
was
back,
wild.
suddenly it's all being undone.
Uh-oh.
Texture dead.
Nice try, brother.
Ash has fallen, and Cruz
Ooh.
has absolutely saved them.
Cruz specific. Oh, 1000th
accrued as
kill.
well.
There we go.
Congratulations as Talon collect another pistol round win, stealing this from GenG.
Oh, what a round to get it. Cruz hits the 1,000 mark. Great opener by Primi. Reaction from GenG there, but the delay with the Nano Swarm and the Toxic Screen. Give them enough time to get into place to shoot, send out some shock darts.
Well,
Munchkin just not ready. Oh, above on the rope too for the final.
That one's on me, gang. That was definitely my cast of curse this time around. I can't really point the finger at Sliggy here.
You've been borrowing some of Chronicle's powers over in the LCK.
Yeah, apparently. Chronicler.
Chronicler, yeah. Sorry, Chronicle is the player.
Yes.
Yeah. Chronicler is the caster.
Both goats in their own right. And it's Premi up and over the top, able to find one. As Texture will get taken down. And Kaluit just holds it down this under 2 position. Foxy 9 not able to get a lurk through.
Quick clear by Karan with a Sheriff. I believe Foxy had a Sheriff that he dropped as well. Blew the tube. It's a little bit of an investment from the side of GenG. Oh, Killua so far ahead of this. Is anybody on GenG going to be ready?
Karan for now just tucked into.
This is a really common spot though, so it's obvious to check it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so locked in position.
What an easy.
Cruz has just got a stinger playing.
This is the big problem with
They're just
this.
waiting for the Toxic Screen to come back up before they made their move.
Does he try and timing it?
Still can find value.
Oh.
Nearly gets picked apart. Push in.
He did not, Jake, or two.
Managed to come away away with a
Wow.
second kill, so
He actually got
damage
2
starting
off
to be
that.
dealt here.
Good dink, but
And
yeah.
Ty, though,
Wow.
quickly with that Guardian in hand, able
Ooh.
to massacre the remaining 2 players. Carves them up nice and quick. And that is going to be, you know, Guardian, Outlaw. Looks like Cruz is going to be stuck with a Stinger carried forward here as we go into Talon's bonus round.
Yeah, this is not bad damage done by GenG in the long run. Karan with some snappy shots onto the Sheriff. That Outlaw continuing to find value for Primi. And with a couple Sheriff spot, that Outlaw still in play. Going to be interesting to see what the buy looks like coming out for GenG. How much do they have? Only one player there with the regen shield. There's Foxy 9, so everybody is able to find the full armors. It's good management, a couple Sheriffs otherwise for Talon. They're getting aggressive.
Dark cleared out.
It's 140 tag.
Do end up connecting here as
Oh,
Munchkin
Munchkin gets
for
2
Talon
there.
fine too, before getting traded
Texture
out.
is
Still
10 HP though.
close to being a
Killer
3v3
needs to live
position
here, really.
Given the weaponry, GenG a bit more of a comfortable position for now.
Honestly, if Killua lives and he plays like close sight and spams that Viper wall when they try and plant, he could just find a free kill.
Not seeing anything. Cruz as well now.
And then, or Cruz pops ult maybe on plant hit.
Talon can do any more damage.
I feel like this is winnable for them because one of them's 10 HP.
Alarmbot's gonna.
Now maybe when bomb tap, bro, they use Sova ult, bro, cause disruption.
This needs to be pretty clean for GenG. Premium position.
I don't know if he's going for that, but we'll see. Good stall.
And lobbed in, no one there for the plant to receive the
Oh,
damage.
it's unlucky.
Primi getting offset a bit there by the movement, not quite
No
prepared for
Sova
it,
ult. Well, they
Ash is
won't
able to
pop it
collect
now.
one.
Planted.
Spike now planted. Guardian and Sheriff here for Kahlua and Cruz. I just didn't spot anything out, but everyone from GenG disconnected back over behind yellow and around green. Has up and over the top, spot out
Ooh.
on the 1. Does get a headshot.
I mean,
across
some
the
good
box.
damage, but no kills.
Actually, an armory buy. It's
So,
got the regen shield. Either way, solid cleanup. Just the 1 casualty here for GenG as they deny the bonus conversion.
Okay, starting to be a little bit more methodical here, our GenG. Very ready for that push out off the clear of the knife. Munchkin able to find 2 very impactful kills. Karan there swings out at the end, so okay. Not bad from GenG, but I'm still seeing good reads from Talon.
I think you could just take Karen's yells
Yeah.
and just put him over like anything.
Yeah.
It sounds like he could be getting horrendously injured,
I mean,
or he could just be excited. Like,
yeah, well, and,
it's
you
the
know,
same sound.
if this was EMEA, it'd just be highlights
same
of him
sound.
screaming after the matches, which is a choice.
My internal dialogue every time I see a tech pause. It's just that scream.
Or texture malding after not getting the ace.
Yeah.
Okay. Drone caught. Orb secured. Ult online for Munchkin. So maybe going to be able to bully their way to a plant. Foxy has to be diligent, making sure that he's tracking the lurks, but he's got the turret as well to make sure if they push through 2, but just got cleared.
0 point to B, though, pretty much confirms that this is where the hit's going to go, so now the wall gets set up. Strafing across, Karan trying to lead the charge here, take some space forward. As Ash is able to find 1. Ty going to be noted.
Nice
Ash
shot,
sights
wow.
up above, and Jitboy's taken down as well. Looked like Jit was going to be able to find a solid time to get some damage through. GenG now in a good spot is a blind shot connecting onto Primi. Not much damage going to be dealt, but given that they have the op committed here, it looks like the call to save is already going to be made. So GenG will tie things up.
Oh,
at
right, we
2-2.
just sit here now for
Cruz
30
a
minutes.
little peek back in, trying to see if he can find any extra punish, but widely GenG are now well poised to go ahead and secure a flawless round.
Yeah, what a round for Ash. Gonna have his ult for the next round too.
Mm.
Just breaks things open for GenG.
And we're 2 off
Map control
Texture's
pretty
ultimate as
under
well.
GenG's purview for most of that round.
2 off.
Especially with Foxy.
No, 3 off.
Being able to watch for the lurks,
Okay.
whether that be through mid or across
What
the
else do we
belt.
have?
We have
Nothing.
that under
If we could get
control,
the
so
Yoru
GenG
ultimate online, they literally have no
scale
way to
forward
counter
very
it. So
nicely, use that Munchkin ult to get themselves through. So the ult cycle looking good potentially here for GenG as well.
there's no way to stall or counter on that team.
Encouraging news if you're a GenG fan.
Because once you have the info behind all of the
went for them on
Harbor
Haven.
util,
But this is a map that you
Harbor's
haven't seen from
useless. So
GenG yet this year. So we weren't really too sure what to expect. Kind of starting to see some of the ideas formulate. And they're able to keep the op though. Our Talon. What does the buy look behind us is my big question right now as we get a quick look at all the players. So a couple Guardians had to be bought down by Talon. And able to hang on that very important op, trying to set up for it. Do clear the knife at least. But, you know, GenG already doing a little pre-fire to check. But that angle held. Gonna need some good flashes to clear that. Or a drone potentially here from Ash. Might be able to get that out early. Jitboy's right there to back up Primi. Throw out that cascade if necessary. They're just gonna hightail it out of there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just burning the tailwind. Backpedaling here as quickly as they can. All coming up, and it seems like GenG relatively happy with that pressure.
That timing.
The lurk from Charon is going to be noted.
Wow.
Weapon swapped out. Is Ty just going to be looking for the quick little exit here.
They've done such a good job with this of Talon. Get the one and dones.
There's no AWP here though. They could just re-hit quickly on B. Oh, okay, never mind. Now it's up.
Ty on the swing out, finds the headshot.
Texture can't be within those, man. He had the advantage there.
That player advantage, at least for the moment. But this time, able to linger
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Texture's having a couple of like standout moments, but it's not great, really. It could be better.
Towards Snowman. Old Jitboy's back, plant now. Getting dropped in. No further ults to speak of.
Gonna have to be really good with this Harbor util and the Sova util and a shot.
All right, well the server's dead. Good luck, buddy.
Nice.
Absolutely perfection. Absolutely
And the Harbor's dead. And Alt needs to save.
Take it down, and now Primi is looking to hold on to the operator, see if he can find anything additional here.
The longer he stays, the worse it gets.
And they are in position to go ahead and find this punish as well. Just trying to confirm presence as Foxy. The gun barrel just not quite spotted.
Oh, he's fucked, yeah.
Won't be able to see him, but now
he's dead.
Back, and as he goes to the up trap to exit, Foxy is there to shoot him out of the sky.
I think Munchkin could have killed him, to be honest. He was close enough.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Let's see when Talon wants to think about a timeout. Been pretty quick to pop him, especially with Killua finding 2 kills. Ty and Killua, I should say, finding a kill apiece, but a good lurk by Foxy9 finds a ton of value under 2, but that gives GenG the confidence that they need, the safety that they need to push forward on towards the B site. The very impactful kill, and yeah, timeout right away. I like this a lot from Talon. The coaching staff being very proactive, not liking what they see. I mean, I think just a lot of the early rounds to me looked pretty good with their ability to take mid control, but that round they ceded over. Foxy punishes them on a kill that turns the tide potentially. Not able to find any value out of that op either, so GenG doing
Talon for Masters. Talon first 2-0.
Talon's first 2-0.
I mean, GenG are pretty fucking shit right now, to be fair. The thing that's weird is that they've got so much talent on the team, but it just doesn't come together in a way where it looks like they're playing much as a team. I think the team synergy and the compatibility of the players is too low, and that's why GenG is so shit. Because the thing is, GenG has so much talent. They've got Foxy9, Texture, Munchkin, Charon, and even Ash. All of these players are really, really good individually, but as a team, they don't look good as a team. Like, I don't think they work as a team at all.
Early flash to try to counter that.
Whereas other teams do a lot more util comboing, a lot more stress at trap plays. Like GenG don't do trap plays really. They just walk in and try and win, which can work if your team synergy is good, but GenG's team synergy is really shit.
Seems like whether it's Haven or Icebox, GenG.
It kind of reminds me of GNE with EDG right now, except GNE is the entire 5-man team.
Palua on the timing, looking for the hit there, unable to find it, turn back from Texture.
He stole his kill.
Munchkin also gets a piece of the action. As Jitboy's able to avoid the stun, avoids the fragment, stays tucked away. Just the
I think he avoided the drone as well, yeah. I think that drone saw him.
With that kill.
The drone miss him?
I
Yeah.
don't think he's been spotted by anything. No one is lending any credence to his position at all.
No, they cleared him.
Sorry, Jit.
Unlucky.
Foxy
He definitely didn't see him. They would have spammed him, but
eventually finds
still.
it. Timeout call not going to lead to a thrifty, but let's see what plan Cross looks to enact here as we go into the next rifle round.
Sure. Got the
Sorely missed Victorian slang, giggle mug, always smiling. Bitch the pop for the tea. Got the morbs, temporary sadness. Tight as a boiled owl.
Very patient today. I mean, that is one thing I
Poked
can
up.
say is
Sauce box.
GenG is being very
Cupid's
slow in
kettle
these rounds.
drums,
They're
bro.
looking for aggression. They're looking for those players. They were just
Not
losing
up to
a lot
dick.
of those lurk battles.
Yeah, I've heard that
1v1s.
one.
You know, you saw the
Cupid's
first kill
kettle
stats
drums
from
is
Haven.
something
So heavily
for
in Talon's
for
favor.
breasts.
Texture though on the exploration mission.
Spotted out 3, and that basically does clear the site. Hasn't even checked over towards 410, so doesn't even necessarily have that confirmed. As Talos will flush him out into the
Nice
open,
shot.
instantly hits the headshot, does eat a big chunk of damage here. In
Nice
response,
shot.
flashes out,
Wow.
and Kahlua
He gets
dead,
fucking
just trying to straighten in
30
from the
HP there,
Raptors.
bro, when he gets him.
Once
Wow,
again,
wow.
given that they have this op committed, now that the pit is in play, I think Talon is going to have to save.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could try to use the Reckoning to clear it, but numbers already
Yeah,
not
I
in your
mean, I
favor.
don't know about that.
Swap over, Texture, pop flash going to be sent, gets a full hit onto Jit Boys, and now the Reckoning cannot come into play. Shorty.
Oh my god, I thought he was gonna kill
Bit of
Thigh
damage,
as well.
Just under the shoulder there of Thigh, so for the most part, not too much found.
I mean, they've got the money to go for this, for kill wise. They need to. I mean, the thing is though, I mean, even if you kill them, bro, they're all 9k anyway. So it's just wait. You might as well just save. They're all 9k anyway. Except well, most of them.
Spots him out, has the headshot onto one. A one-way setup from Primi as he bounces out towards safety. We'll be able to hold on to the weapon, but GenG staving them off, not allowing for the timeout to lead to a win.
And now you're seeing those flashes really come into play. Munchkin and Texture using them beautifully in the post plant and to set up the plant. This is a great one right here to set up Texture for his second. The third is found. No fourth there though. He goes bounding out of the smoke.
How is he?
He's just a kid.
I can't believe his energy.
He's having fun. He's so into it.
We'll get pinged. Orb's going to be picked up there by Cruz. I didn't even necessarily hear exactly what he was begging. But I heard him saying, please, please.
Yeah.
There's no op that you were trying to get.
I think he wanted to, yeah.
Maybe he was begging them to kill Primi.
Yeah, I think that was it. That's my guess. I would have loved.
But Primi looks kind of sad, bro, for some reason, bro.
Couldn't quite get
Maybe
there.
it's just his concentration face, bro. But he looks sad.
GenG showing some looks towards B, but again,
Texture
Talon
looks
has
just
to play offside.
lifeless, bro.
Too dangerous for them.
Dude's
They're trying to
dialed in.
contest around 410, around Nest because of the flashes. I mean, Cruz is taking a peek, but has the safety of the screens. Nanos popped, one on top of the box there. Trying to force players away from the plant site, at least momentarily. GenG though, trying to figure out what's going on around them. Pop flash from Texture just in case there was an interruption attempt. Did not come through this time.
No fast flood this time. They must be going for the ult, right? Yeah, they're gonna do it. Yeah.
To try to attempt
Jit Boys is gonna go with ult.
Honestly, all three ultimates.
Oh, turn my
aggressive here
tide.
From the side up Talon.
They're using 2
There
ults.
is a
Wow.
lockdown send.
Nice kill.
Texture, trying to find any kind of damage
Well,
they
they're
possibly
actually
can
going for
before
2 here.
disconnecting
That's
back away
crazy.
from this lockdown, but ends up falling. The fragment to delay. Salvos sent. All of GenG flush back, and Primi looks at fill that space, pushing forward. Cruz trying to get the defuse up to half, I believe. Ends up getting taken down, and now the
He might die for that though. No, he lived.
As the defuse is held
I mean,
to
that
half.
snake bite plus that.
This is starting to get
Oh
away
no
from
way, they
Talon,
lose
who's
this.
been absolutely
They've lost.
Rest from their grasp.
Wow. They popped 2 ultimates there, but the snake bite plus tail rockets, impossible.
GenG is taken away round after round.
Wow.
6 in a row. They're so diligent. They're being very smart about this too. As soon as that Reckoning is in play, you know that Talon is going to be kind of scaling those ultimates.
Oh, he just dies, yeah, to the fragment. Wow.
Off the rope into the fragment?
Maybe just a little bit of
Yeah,
whoopsie
that
there.
snake bite with the rocket. He wanted to stick that as well, but he just couldn't do any more.
Blade Storm for Primi.
This is the problem though with that tail, with the not tail orb,
For Talon,
the harbor orb.
if they lose this round,
It only
they're
blocks bullets.
very broke.
So I mean, you can put your tail rockets down and it'll just stop
Trying to take some
that
mid-control.
altogether, and then the orb will go down whilst you're
Going
sticking.
through
So it's like,
his opponent's Poison Cloud. Munchkin again with his ult. So GenG continuing to just find value in every round, no matter the situation. Against their opponent's ults, they get the win. That's a huge one. Now you've got your own again to clear some site space. There's nothing confirmed on that drone. Not much information that Talon is able to work off of right now. Now they're going to start hearing the drone cleared. GenG trying to scale up. Grab the orb. Get the Poxy's ult. Looking really nice for GenG.
Charon's chilling in his fucking spawn. He knows what's up.
This flank Cruz now dealt with. Jit Boys in a committed
Wow.
spot is able to find.
Oh, he can't get out. Unlucky.
Foxy will strike him down. Interrupts the plan here for a moment. As some time going to be bought. Try to get back into a retake spot.
No shot.
Down. Catching Texture off guard, able to find him there at close quarters. Up and over the top goes Privy. The knife now pulled out. Foxy 9 going to be taken down. 2 players remaining from the side of GenG as Ash gets spotted. He gets flushed out. Charon now with everything to do. Tries to set up for the bite. Tucks back into the corner. Needs to hit the headshot and cannot. Kahlua with a 3K. Will finally break the win streak here. 6 in a row for GenG as Talon find themselves a 3rd round win.
Oh man, Kahlua getting so aggressive in this round. You know, GenG gets that 1 kill, tries to get the plant down, and Kahlua is just right there around the corner waiting. And then some good patience shown by him as well after he gets the first to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Start finding some damage, and then Primi with the knives. He's so clean. Again, they're able to work those crossfires around 410 very nicely to isolate the GenG players that are up close and put it down to just Charon, who cannot clutch it out.
This is Talon's.
Talon's timeout?
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Talon.
Puzzling,
yeah.
perhaps. Still in a quite a big deficit here. So it seems like Talon.
Well, I think the problem is they burned 2 ultimates and didn't get the round, so I feel like you need. Oh, Frost is going crazy. Look at him, bro. Look how intense he is, bro. Look at him, bro. He's going crazy with it.
Coaching staff, they are sending the team out on.
My God, look at him. He's so aggressive.
GenG gets a timeout call, and until we get to halftime.
Yeah, I mean, part of this could be just this. It wasn't the exact same comp, right? You switch out the Teo for the Harbor for this map versus what we saw against T1 for Talon, and they won 7 in a row on their defender side to close out the map against T1. 6-6 on their attacker side, so maybe they feel like this is actually the more important side of the map for them, and they really need to get these wins.
Probably feeling like 6 would be enough, but
what do we have here? Killjoy on A.
time will tell.
So the Killjoy's going to stay in A.
Up still in hand here for Primi.
That's interesting. That means there's not gonna be. Oh no, there is a bot. I was worried there wasn't a bot mid. I was gonna say that could be really bad.
Texture, if he can get an orb, will have a dimensional drift.
Like this 3-2 split changeup for GenG, kind of a counter lurk setup.
Keeping it quiet for the moment. The peaks
Oh, Munchkin. Primi's just not ready for him to be that close. It's because they've got no one jump peeking. Like when you have an operator, bro, if you're not holding and you're going to a site, you need a teammate jump peeking. What? He just walks in. Just as I said, you need someone jump peeking or watching for you. Same shit on the other side. How is my KO going down here, bro? Like, what's Texture looking at? He's not looking at anything. But they should be fine anyway. Unless Jit Boys goes crazy here, bro. Does have a Phantom. Oh my God, nearly. Nearly.
As for a moment, I thought we were going to be getting 100 Thieves v PRX.
That was going to be a bit weird.
I forget which player it was. I want to say it was like Asuna. Either way, GenG.
I believe you're right.
Scrape by with the victory.
Look, no one's jump peeking for him. And then, look, and then Texture's just not looking at anything, bro, because he was looking at main. He's just ignoring that KO.
You know, for GenG, the timings here, they've been so passive in the beginning of the rounds. You know, for the first 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they haven't really scaled forward that aggressively.
I feel bad for Primi there because that's not even his fault. Like, Killua or somebody else who's playing on A should be jump peeking back sight so that they... Oh, nice try, brother. Oh, he's tilted. Yeah, Primi's a bit tilted, I think.
Very quickly, Munchkin finding Jit Boys and Cruz just kind of sitting here being like, I don't know what to do
now. No, maybe not. I mean, they had 3 pushing there. Maybe it was just a strat. I thought he was a little bit tilted because he's just kind of pushing up. But then it's like, you know, his other teammates aren't swinging. So why is he on belt alone trying to fight belt when there's guys on the right side scaling and his teammates are just fucking standing at the wall doing nothing? Like, are they baiting on purpose, or are they just like, is it some troll shit?
They're just really starting to feel themselves. Our GenG able to secure.
I'm fucking feeling myself right now, dude. Look, like, he's just up there and the other teammates aren't even trying to help him. Yeah, I think they were doing that on purpose, maybe. No idea.
Munchkin really starting to get the download on his opponents, really starting to anticipate their reactions. This is when GenG gets scary. This is something I talk about a lot, is if Munchkin has good reads on you, it is really, really difficult to figure them out. Because he's going to be throwing the right util, the right people at the problems. Didn't see it on Haven, but certainly starting to see it. Ooh, there's some spam damage.
All teams seem to fall off on purpose until VCT arrives, bro.
No regen armor behind that, so we'll just be stuck at that flat number.
Well, we'll see. It seems on purpose, but I mean, playoff. This is playoffs, so teams should be trying in playoffs.
But anyway,
well, Pit is here. Dimensional drift from Texture can try to get the spot out. They also have an Armageddon, really just force position on the Viper.
That's what I was just thinking about. I mean, you have a lot of tools to clear this pit. It's quite early. They're going to go for it. Playing right on the edge of it, I think. Yeah, up on the raptor.
Above. Yes, he does.
Yep.
Is that they're going to try and spam this Viper, bro? They can see him on the minimap.
Dead. As Nano able to find
nice try.
Foxy taken down. As Armageddon now going to be called in. Shoves them away, the site gets opened up. The flank, however, coming through. Primi swinging around the backhand side. As Hunter's Fury goes across, looking to interrupt, but Plant is already through. Karan escapes, gets himself up and above.
Okay, that's a good stun. There's a lot of ultimates going down. They're burning everything. They are burning everything to kill these guys.
It's all on Texture. They're trying to clutch it.
Yep.
Gets himself up to 3. And honestly, he's going to be happy that he wouldn't. As it would have been an ace clutch.
Stealing the double wall strap from Lev. Yeah, but they're not doing. Yeah, but the issue is Teo. Now that Teo's in the game, this wall strap doesn't really work too well.
It is a big question for me.
Because when you tap the spike, the rockets come out anyway, and you can't really stop. You can't stop the rockets. They've been using snakebite and rockets to stall with, and that kind of counters for post plant. I also think Lev was significantly better at it.
Storm their way through, but you know, a big part of this so far for GenG has been their ability to limit Primi.
GenG have been pretty mid like now because their team isn't really a team, bro.
Can you remember any? You've got a better memory than me.
Well, clearly.
Yeah.
But not off the top of my head. No, I can't.
Harbor wall should slow util projectiles. It probably does. It probably does, but it's only for. I think it does. I think it slows everything. But no, that wouldn't make sense.
I'm sure, but I just don't remember.
But even if it did, it'd only be for like half a second. It wouldn't even do anything. It would have to. Not only would it have to slow them, right? It would have to actually like cause the trajectory to change, right? So it slows them and then it doesn't land where it's supposed to, like it lands short because of the slow travel time. Like if you did that, that would be crazy. But I think that'd be too broken though, right? Because if he can throw up that massive wall, right? And you can't hit it with util, you can't go through it because it slows you as well. So it's like a better version of an Astra wall, but it's just a rechargeable ability. The only difference is that you have sound. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Interfere with the util. It doesn't. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, well, it wouldn't interfere with Teo rockets, but it'd interfere with everything else.
Without having these flashes, obviously the walls are going to be the solution, but
utilize
them, that is the question. Foxy able to find 2 though.
Yeah, it'd be too broken, far too broken if it did that.
Nice little walkabout.
Because it's rechargeable. I mean, and even if it wasn't, it'd be really broken.
Swooping forward, Cruz is able to find Karan.
Texture up. Oh, he gets 2. All right, this is over. You're cooked, buddy.
Oh boy.
And then obviously you've got to remember he has 2 of those disposable walls as well. That would do the same thing because they have the same properties. It'd just be way too broken. Like, he'd literally be the best agent in the entire game if you made that change. And there'd be no counter to him either.
Surely not another Talon clutch on the pistol.
Other than like a KO stopping him putting the wall up, but that's only for like 7 seconds. Definitely. It'd be interesting, but you couldn't do it.
Pistols across the series. And they take that first step towards sending us
Harbor needs something like that. Well, not that specifically, but he does need something, yeah. He does need something. But to be fair, I mean, he's still better than Chamber. Like, Harbor's still better than Chamber is. So, I mean, this is a util heavy meta. This is literally Overwatch 0.5, right? Like literally. So in the terms of this meta, Harbor is better than Chamber is, because Chamber's like a fun pick, right? Whereas Harbor actually has useful utility, which Chamber just doesn't have. So in this meta, like literally every agent's better than Chamber. Chamber's the worst agent in the game in this meta because he has no utility. In a util meta, no utility just means, you know, hard L. Not as fun. Oh my. Oh, bro, I thought that Stinger was going to go crazy, but he just didn't have enough damage. Because he was body shotting everybody. Oh, that would have been crazy, bro.
As GenG now get the double digits.
Yeah, what felt like a must-win there for Talon does not go their way. So seemingly, GenG going to be very much in the driver's seat, as it's going to have to be just, you know, you can get a couple Stingers again. You will see this after those attempted, you know, half buy-ups, I'll call them. But things get very, very challenging. Ash with a full rifle. You've got an Outlaw for texture. Only one player with even half armor.
You could argue Killjoy is worse than Chamber for a second.
Just
I mean, in pro play, yeah. But no, she's not. No, she's still better. In pro play, she was worse. But at the same time, it's still because Killjoy has other utility. Look. You have to understand, right? One Killjoy bot, not the turret. One Killjoy bot is better than Chamber's whole kit. Period. One Killjoy bot, not the mollies, not both, just one. One fucking bot is better than all of Chamber. That's the problem. Not including the ultimate, nothing. She's still better.
I mean, it's crazy. You know, just how
that's the thing with a util meta. Anything that has utility is better than Chamber, because Chamber has no utility. Right? So, wow. He killed that guy, bro. Barely even looked like he tried to headshot him. That's the thing.
Depending on whose ratings you look at,
it's just in pro play, the reason why Killjoy wasn't used is because their ultimate is sight clearing. But if we compare face to face, yeah. Yoru plus Teo spam makes it close though. Honestly, it still doesn't. It doesn't though. Because all you have to do, because here's the thing, first off, Teo counters Chamber and Yoru counters Chamber. Number two, as soon as you put a turret down anywhere, right? Anywhere, as long as it's for like lurking or anything, she still has more value than Chamber does. And there's always the chance that the Teo uses his rockets, right? And you put your ult down, he doesn't have them to kill your ult with.
I do love Pearl
as well. Obviously in pro play that ain't gonna happen, but in ranked it will happen all the time. Did happen all the time. It just takes one bot. I mean, you can add as many like counters to Killjoy as you want, but the reality is that while she has a bot available, she's still better than Chamber, because Chamber gets countered by all those agents as well. But Chamber has no utility. He don't even have good flank util, bro. Like that's the difference, right? Even if we take all of Killjoy away and just say she has one turret, right, for flank, she's still better than Chamber. That's the thing. That's what I've been saying the whole time, bro. In this meta, specifically this meta, just Killjoy having that bottom flank is better than all of Chamber. That's the thing, right? So like when you play Chamber, bro, you're playing it as like a fun pick, and the only way to find value is to get a crazy amount of kills. You have to fucking kill everybody, or else you're useless. Which is fine, but like you also have to consider, because in this meta specifically, the util is more important than the gun skill. You don't need gun skill in this meta. You just need utility. You can just run and gun everybody, right? Even though they nerfed it, they fucking nerfed run and gun. Run and gun's better than it's ever been. You just run and gun everybody and just spam a bunch of util. If you have a Chamber on your team, bro, that means you've got less util And you can't really run and gun as well because the util is not forcing people into bad positions. So basically, your team's just worse. Unfortunately, that's how it is. I don't want it to be that way, but that's how it is. I'm not delusional. Nice shot. I like that from Texture. Yeah, it's a great shot. And that's with the ultimate up as well. Oh, he gets away? Does he get away? Oh, he's trapped. Does he have a teammate to help him? Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he's got the orb. That's the thing, man. I wish it was close. I do. But like, for example, if I put a Yoru up against the chamber, the Yoru wins 10 times out of 10 if he's not shit. If I put a Teo up against the chamber, the Teo wins probably like 7 or 8 times out of 10. Just because if you get caught by the drone, you're fucking dead in the water unless you just win your flat gunfight. You know, so rough, man. It's rough times, bro. It's rough times to be a chamber main, man. You know, take it from me. Rough times to be a chamber one trick, I should say. Not a main, but a one trick. I can't wait for them to nerf this meta, and they are working on it. They're working on nerfing this util meta. I can't wait till they nerf it. Because then chamber will be a lot more relevant, because you'll actually have to play like a real human being, bro, and not like a retard spamming util everywhere. I want this game to go closer to CS, to be honest, because it'll be better. The closer this game is to CS, the better this game performs. I don't want it to be CS, but I want it to be closer. More precise gunplay. And I want... Well, I don't want the shitty servers, but you know, we want less util. That's counter meta, they'll go overkill with it. They won't kill util. I don't even know how they're going to counter it yet. Because if we really think about it, you can't add suppression to the game because it will kill the entire game. You can't add like a bunch of suppression things because it'll kill the entire game and everyone will quit. So you can't do that. That's a no-go. The only other options you have, give it a season or two and chamber might get viable. Maybe viable. I think a lot of it, honestly, with chamber will come down to if they ever decide to buff him to where he's actually a usable agent like every other agent in the game. I mean, not every agent is meta and not everyone will pick an agent like Harbor, for example. No one picks Harbor. But at the same time, he still can be a viable pick if he uses util correctly. Is it a good pick? No. But is it a viable pick? Will it work? Yes. But you're never going to see it at high rank. No one at high rank will ever pick Harbor unless they're trolling. Because they just pick fucking Vice all the time. Everyone just plays Vice. It's just five-man teams of Vices, bro, in high rank. Well, really high rank, like Radiant and stuff. Like, well, I don't even know how to discern them anymore because this fucking Ascendant 3 is really high rank as well. I don't know how to discern them anymore. It's fucking top fucking like 0.05% in the world. It's all Vices. Oh my god, he whiffed. Oh no! Ash, don't do this! Ash! It's fine, look, it's fine. It's 12-5. It's fine. It's no chance of overtime, bro. We're going to a map 3. It's fine.
Here comes the second.
Or if they spam suppress on every ability, then every agent except Vice and Cypher can't do shit, bro.
Who's now dropping down? Texture says, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna hold on to the operator."
Yeah.
Carry that forward into the next round, and Talon
wait,
will
why?
the second lease on life.
Except. Why would Cypher be an exception to that? I can get why Vice would. Why would Cypher be it? Can play on site that didn't set up on, so that might give them some ability uptime. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, they can rotate off. Yeah, yeah, it could. Well, no. You'd think that, but not really. If they added like a suppress meta, it would mean that like a lot of agents would have suppression abilities. So like even if you went to the other side, you'd still get suppressed. But they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. It's not even worth thinking about because they would never do that. It would literally kill the whole game. Right? Now, Riot are stupid, but they're not that stupid. Like, they would literally kill the whole game, and they know that. They can't do that. You need to take things away, like flashes. In my opinion, I would be more radical with this, but, you know, I'm not a Riot dev because, you know, I don't make shit games, bro. But, like, at the same time, nice shot. But, like, what I'm saying is, well, not a Riot dev. I don't blame the devs for this game, bro. The devs are not the fault, but the fucking higher ups. You get the idea. The devs, that's not the devs' fault. Nice shot.
Starts getting away from him.
Yeah.
3K from Texture.
You still have a little more uptime than playing on the util site. I mean, probably, I guess. Probably not. It depends how bad the suppression would be. Depends how bad the suppression would be. But it wouldn't really matter anyway, because if the suppression was that crazy, you just suppress the whole map anyway. So it wouldn't even, like, it wouldn't make a difference. They'd never do it anyway. They need to be more radical. They need to nerf. They basically just need to nerf all of flashes, stuns, like the thing is stuns, like the stun frequency needs nerfing. So not so much the length of the stuns need nerfing. The stuns aren't that good anyway, but they need nerfing. Rechargeable stuns need to be recharging, either recharging or take the recharge away. Needs to be gone. CS without smokes or flashes. I mean, that's the only way to make suppression actually like a way to counter util, and it would just be too broken. CS without smokes or flashes. That's basically just CS. Nah, CS has a lot of smokes, has a lot of flashes, a lot of mollies as well. But the difference is because all the smokes and the mollies are the same on every like regardless, because there's not agents, right? So you can plan for that. Look, when you've got like 50 agents with 500 flashes and every single fucking agent has different versions of flashes that do different things in different times and pop at different times, it just gets stupid. Like, in my opinion, all flashes need to be reduced to 1. Every agent that has a flash should have only 1 flash, not 2. Right? If you're going to have a flash meta on your team, you should have to sacrifice a second slot to have 2 flashes. Period. You should not be able to have more than 1 flash per team, per agent. Because you've got the flash plus other util. The only util that should really be allowed to have 2 slots on an agent is smokes. And realistically, the only time that someone should have rechargeable stuns or anything like that is maybe like breach, I could see, but you should increase the timer or make it so the stun does not last as long. Like, they really need to focus, because this is the only way you're going to counter this heavy util meta. You've literally got to start gutting the game of utility. You need to be radical about this when you do it. You need to cut all the flashes down. You need to cut down the stun timers. You need to cut down, and with a movement ability, if you do all that, movement abilities will become defensive util can have 2 slots. Yeah, I think you could have 2 slots on defense, some defensive utility, maybe, but I don't like that, because if you run a bunch of sentinels with a fuck ton of utility, but you reduce all the offensive utility, then the game's going to be severely unbalanced, and sentinels will just be insanely overpowered again. So you can't really do that, actually. No, you can't do that. Defensive utility needs to be cut down as well, because Cypher can't really hold sites that well with trips. That's the point. You're not supposed to be holding a fucking site with trips. You're supposed to use a trip. You're supposed to have trips. I think like certain agents, like Vice can't have 2 thorns. She gets 1 thorn, 1 wall. That's it. The OP util gets cut to 1. Realistically, yeah. I think Cypher, can he have 2 trips? I think you can have Cypher with 2 trips. You can't have Vice with 2 thorns. Vice goes down to 1 thorn, 1 wall. Obviously, everything else stays the same. She keeps her flash, just 1 wall, 1 thorn. Like, there still needs to be utility, but you need to cut down on all the OP. Yoru, he gets 1 clone, he gets 1 flash, and honestly, either he gets 1 TP or we keep him with 2. That's sign of a hit and miss. Maybe he gets 2 TPs or have 1 to start with, and then he can earn a second one if he gets 2 kills or assists, whatever. Basically, all the OP util gets just cut down to one use. And if you want double flash, you don't have 1 agent with 2 flashes. You get fucking 2 agents and each have a flash plus other utility. That would cut down heavily on the util. If you want to get rid of this util meta, and they say they're working on it, you do need to be radical, because the power scaling of the utility has got out of control now. Maybe Cypher should get the average sentinel nerf on him needing to be close to his util to be up. Maybe, but then it's like, then the issue that you have, right, is like Killjoy would probably be like king in that scenario, because if you did that to Cypher, then that means he can only play in certain positions, unless you give him like a radius like Killjoy, right, with his Cypher trips. Like, he has 2 trips, but he has the radius like Killjoy has. That would be fair, because you can play Killjoy perfectly fine on every single map, right, and still have your util up the majority of the time from where you need to position yourself. So you could have it like the same thing. Big radius, not infinite. Yeah, like a big radius, like Killjoy radius, not chamber radius, because chamber radius is shit. Not chamber radius. If everyone had chamber fucking shit, bro, the game would be literally it'd just be no utility. Only cam could be infinite. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that'd be fair. Now, it's radical, and a lot of people who spam flashes and abuse flashes would never like that. They'd hate that shit. But the reality is that if you just gave it time, they'd just get used to it. Right, like if you did that, all these bitches that all just spam flashes and eat ass, bro, would just literally be crying like little bitch boys, be like, oh, don't take my flash away. How am I supposed to get 35 kills a game with no flashes? And it's like, fuck those guys, right? They'd just get used to it. That's what they need to do. They need to cut that utility down. Literally, it's not even that hard to do. The problem is that you need to make a radical change like that, and certain things could be unbalanced and you'd have to tweak them. This kind of meta does warrant a few map changes. Maybe, but you'd never do that. You'd never do that. You would not make map changes until you make this radical change, and then you collect data for a little while, like a month or two. You collect data on, are some agents too strong? Does the map change? Do certain maps need changes? Because the thing is most of the maps now aren't suited for this util spam. Like, most of the maps sites are far too small to deal with 4,000 pieces of utility landing on it all at the same time. Like, there's only a couple sites that can deal with it. Like, there's the Breeze site, Fracture B site can kind of deal with it, but not really, because you've got a little bit more movement, but you're out in the open a lot. Let's joke about more spots where you can have dry isolate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think you should really change anything with the maps, because the maps are already bad as they are, because the maps are not designed for this much utility. Like, the power creep is just completely out of control now. It's completely ruined the entire game. And so they need to just cut down on all of this. The only reason they don't want to cut down on the utility is just because if they do that, when they make an agent, defender-sided choke points are too strong for defense. Not really. I mean, like, not really if there's not a lot of utility. Like, maps that have too strong defenses is because the map's unbalanced to begin with. Like Ascent. Ascent is the worst map in rotation. It's not the worst map in the game, but it is the worst map in rotation by far. Because it has such bad, everything is poorly designed. The mid is shit in that. A and B site are both really poorly designed. Everything on Ascent is poorly designed. There's not a single good piece of Ascent at all. The whole map is shit. Not one good piece of Ascent. Like, nothing is good. And they really, really need to... There's a lot of things they could do to the game, but they won't do most of those things. Like, they'll probably be like, oh yeah, we've nerfed the util meta, guys. You can abuse crossfires. I mean, yeah, but you still have utility, so it's not really an issue. Like, you're acting like there's no utility. Like, Sky Dog becomes relevant again. Fade Dogs become relevant again. You can still use Fade Dogs. Fade can still keep her 2 dogs because that's perfectly fine. You can break that utility, no problem. You still got utility, so not really. Like, crossfires only become broken because in your head you're imagining 0 utility, which is not the case at all. Like, you still have a lot of utility, but you just cut down most of the util to a one-use thing. You can still util dump a site, but it's just that once you burn that utility, you don't have it again, right? Whereas, like, a lot of the time, you util dump onto a site and half the fucking agents have got all their util back, ready for retake. Like, what the hell is that? Like, you can't, that's the thing. It's not an easy problem to fix, but no, you don't really need to change any maps. Because that's how the game was initially. Like, the game had flashes, but the rest of the util and the stuns and stuff was minimal in comparison. Now, there's like 5,000 stuns, 50,000 smokes, 100,000 flashes, and all of that lands on the site at the same time, and they go, yeah, so what you need to do is, you just need to hold the site, and you just shoot at people. But you've got to deal with 4,000 pieces of utility landing on you at the same time. People trying to bait out flashes and stuff before they can properly entry onto a site. Yeah, that's called skill diff. That's called a skill diff. Baiting out flashes with utility is a fucking skill diff. What you're asking for is to say, I'm not good enough at the game, so I want them to fucking change the maps. No, that's not what we do. We say, I'm not good enough to not get baited out, so you need to get better. Baiting out flashes and baiting utility is one of the most basic and very good fundamental things in Valorant. Like, as a team. Like, you should not be rewarding people by giving them options. But, like, if someone baits your utility, that means they've outplayed you. You have been outplayed. You did not, you need to use that utility. You got baited. That's the point. That's the difference. If someone outplays you by baiting your util, that means they played better than you in that moment. That's it. Boys, that my teammates to be more crippled than they already are. Well, unfortunately, brother, your teammates are already more crippled than they already are because your teammates are significantly shit. And the only reason that they seem better than they used to be, right? Because most ranks seem better than they used to be. The only reason for that is because, one, there's no gun skill in Valorant, so everyone just running guns, so the gun skill's gone significantly down. So the requirement to have actual hands and fingers has gone down. And number two, they can just spam a fuck ton of util and get kills. Your teammates look better, right? And you think they're better because they get to spam util and have no gun skill, which is the same at every rank in the entire game right now. Right? Equivalent to obviously the same rank, right? Like, I'm not saying a fucking plat is the same as a radiant, but like a plat to plat, it's, you know, there's just very little skill there. People think, oh, everyone's got so good at this game. No, they fucking haven't. They've got worse at the game. The only reason it looks better is because they get to spam util infinitely and just run and gun you. That's all it is. They're not better, bro. They're significantly worse. They just look better. Like, once that util's gone, everyone on the other team will be just as shit as your teammates. And then they'll have to learn to not be shit. That's it. Like, trust me, that's what will happen. The other team will be just as shit as your team.
Necessarily know how many more players are coming at him until this very moment.
To get on site and waste all their util immediately and cry. Yeah, well, that's just ranked. That's ranked, bro. Welcome to the ranked ladder. Because that's what we have now. And people have 4,000 pieces of utility, and we've got that now. So, you know, welcome to the ranked ladder.
Now the plant can come in.
Yeah, that's huge. They were lurking.
I've got duelists that still don't know how to enter a fucking site in like fucking low immortals. So you know what? Welcome. You've entered the rank ladder. That's it, bro. You've entered Premier as well. The only time fucking duelist entry on a site is at fucking Radiant sometimes, or fucking Pro Play. So don't think that's ever going to change.
Cruz still has a haunt.
You could give these motherfuckers infinite HP, movement speed, and they can't die, bro, and they still won't enter a site. They'll just sit there and do fuck all.
Site widely opened up. Still this flank coming through from Premi, though, can find some solid damage, some solid impact here in the round. Kalua widely
oh, he's sticking it. He's just sticking it. Ah, yeah. To be fair, it's a bad plant. I mean, that's a bad plant. But brother's just able to stick it around the wall.
Another pistol taking the lead in that regard.
That's not good.
They had this round very well under their control.
That's what they need to do. It would definitely work very well. It's just that I don't think Riot has the balls to actually radically get rid of the utility that they need to get rid of. Because they're too scared of continuously just fucking up. Because all they do is fuck up. Unlucky. I can't remember the last time Riot did something good for this fucking game, dude. All they do is fuck up with every update they do. So I doubt they'll do it, but yeah.
That covers.
It's planted for sight. Yeah, well, it was partially planted for long. Oh, damn, that flash, bro. Oh, he's got 3. Oh, he's got 4. Oh, he's stunned. He's stunned as well, but it doesn't matter, bro. It was partially planted for long. Like, it was like half and half. But that's it's a bad plant because like you can diffuse around the wall. Because it wasn't up against the wall, is a bit off. You can see it from long, but you have to be wide. You have to be like swung out from pillar on the left side. It's just a bad plant altogether. You have to push it further up to do it. Yeah, it was barely planted. It was like partially. It wouldn't work no matter what you do because you can diffuse around the wall. It's still shit either way. Like, but it's unless you've got control of halls, like that's kind of the point with B, right? Is like you should be controlling halls.
Clear the turret.
Good for CT elbow.
Try to buy a little bit of time mid pressure, being watched by Talon.
It's not bad for CT, yeah, and I say elbow. But you should always have control of halls if you're on the attacker side anyway. Just having control of halls is annoying as fuck, bro. You shouldn't all be playing long anyway. If when you have control of halls, it's so annoying to get back as a defender, because if you just sit there with a fucking Bucky or a Judge, what's anyone to do except for spam 4,000 flashes? But if you're lucky enough, even with a fucking Judge or something, bro, like,
That could be a difference maker,
you can't do anything.
especially against a bonus.
You still can just spam it and kill people.
Some of those other guns that might not normally get the kills.
Like this, for example. And there he is. And then he gets the Astra as well. If he doesn't walk away, kills that Astra.
Now the Nebula gets popped. He pushes
Nice try.
forward. Jit Boys is there. Yep, gets into that smoke a little bit faster. Finds that punish. Texture.
Nice.
Actually able to line him up. His relay bolt not going to connect onto these. But no, actually does find one. Drop down though.
It's an important round though. Nice trades from Primi.
Finds a second, but now Munchkin
He's a
finds
lot.
Kahlua, and even if Primi gets this clutch, this is so much damage dealt by GenG.
Oh, yeah. This is a great round even if they lose this. He needs bomb as well.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't have any util.
Ash just needs to watch.
Yeah, he's just playing.
Oh, and he's fucking put him down. Oh, he's dead, yeah.
Elimination. Run for
Unlucky.
sprint for that plant, and he cannot. That is a bonus conversion here at GenG's hands.
I mean, GenG just has so many.
They could literally,
traps in this
literally just go back site. Right, they could have the vice wall for flank, right? And just literally go back halls and just put thorns down. And just literally put thorns on the walls. And you know, as soon as you hear an audio cue, pop that thorn. Literally just pop that thorn and just sit there. It's not good to always spam them off the walls, because when people don't have vice thorns down already, you can just kill them before they can pop them. Same with Killjoy, they always give you time to kill them. But you could just have them down around the corner of the wall, right? And then just as soon as you hear an audio key, just pop it. You could have, fuck it, you could have two of them down. You could even have two fucking thorns down on the same spot in back hall and just pop that, and then they just can't push you. What can they do? They can't push you, bro. Like, and then you just hold the other side, and that just wastes so much time. And then you got all the guys on long as well. Like, there's a lot of, there's a few things you could do with this vice, but it looks like they're just a bit lost.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of it, though. We don't know how good they are on Pearl, because bear in mind, this is map 3 now. This is map 3. The reverse has happened, you know. Fucking Talon won GenG's map pick, and GenG won Talon's map pick. So now we're on Pearl. So if Talon aren't good on Pearl, I mean, they've got the Vice, so that's good, but doesn't mean they know how to use it. Just because he's playing Vice.
Fragment delays the rest of the team.
Maybe. No, they got hard countered on Haven. They got hard countered on Haven, that's why. Talon prepped really, really well for Haven. Nice shots. Ooh, barely though. I barely on an eco. Vice's best maps.
Yeah, I mean,
how to use Vice, they've lost automatically.
A fire lit underneath
maybe.
this Thai team, because that's
I mean, maybe. Bear in mind, just keep in mind that Talon are going for a double Senti, double full Senti comp, not a fake Sentinel like Chamber, but a double full Senti comp. So with the Cypher and the Vice,
the Talon forces set up
you know,
for the rest of the GenG players to get there. And Ash comes through. Clutches it up, having a
I don't know, man. Let's see. I've not really seen a lot of double Senti on Pearl. Haven, I get. Pearl was. I mean, I called the double Senti in the first map. I said it'd be very interesting if we see that. Same comp that DRX plays. Yeah. I said this would be very interesting if we see a double Senti on Pearl, because it would work well on Pearl, because Pearl's an aggressive mid-sided map. Having a Senti on site, then having a Senti controlling that mid execution, right, and then having like the other guy stacked on a site, that would be pretty devastating on the defensive side. Counters it, Vice. Depending, yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the thing with the KO, right? That's the point of him. Nice shot. But obviously, you can't expect much on the attack side here. Yep, and they just stick it. They don't even care. They just stick it.
Find some more kills, but Jit Boys needs to hold on to the weapon. Question is, can he do so? He's hacked down to 52, and they will leave him to his own devices. But GenG,
yeah,
are now up 5-0.
I mean, look. It's just normal. This is the thing. You can't expect much on the attack side because we've got double Senti.
The peak from Cruz. So ill-advised. There's a operator waiting for you there.
And here's the thing,
what Jim's doing. He took quite a while to get through water.
Help! 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 Fucking hell. Man, you gotta love Texture, bro. His personality's great.
Oh, good God, it's so funny.
Bad stun. He still gets one good flash, though.
Forcing him forward out of club. I
Crushed.
can't even find my words yet.
Yeah.
As, I mean, this is basically the round done. The spike is now
Stalling a retake. Yeah.
GenG learning from their mistakes on this B-long push out. This time they've got numbers to back Texture up.
Yeah, but the issue is the Cypher. They know that they're gonna lurk.
For the rest of the round continues,
stalling a retake when you have an Astra for support util, a Teo, a fucking Neon, it's not really that good. It's not good enough. You need lurk value. Now that doesn't have to come from the Vice. That come from the Cypher, but you need lurk value. It's not good enough. Vice stalling with a couple thorns is not good enough to win a round on retake at all. Because there's too many things that stop the Vice from doing anything. And on top of that, even if they do something with the stall, look at the fucking team comp. There's no, how are they gonna stop? How are they gonna stop a defuse, bro? They don't have anything to stop a defuse with. Vice is a good lurk senti as well. Any sentinel that has infinite range on their util is a good lurk sentinel. Any of them. But Cypher's slightly better for obvious reasons because he's got the cages. Like, Vice is a good lurk senti as well. It's just not as good as Cypher. Cypher, obviously, with the cages, you know, being able to dodge a lot of stuff. And also, like, cage off a lot of stuff. Cypher's the ultimate lurk sentinel, obviously.
Crazy stuff from GenG.
It's fine to have the Vice going with the team, but the Cypher needs to find value on the lurk because a Vice on attack side, going and stalling a site for a few more seconds is not good enough on its own to win any rounds. It can't win a round. It can help, but it can't win a round. Not with this team comp, like that GenG have. So we need the Cypher to, you know, do something, and he's not doing anything. So like now they're getting fucked. Like we need with this Cypher, like Jitboys is really good, but like we need the Cypher to pick it up, right? Because the Vice can't do nothing, and the Vice can't lurk with the Cypher because if the Vice lurks, it will hinder the Cypher lurk because Vice isn't as good. And then you'll get, and it will make the Cypher not be able to lurk properly. So you can't do that. So this is a really bad spot they're in. The only thing that they can do right now is just hope for defense. Like 1/10 of the spike time. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. But that doesn't do anything. Because look at the utility they have. They can just stick the bomb and nothing can get them off the spike, bro. They have nothing. Like, it doesn't matter. Vice can't do anything. Like, you can stall 1/10 of a time, but it's not going to do anything. Plenty to position on site. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything because you look at the utility. There's nothing, bro. They have nothing. They've just got the Teo. Wait, no. They've just got fucking, what's it called? They don't have anything to do anything to be able to stall long enough. A Vice stall. The only thing, like, look at this thing called Teo. I said Teo because I saw Ash. I'm used to Teos on, but they've not no Teo. No Teo, all they've got is an Astra Suck. So all you have are Thorns and an Astra Suck. That's not good enough to stall. And there's nothing else that they can do to take the guy off the spike. So, and the only thing to take him off the spike is a Suck, which isn't good enough. And you can block that Suck as well. So like I said, the Vice ain't good enough here. Like, the Cypher needs to find value. Like, maybe they get this round, maybe. Let's, like, because, oh, they got a free site here. Hold up. Oh, no. Oh, that's so unlucky. Why? Okay, so we ulted with the Nightfall onto A site. Knowing there's no one on A site, we then rotate off of A site. Guys, you want to store one like CT entry pass? Yeah, but yeah. But they know that. I mean, they know that whether they do it or not. I mean, they should know that, but it's not, let's say it's useless. So, giving them too much space, yeah. But once again, it's useless. So, Vice doesn't do anything here. On the attack side. Useless. Completely useless agent. Except for the lurk util the other Cypher, so. You don't need the Vice. You need it for the defensive side. Let's go. No chance. But here's my problem. Here's my problem, right? The Vice is useless. The Cypher is not lurking and finding any value, which is also bad. So two out of the 5 agents are useless. So now it's a 3v5. It's a 3v5 right now.
Just giving the people what
Okay,
they want. I've already
and
seen
they
a couple
have
signs
only
in
a
the
suck to
crowd
take him off the bomb.
for the
They have
forehand.
no
They
way
get
to
it.
stop it.
That
There's
first
Astra support
two
util on the other team.
with the overdrive.
So,
Disgusting.
like, it
Disgusting.
oh, go on,
Those
Texture,
headshots.
get him. So, like, there's nothing,
That was
right?
phenomenally played
You've
by
got two
Texture.
useless agents
What
doing
a
nothing
awesome
right
counter.
now. And
Vice ultimate
if
they have
GenG get too many
Talon
rounds,
invest a couple
even with
big
the
ones in that round and
double
they get
senti, they're still likely
buckets in
just to lose
return.
this. If GenG get too many
ties
rounds,
off,
like if
still
they,
Jip Boy's
like you
ult,
imagine they get to 10, 11 rounds
those
here.
were two big
Info with
execute
Flash, so
ults that you
she's
wasted in
only
that
almost
round. Trimmy
useless.
went away
She's
from his
useless,
at
bro.
least.
I know you're a Vice main, so you want her not to be useless, but I'm completely unbiased. She's useless. On attack side, not defensive side, on attack side. She's useless in this team comp specifically. The way they're using her, she's useless. She does nothing.
Textures
And that's fine, as long as the Cypher finds lurk value, that's fine. If you use Vice Thorns to stall them in spawn and the Cypher can then, you know, get his lurk going, that's fine as well. That makes her slightly less useless. But when the Cypher finds nothing, the Vice collaterally is also completely useless. Like, don't let your clouded judgment blind you because you're a Vice main. She's useless here with this team comp specifically. Like, it's not going to work. That's what's not working. It's 7-0. Like, there's like Jip Boys has to find more value here. There's nothing that you can do.
back up the defenses on A.
Nice, good value. They find a lot of people. Nice kill. There we go from Jip Boys. Okay, this could be first round here. This could be first round. Vice, obviously Vice is dead, which is an issue. Jip Boys is over-aggressing. Nice trade though.
Lockdown now going to be committed here from the side of GenG. The flank coming in from Cruz, needing to deliver.
He's so aware. That's unlucky. That's just a Cypher skill issue. It could also just be timing, but yeah, of course it's a skill. Just unlucky. Nice shots. Oh, he accidentally detained himself. I mean, to be fair, bro, like, I mean, oh no, to be fair, that is actually catastrophe. I initially I thought it was planted inside like the cafe, right, in the like indent. Actually, that is a catastrophe because if he'd have killed that Teo, he might have been able to kill the Killjoy. That is a catastrophe. Wow.
It's a little dark.
Unlucky. I did that the other day. I accidentally stepped into the Killjoy ult just as it was going off. I mistimed it.
She did not know that.
Well, you should.
If you're playing with the edge of the Killjoy ult, easily doable, but you should just always be patient.
You can't hold me back.
Wait,
No.
that definitely shouldn't have hit him. Actually, that's interesting. It was it's because it was at 0 seconds and the pulse was still traveling, so he thought like, oh, I'm good.
Watching the lockdown and
I'm watching this.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Looks like.
My concern is that, you know, obviously you've got the KO, which just gives them a free sight whenever the KO gets ult, because they have double senti. But that's not even the worst thing. The worst thing is that if there's two...
Check the polling array. Let's hope that everything's good to go.
Yeah.
Oh, is it tech pause? Okay.
Hopefully we'll be able
Well, that's fine.
get it resolved.
That's fine. I'm fine with this.
I mean, what a...
They already
what a
shut it
pace
optimal
GenG
alert
has set
timings
here
and
on
backup
Pearl.
ties for their alert timings.
And,
Normally yes.
Trust.
But yeah.
Trust.
Here's the thing, right? I literally gave up yesterday. The tech pauses were insane. 4 tech pauses in 4 rounds, and each one was like 20 minutes long. That shit was wild.
Yeah, what happens then? You just split.
Like, imagine having so many tech pauses in EMEA that they had to close the whole stream down and just give up on the whole day of games, bro. They gave up on the whole day of games because of that. I sat there for like an hour and 40 minutes just watching tech pauses. And then they just gave up because they were like, yeah, we can't fix this. They literally replaced the whole computer yesterday. They replaced the whole computer on the stage, and it still didn't fix the problem.
Some of these teams, but GenG is just having a blast. I mean, obviously.
No, it was 20. It was 23-25. Yeah.
You know,
No, that game was crazy. There was tech pauses in that as well, because it was EMEA. There was tech pauses in that as well, but not as many. I think there was like 2 or something. I didn't see those.
Ash has not died.
I left that. But yeah, yesterday they shut the whole stream down and they privated the live stream, and they've moved the matches that were going on yesterday, the last 2 EMEA matches, because they couldn't fix the problem. It's all the PCs are all stuttering and stuff because they're all really low. Like some of the 1% lows, right, on these PCs are like 250 FPS, bro. Bear in mind they have like 540 hertz monitors, but they get 1% low FPS. 1% to like 250 FPS. I'm not expecting you to get. You're not going to get 500 FPS in Valorant when all the util goes down because the game's not optimized well enough.
So if there's any lurks from GenG, they'll get identified.
Like, and you need an insanely stacked PC to even get 500 anyway. But like, getting a 1% low of 250 at a professional tournament is embarrassing.
Not to tell all.
Yep. GenG hasn't bitten on any of this. Yeah, that's gonna be.
G2 have said they're not playing in playoffs either.
To go ahead and delay.
G2, yeah. In basically 3 games of gameplay is a record low. What do you mean? No, what do you mean 2 tech pauses?
Tearing them apart.
I think you misunderstand the situation, my friend. There was 4 tech pauses in the first 4 rounds of the first map.
It's very cute.
And then there was subsequently more tech pauses after the 5th round. The 5th round got played, and there was another tech pause. There was 1 round. Oh yeah, bro, yeah, that game was horrendous. Dude. I'm still tilted from yesterday. Sitting there for like an hour and a half watching tech pauses. I'm still tilted from yesterday. That was disgusting. And G2 have now. Yesterday didn't happen. Well, it happened for the people watching live for a good while before they gave up. It was fucking there for a while. Like, it still wasted a couple of hours of all people's time.
Oh, you know me, I'd love that.
It's very, very beautiful.
You know, and also, and now G2 have said they're not playing in playoffs. I don't know how true it is, but they said they're not. They put on Twitter they're not playing in playoffs until EMEA is fixed. And you know, G2 have qualified for playoffs, and they're like a team rooted to win Toronto. So, you know, a bit of an issue there.
None whatsoever.
Definitely concerning. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do about that.
Got him lined up here alongside Munchkin.
I guess they're going to have to fix everything. But it's like, for example, they were playing... Pro player problem to have. Yeah, but at the same time, bear in mind, these players are playing on higher FPS at home. That's my 1% height. Yeah, same for me, bro. But we're not professional players. Like, in that tournament setting, when you have 540 hertz monitors, bro, you shouldn't be getting a 250 FPS 1% low. Ever. Ever.
Wait for everybody else.
Go for the perfect run, the undefined KDA.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Spikes down anyway, so yeah.
Like, I think at a minimum at this level you should have a 360 hertz.
Tap to try to see if you can bait out any close peaks. Retaps, texture just dropping down, and now he's completely surrounded.
Wow, nice shots from Primi. He actually got texture. Wow. But Tenno, again, we already know how this is going, bro, because like I say, they're just, you know, just bad team comp, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really surprising. Bad team com, they lose another round. What a fucking surprise that is.
Have we ever had a 13-0 in a playoffs game?
I don't think they'll get a 13-0 once it, because I think at best they're going to get to 12, and then they'll probably lose the pistol to double sentinel. But I don't think they'll get a 13-0. They might. I mean, the worst part is the worst part is if they get to 12-0, the 1 round they can win.
I don't think
it's better than 540 hertz.
Maybe in another region, I just.
Probably, yeah. I don't actually know the stats, probably, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that. I don't remember.
Also, the one thing that I prefer, 360 OLED has the same motion clarity. But the thing is, yeah, but is that any different from the refresh rate, though? I mean, what about the raw refresh rate? I mean, we're talking nearly 200 hertz. I mean, admittedly, every time you go up, it does divide significantly. So, like, there's barely any difference between 360 and 540 anyway. But, like, that's a pretty raw diff. The one thing that I prefer about things like 360, though, is that most PCs, domestic PCs, not servers, can't run Valorant when the util is down above fucking 540 hertz. So you're not getting any value out of your 500 hertz monitor most of the time. I think at most you should be running like a 450.
Now a third. As the diffuse is being stuck.
Oh, here we go.
Noted. Here, no, not
oh,
noted.
here we go.
Now in a position to try to go for
good flash. Oh, he's dead.
The hold on the diffuse.
Finally, dude.
Finally be fell
First round, barely. They barely got around. Nice.
To go ahead and pick up Talon's first
Yep.
round victory.
And they still
The
have
13-0
Armageddon.
not to come to
Munchkin has his
fruition.
ult. I think Ash is pretty close.
Takes them and costs them everything
Yeah,
just to get the
of course it
win.
is.
Exactly correct.
It's
And just
always
looking at their
going to be
buys, they have
smaller
go
because
down
it
to
significantly
Guardians.
divides.
They
But
lost so much
it
in this
significantly
retake.
divides, but it's not
I
really
mean, it
about the
looked like
clarity and more
this was
about the
gonna be so
refresh rate.
difficult for GenG,
I mean, the
but
faster
Ash
your
just
refresh
walking
rate
out,
and, well,
popping people,
more
drops
specifically,
down,
the
finds
faster
the
your
third.
response time.
Grimmy there to clutch.
Right, it doesn't matter about your refresh rate, but
Ash
your
at the end
response
to make
time.
sure Ash just spinning, hoping that he can't get there in time, but
It's all about response time. But you can get 540 hertz monitors with like I think with like a 0.1 millisecond response time. I might be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure you can though. Maybe not. Maybe it's a 450.
So that's 3
But
in
you
the
can
bag.
get.
The
It's all about the
all-cycling,
response
everything
time. It
going
doesn't matter
so
how many
well for
hertz you have
GenG.
if your response time is shit. That's why TVs with higher refresh rates are still shit because the response time is still shit. I mean, they've got better now, but they were bad. Now you can get ones with like 1 millisecond. But you can get down really, really low on response time. Nice shot. Oh, nice shot. As long as your response time is low, then the hertz are probably still better than the OLED. At least I would presume so. For like anything that really matters. But I'll be honest, bro, you really shouldn't even be contesting anything like that unless you're a pro player, because you don't need it. Like in Valorant, it's like you'll have an advantage, but if you're a fucking like plat or a fucking diamond or an ascendant, it just doesn't matter. You can play on fucking 60 hertz and it just doesn't matter, bro. Because no one gives a fuck about you, bro. You're an ascendant or like a
with
yeah.
how good these two teams looked on the first two
Needed
maps
to properly display.
respectively.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think it's a 450. I think it's a 540 is pretty new. I think it's a 450, bro. 450s have, I think, decent response time. The 540s, I don't know about that. I think they're pretty unstable.
Talon brought the instruments for
There's
this
like a
match
couple of them. I
performance
think they're
today. This is
unstable right now. Obviously, they'll get better. Like within a couple years or so, they'll probably have the response time needed. I'll be honest, I think the sweet spot is a 450. I think a 450 hertz is the sweet spot because from what I've seen from people's the highest stacked PCs you can buy, like Valorant can hold most of the time on those PCs above the 400, 450 range, whereas it never holds at 540 ever. It always drops to like 400 when util goes down. So I'd rather have the 450. So
2 rounds on
5 as NC goes down. No, of course it matters a lot. That's why people use what's it called? Yeah, it matters. It matters, but really, I mean, when there's a big jump like that, I think it literally is just. I think a lot of it does come down to as long as your response time is good enough, the hertz will be fine.
I mean, it feels like, you know, this.
There's also that's why they in CS they all use one monitor.
At, you know, at the worst.
That's the thing is, OLED will always look better. OLED will always look better. I mean, you can look at all the comparisons. OLED looks better. But at the end of the day, in a game like Valorant, as long as the response time's there and the hertz, then technically a 540 is still better. It might not look better, and the motion clarity might be shitter, but like. The raw hertz advantage is still probably going to outweigh it as long as the response time is good enough. I would say you might want to wait a couple years and then get a 540 because I don't think the tech's good enough yet to use. In my opinion, I think a 450 is much better. I think that's a really good median point if you have a really high NPC for Valorant specifically. It's the same with CS. They use they only use BenQ monitors because BenQ monitors have that weird like that anti like blacklight bullshit. They have like that blacklight bullshit or whatever it is on it, and that helps CS players a lot. Like if you look at all the pros, they'll say they won't play without like BenQ monitors because of that like feature that's on them that helps them with motion clarity significantly. They will not play without it. Like all of them just use BenQ monitors.
Try to be the difference makers here. It seems
no shots.
Unlikeliest shots on the ghosts. Damn crisp, flawless pistol.
Yeah. You don't need it as a regular player, bro. But if you're gonna have one that balances with the FPS in Valorant, a 450 is basically the way to go. 540s are useless. They're useless because no one has the power to actually hold the FPS, bro. Like the only time that the FPS holds is in the range. That's it. They don't hold in games. So a 450 is pretty much closer to the reality.
Gets himself up to positive in the KD.
No, you don't need that, bro.
14 and 11.
When you don't go pro, it's better to go for the OLED progression instead of the hertz progression. Yeah, you want it to look better. But then again, then again, you could also make the argument that what's the point of it really looking... I mean, because OLED part looks better anyway.
It's going to be...
And having the clarity is nice, but then, like, you have all that clarity just to run on fucking low settings anyway.
Just around the corner here.
It will still help regardless. It still looks nice.
Continuing to scale forward. There's the swoop out. He's going to be on the hunt, looking for a little bit
But
more.
yeah, no, you definitely shouldn't give a fuck about your hurts at all. Like, you shouldn't care about your hurts at all. Like, if you're not like a super high ranked player, like, you need to be a minimum of a Radiant really to be like, oh, I'm gonna get a 450. You gotta be like a Radiant, bro. Will help with movement reading. Yeah, I mean, you don't need that though, because because when you're using your own movement, you get plenty of time to be able to react to their movement. Like, it's not an issue. It just looks nicer. It just simply looks nicer, and it's just got better clarity. That's what an OLED is. But you don't need it. And if you want to go for something that just has raw better specs, yeah, you go for hertz. But you know, you sacrifice one thing for another. I mean, like, if you're a regular player and you want a higher hertz monitor, then yeah, you should go for an OLED, definitely. If you want like maximum performance though, I'd probably say a 450 is the best.
This almost feels like a must-win bonus for Talon.
Laptop with a Razer Central and laptop keyboard. If you only pay what you need. Well, you need 144. You won't be able to do anything. I mean, you can get to Immortal. I've seen a couple of people get to Immortal with 60 hertz. You can do it. You're just going to get diffed a lot. And I mean, add that on top of the thing for me is that, like, I won't worry about the hertz because the ping diff is still going to be there. You can have a 540 hertz monitor, a PC that runs at 10,000 FPS, but if fucking if dude in fucking Saudi Arabia has fucking 80 ping and you have 40 and he swings you, you're still fucking going to die 100% of the time. So, like, don't worry about it. Still cool, though.
Trying to see if they could cut it off the wall, but
it's a cool thing to have, but like, it's useless.
For Talon.
You want to aim for what feels nice to.
Trying to identify the open
I mean, not when you get a raw advantage from the hertz. I mean, like when you have like just the raw performance. Like, what feels nice is not really relevant in Valorant most of the time. I mean, most people will always go for hertz progression because you do get a raw advantage as long as you have the response time. Usually for your own company. Yeah, absolutely. But like, if people who play Valorant a lot, they're pretty much just Valorant. They're always going to go for hertz, and high response time, because that's the best outcome. It doesn't look the best, but it is the best outcome for actual like gameplay and winning and having that edge in hardware. Yeah, you need higher hertz and a faster response time. All right, 12-3. I think there's going to be a comeback. I'm surely there's going to be a comeback now at 12-3, now that they've got the double Senti finally coming into play after being useless on the attack side.
Part of the story.
There we go.
You know, with Talon dominating on Haven, GenG dominating.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a stacked PC, personally, I'd be going for a 450. I'd go for a 450. If I was going for a stacked PC, that's a sweet spot where most of the time you're meeting the hertz refresh rate and they've got slightly better tech than the 540s.
Duelist had made contact. Texture already finishing the job.
Well, this was a fun match. Talon got destroyed. I mean, it was nice to get to a third map, I guess, but it looks like Talon have no clue how to play Pearl, unfortunately. Did that see him, bro? I don't know if that saw him. Guess it's not worth the risk. But better is only viable when you want to go pro. Well, it's also for enjoyment as well. I mean, when you upgrade to make yourself better and you can win more of your gunfights because you have a hardware advantage against people with the same ping, that makes you feel better. And there is a genuine hardware advantage to having a better monitor than your opponent, as long as the ping's the same. So, like I say, like, yeah, I mean, the logic you use tracks, but like, in reality, no one would ever choose it. No one's going to choose a monitor that looks slightly better when everyone runs on fucking low settings anyway. Yeah, 2K OLED 240 Hz monitor for getting a 450. Yeah, I mean, and I think you should. I mean, and I think you should, except you won't run Valorant on 2K anyway, so that's not really worth it. But depends how much that costs as well. I don't know how much a 2K OLED actually is at 240. 240s are fairly cheap, so I don't know how much a 2K OLED is. If you play other stuff other than Valorant and you want it to look nice, sure. Yeah. But when Valorant's being run on low settings and everything looks like shit, bro, who cares about a monitor not giving you that proper clarity? Clarity is really just there to make it look nice. Currently, OLEDs cost a kidney then. Ah, okay. Understood. Oh, and there it is. Yeah.
It'll end in the blink of an eye. This texture picks up a 3K.
Oh, there it is.
GenG
Cost almost $1,000, really. Wait, so yeah, so for a 2K OLED, is my mouse gonna work? Probably not, I guess. There we go. So for a 2K OLED, it costs the set at 240 Hz. It costs the same as a 540 Hz monitor. Yeah, I mean, if you're spending $1,000 on a monitor, 100% of people will buy 540 Hz. So, if you're spending the same price, like, and you have like that PC, they'll always buy 540 Hz. I'm not really going to be worried about I'm not going to be worried about fucking clarity in a game that I run on all low settings. And even if I had the top end PC that you could possibly buy, which I don't, but if I did, I'd still be running Valorant on all low settings, because Valorant on high settings is annoying because everything's too distracting, because they've added graphics to everything because they're stupid. So, you know, you get the OLED, you'll be able to have the PC that is able to fully utilize your monitor. Yeah. I mean, like, my PC barely utilizes my monitor now. Yeah, I mean, having an OLED is nice if you play any other game on nicer settings with the clarity and stuff. That's great, man. But, you know, like when you play Valorant on all low settings, I'm not worried about my monitor showing me something slightly better. When it also means that I'll see the person slower because the response time is going to be decent, but the hertz are down. Like, I mean, that's just going to always be the case. For anyone playing Valorant, at least. Any other game, though, any other game, man, like, other than CS. But in CS, they won't use them anyway. They'll only use a 540 Hz monitor if they have BenQ monitors. That's the only time. Have a monitor that costs the same as your PC, basically. My PC, this one cost... Well, when it was released, this PC I have now cost like $4,000. Because it was like top of the line. Cost like $4,000. It's old now though, so obviously it doesn't do well. But yeah, costs like $4. It costs like $4. Try, like to get that monitor at 1,000 wouldn't even be worth it. That's the issue. You'd have to get. Yeah, like I say, like the only. I mean, even at 240, it's kind of a push. I'd hate to think what a 360 OLED costs. Probably costs like $5,000. Fuck that. Not worth it at all. Unless you're playing like fucking the nicest resolution games ever, yeah, I get a little bit more clarity. What, bro? That's actually crazy. The Killjoy there looks better than the one in game, dude. Oh shit, son. That's a GG. When are they starting this match? It's 11:30. I bet they're going to do like a 30-minute break, aren't they? Some bullshit like that. Let's have a look. Yep, 12, yeah. They moved it to 12 now. All right, then. What's that? GG? That's a fucking GG. Here we go. The bet. Oh, well, this guy's saying what? T1 get 1, 2 DRX, 2-1 to DRX, I think that's supposed to say. No idea. Yeah, the next match is what we've been waiting for, man. T1 versus DRX is going to be crazy.
And next is the undefeated
This is what we want.
Esports that you're going to be facing right tomorrow. And Coach Perry mentioned that you guys might have something that you might reveal in the playoffs. Do you have anything special prepped for Boom tomorrow? 이제 다음은 무패 붐황을 만나게 되거든요. 페리 코치님이 플레이오프에 가서 좀 새로운 거를 공개할 수도 아닐 수도라고 전에 언급을 하셨는데 내일 바로 이어지는 붐과의 경기 특별히 공개해 주실 게 있는 건가요? 스포 가능한가요?
저는 젠지에서 가장 나이가 어린지라 뭐라 말을 못 하겠네요. 네. 하지만 이제 붐이 전승했던 것도 상대히 제가 없었기 때문이라서 내일 꼭 이기겠습니다.
I'm the youngest, so I don't know if I can actually put out a little spoiler, but hey, Boom is only undefeated because I wasn't at the GenG's last game. All right, thank you, Foxy. We'll see you tomorrow, and I'll be back after match 2. 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요. 재밌었습니다. 내일 또 뵙겠습니다.
오늘 와주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다.
저는 내일 또 매치 2 뒤에 돌아오겠습니다. 얼른 가셔야죠. 내일 쉬어야죠.
Let's have a look.
We really had to take some time to make sure Foxy9 got to greet
Yeah.
all of his
What's it
friends
up for
on
me?
that
A 480
stage.
2K OLED costs exactly a grand.
Foxy, can you
That's
come
not
over
bad
here?
actually. That's actually not bad at all. I don't
Ice
think.
cold in the interview. Who were only undefeated because
I feel like that's really not that bad.
He's got a point.
That could be worse.
Yeah.
He's got a point. That's not wrong.
I mean, after this performance throughout this
I
whole
mean, at
series,
2K as well, which is useless for Valorant, but like a 2K OLED at 480 hertz costs exactly a grand. That's not bad. That's not a good deal because it's still a grand, but that's decent. Like if you're buying a really high cost monitor, like, that's fucking decent. I would definitely get that 100% over a 540. I would 100% get that instead because 540s cost a grand anyway.
It's two different teams that played each other.
So like, I'd 100% rather have that monitor in OLED. That would literally give you the best of both worlds in every scenario. Having a 480 hertz 2K OLED, that gives you the motion quality, the beautiful fucking panel, plus you get the hertz and the response time. Because OLED is, yeah, I'm fully aware. But I'm saying the 2K is not worth it for Valorant. Also, it's not really to do with the fact that it's like 1080. They just want to add OLED to everything higher because it's fucking expensive to make, and like you can't. If you add OLED to a 1080p monitor as well, it's like it's going to cost too much money. Like when you can just buy a normal 1080 for much cheaper, like you can't really. The price value point's not there. Yeah, I mean but what's nice about having a 2K monitor though is like for other games as well that can go up to 2K. Right, I mean Valorant can as well, but what I'm saying, you run Valorant on all low settings, so it's fucking waste of time. But like other games, are when you play other stuff other than Valorant, that's when that'll kick in really nice. Like same with the OLED, the motion clarity and the OLED panel, fucking pointless for Valorant. But like when you play other stuff, that's when you'll see it. You'll be like, oh shit, this is crazy. That's where the benefit really comes in. Because normally people don't just play Valorant and only Valorant. Normally they play Valorant and they play other stuff that's not League of Legends, of course. You know, so in any time you play in any single player game, you play Avowed, you play Oblivion Remaster, it's up. Oh. No, I said peeps that want to go pro only play Valor. That's true. That's true. Well, it should be true at least. Although I feel like if Valorant was in a better state right now, more people would only play Valorant, but yeah. Oh, and I don't think I could survive if I only played Valorant, bro. Like, literally after this, I'm going to play the Oblivion Remaster. Like, I've been waiting to play that fucking thing, man. But I had to get these matches out of the way first. Like, Oblivion's going to be crazy. Like, I've seen people, it's all good recommendations. Everyone says it's great. Yeah, you don't even need, like, a good graphics card. But, yeah, you can just fucking destroy the graphics card. Yeah. Going from like a 2060 to like a 4090 or even a 5090, just go to a 4090 would give you like 10 FPS in Valorant extra. It would give you like 10 FPS, whereas having like the new Ryzen 7 9800X, and you want the X3D actually. The X3D is better. You want an X3D when it comes to Ryzen because they actually perform better overall, right? For some reason. But yeah. Yeah, like an X3D 2060, you'll be rocking fucking like 900 FPS. I don't know what you'd actually be rocking, but it'd be high. Oh, G2 most popular Valorant team in Q1. What are they? Is EMEA the problem? Yeah, EMEA is the problem. Almost double the non-3D though. Yeah, but it's also better. Yeah, but it's also better. And I mean, here's the thing, bro. If you're going to be spending, if you're saving a lot of money by not buying a good graphics card, you'll be fine. Yep. The X3D is better, but you're also saving money on your graphics card. And if you're buying stuff like that anyway, that means you've got the latest motherboard with a good chipset. You've got do you need RAM as well that matches the CPU? So you need really high mega transfers on your RAM, or else that's going to bottleneck your CPU. Obviously you've got your plug-in SSD. So you don't even need to worry about your transfer rate. Because the issue with a CPU like that, the other problem as well with having a 2060 is that it's going to bottleneck your 90. It's going to bottleneck your X3D as well. That's the other problem. See, the problem is with a higher end PC is you can't run a shit graphics card and then run a CPU because it will just get bottlenecked. You have to run everything that can handle each other. A 2060 ain't going to be able to handle that fucking CPU at all. So you need a good CPU, you need good RAM, you need you probably need a Gen 4 for your SSD. You need, I don't know if it's Gen 5 now, you might even need, I don't know if Gen 5 is about, I think you might even need a Gen 5, Gen 4, I don't know what let's have a look. Wait, Gen 5. And then you actually need that. But what happened at balance task? Yeah, but I mean, it depends. If CPU heavy, well, yeah, it is CPU heavy, but you're still going to get a bottleneck. If you want maximum performance, you need a graphics card to match. Period. Yeah. Oh yeah. There are Gen 5s. You probably need a Gen 5 PCIe. And also, it's like if you're spending this type of money, you need the RAM to match, because otherwise, because Valorant is very RAM heavy. It's actually not like it's CPU heavy, but like it's CPU heavy, but it's actually more. It uses quite a bit of RAM as well. So your RAM, obviously, your RAM needs to have basically as fast as you can get it with having the quality there as well. So not some experimental shit. And then you still need a good graphics card. I mean, if I want to get the maximum performance out of that CPU, then you still need a graphics card to match, because it will bottleneck it regardless. Yeah. I mean, like, that's what I mean. That's not even, that's what I mean. That's bad FPS 400. I mean, a Quadro card is nice, but like 400 FPS is likely probably is 1% hit. Like, you should be able to perform better with a fucking chip like that. But yeah, I mean, it's like you should be getting. That's really shit, because other people are getting like 700-800. That's really shit. 400. So I'm pretty sure like the other dude's running stuff like that. Wait, but what is that in? Is he getting 400 in game or in the range? In the range. No, but like, is that in game though, as well? Not in the range, right? Yeah, okay. Oh no, that's decent, man. No, that's decent. 400 is decent in game. I mean, yeah, that is nice. But like I say, if he was running a fucking 4090 next to that FPS would be a decent amount higher. Don't know how much higher, but it'd still be higher nonetheless. And then you've also got the like 10 or 15 FPS that the GPU would add, which is not a lot, I know, but it's still 10 or 15 FPS. Why are they advertising 10 still on a fucking stream? Buddy retired a long time ago. What the hell is going on? Extra performance with a better GPU. Yeah, and then you've got to add the GPU's extra performance, which isn't a lot. It's not a lot at all. It's like a percent point. That's it. You probably get like 5 or 10%, but at the end of the day, I just want to point out, by the way, that 5 or 10% is adding up to like 20 or 40 frames. That's actually a lot of FPS. That's a lot of FPS that you're bottlenecking. And I also want to point out that if you're not only playing Valorant, no, you wouldn't need a 4090. I just say 4090 because it's basically the best graphics card right now, because a 5090 just melts everything, and also the performance is mediocre. Like a 4090 is like a decent thing where it's got a lower chance of melting. I've still seen 4090s melt. The biggest issue with the a 4090 or 5090 or 5080, whatever you go for, is that you're probably missing teraflops because they likely haven't even put the chips on the fucking board. So you have to take that risk that you actually get a graphics card that has the correct performance on it, which is an easy test. Well, you won't ever hit 100% usage on Valorant anyway. You could still cheap out on it. You could cheap out on it, like, but the thing is you won't want to go too low, like a Quadro. You won't want to go too low. You could definitely still cheap out, but like at the same time, Valorant will never use 100% of your CPU anyway. So you could probably get away with quite a bit. You could probably get away with like a 30 series. Yeah, you could probably get away with like a 30 series. Yeah, you ain't getting away with the 20 series, no way. I think you could get away with the 30 series though, which to be fair is pretty good when you consider a top-end latest CPU, and then you... Why is this frozen? Hello? Oh, it's just... Oh, it's the transitioning, bro. Like, that's not bad. I mean, you're dropping 2 series, and you can still get that performance out of Valorant from that, yeah. Might barely not be enough. I wouldn't even risk that. I wouldn't risk that if I'm paying that much money for a CPU. I'd just go with the 30 series and be done with it. You still get a 30 series at a very reasonable price. Reasonable compared to, you know, what Nvidia thinks they can charge for their cards. But, you know, yeah, I wouldn't risk it with the 20 series at all. I'd risk it with the 30. I think a 30 is fair. Like, you could definitely probably just get that performance out. But this is obviously only on the premise that you only play Valorant as well. That would never happen to a normal human being. No, not really. There's no... Well, no, not really. It's never going to happen because when you upgrade, it's just normal that when you upgrade something in your PC to that level, like if you've got an old PC and you say I'm gonna go get the new Ryzen fucking card, okay, well you need a new motherboard, you 100% need new RAM, you 100% need a PCIe at least Gen 3 or 4 SSD. So it's like, yeah, no one uses their PC for only CPU intensive tasks. Not unless they're doing those tests. Not unless they're like Linus Tech Tips and doing like CPU only renders. Well, actually rendering is a big thing. But I'm pretty sure Intel stomps on rendering, I'm pretty sure. I think the Intel CPUs just dunk on fucking AMD when it comes to renders. I'm pretty sure. I think that's what Linus saw. But the X3D and stuff, they dominate when it comes to gaming. Anything gaming related, AMD just destroys everything. But Intel does really, really well when it comes to renders. So, which, you know, means that AMD wins because there's a lot less people fucking using CPUs for rendering, and there's a lot more people who use CPUs for gaming. So, and there's the middle ground of the people who do both, at which point AMD is still better. So you know, rough times, I guess. But yeah. No, anyone who's getting a card like that, bro, is just gonna upgrade the whole PC. And just have the fucking thing stacked out. They'll probably even have a 5090 in it as well, which will just melt after like 3 days of use because the power pin connectors is like the 1 fucking 12 instead of the 2 6s. So it just fucking melts the wires because it's just the fucking tiny little poor wire trying to survive under that much voltage. Fucking crazy. I don't even know what they're thinking, man. It's a literal fire hazard, bro. I can't believe it even passed quality control how they did that. Strange. Oh. Only swap their actual decent GPU with the Quadro to try and see how much performance they can squeeze out of the Quadro. Interesting. Yeah. And that also means that he has good RAM as well. Like if we take the RAM away, bro, that CPU will do literally nothing, bro. And then you take the PCIe like Gen 4 fucking SSDs got in there. That'll be even worse. Like, thing won't even boot anymore. I mean, it's funny, like, when me and Daz play games, bro, because he runs an old hard drive, he doesn't run an SSD. So, like, it takes him ages, bro, to boot into games where everything's actually load up. Fucking funny. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna buy a new PC, bro, you just go all out. But you just need to make sure that if you have a 5090, you got to make sure it's the dual pin power connector, not a fucking 12 pin, so it doesn't melt your fucking wires, and that you've actually got the amount of teraflops you're supposed to fucking have, which you can test immediately. Doubles the time spent on loading screens. Yeah. Oh, trust me, he knows about that. He knows about not only loading screens, but also, well, with Dying Light 2 specifically, he's actually pretty good on loading screens. It was just loading the game up initially and getting into the world took him fucking ages because he's on a hard drive, right? So it takes ages for him. So for me, I'm on a I think this has a PCIe Gen 2 SSD. I think this is Gen 2. This one. I think. So best setup to upgrade to, if you don't want to get scammed, is actually to go AMD. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, you don't have, yeah, like you just, yeah, that's what he's got. He has an AMD card. The reason I don't like AMD cards is because the drivers are shit on them. They're better than they used to be, but I don't like them because they are some sus drivers. As unreliable as possible. That's true. The only reason, genuinely, the only reason I don't tell people, hey, go and get an AMD card is because the drivers are so hit and miss with AMD. They could be really good or they could just be shit as fuck. Wait, Lotus. What we got? Lotus, Fracture. That's good. Oh shit, wait, this could be a good series here. Hold on. No Ascent, good. No Pearl is unlucky. Lotus, Fracture, Split is bad. And Haven. Ooh.
The most recently, I think the Bangkok result was.
Well, yeah, that's true. The tables did get turned. The tables got turned. Every time I upgrade this Nvidia graphics card, right, it nearly bricks my entire PC. I haven't even updated it, yeah. AMD got the reliable ones, yeah. They actually, I mean, to some degree, I'm still skeptical with AMD. They've still got a lot of sus shit going on, but they're definitely better than Nvidia is right now. I can't lie about that. I'm scared to upgrade my graphics card, bro, because the last time I did it, right, here's what happens. It goes replacing audio drivers, right? Then it freezes. This is inside the little Nvidia app thing. Then it freezes, and then my entire PC bricks for like an hour. And then I cross my fingers and hope that I don't just come back to my entire Windows just completely destroyed. And then it works. And then it doesn't tell me it's installed. It just says, oh, you've got it now. And every time I do an update with an Nvidia driver, it nearly breaks my entire PC. I'm trying to avoid it, bro, because I don't even want to update. Because it's like every time I do it, it just breaks. Yeah, everything's breaking right now. Like if you was on Windows 11 and you just did that recent update they bricked everyone's PCs again on a blue screen for the Windows 11 update, and they said, well, hopefully it'll fix itself. That was their response, bro, to all these people who were just sitting on blue screens and their PCs won't boot anymore. They just said, hopefully it will fix itself, or just sit tight and we might push something out to fix it. Like what? This is why I'm still on Windows 10, bro. I'm never going to Windows 11. That thing is a piece of hot, steaming dog shit of a fucking OS. It is disgustingly shit. Now, don't get me wrong. I do love the idea of having slightly better FPS, because you get slightly better FPS a lot of the time on Windows 11, but yeah. Custom fan curve got fucked over by this. That's unlucky, buddy. Honestly, I never run custom fan curves. I just run it on auto pretty much, because auto is good enough for pretty much anything you need it for. Custom fan curves are really only for like maximizing performance. You really don't need custom fan. You can just leave it on auto, and it'll just always keep the GPU relatively decent. But for like optimizing performance, yeah, of course you want a custom fan curve. But I never really had an issue with that. NVIDIA decided to brick the process that reports temperatures. Oh, that's amazing. That's just so amazing. I love that. Bricks the process that reports temperatures. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about with NVIDIA. We're overheating like... Yeah, of course, yeah. Makes sense. I think if it because it bricks the process that reports temperatures, I think even if your fans are on auto, bro, I feel like that could be dangerous. Because the whole thing with auto is that it tracks the temperature and increases the fan speed based on the reports coming back from the GPU, what the temperature is. So if those reports aren't working, then those fans won't ramp up properly. Nothing where GPUs goes up. Yeah. Like that. I think even on auto, that would be concerning.
Missing out on that top spot in the group, just losing.
I'm concerned about doing this one, bro. I'm not going to lie. I might do it today because obviously I'll be ending earlier because we started at 9.
If they win into ROQ,
So the
road
oh, really? Only wait, that's crazy. The automatic will still get access to the correct info. I really thought that would not work because automatic goes off of those reports, but somehow, yeah, it's just the custom fan curves. Oh, unlucky, bro.
That does not let that go that easily.
That's crazy.
You can bet the Masters
That's Nvidia for you, bro. Just a fucking dog shit company, bro.
Yeah, we want to see
well,
them
look,
just hit a...
to be fair, you know what? I take that back. Nvidia is a good company, but they're kind of like smartphone creators, right? That's how GPUs have become. It's like, yeah, we're going to release a new series every year, but it's not going to have any better power. It's not going to have any better performance. It's not going to look any better. It's just going to be bigger and take up more wattage until we fry your whole PC. That's why the GPU in half. Oh, yeah. If you're overheating like that, yeah, 100%. I mean, to be fair though, saying that, I don't know how much over, but GPUs can comfortably run near 100 degrees and it's not really an issue. It's a dogshit company for gamers, bro. They're not, yeah, I mean, they're pretty much all to do with AI now and data centers, man. That's where they make all their money. They make a lot of money just through data centers. So. Nice. This is actually a good map pool as well, by the way. Lotus, Fracture, and Haven. And you know T1 are picking Lotus because they're going to run the ISO. Like, this is a good map pool. A monopoly on gaming cards while their target audience are the AI bros. Yeah, it's weird, man. I know. And then, but then they released that AI. The only thing that Nvidia's released that, in my opinion, was really crazy was that Nvidia Jensen card. That was nuts. No, they don't give a fuck about gamers, bro. They don't care at all. The one thing that was really good though from Nvidia was when they released that Jensen chip, bro, that was like a fucking Raspberry Pi that can run AI models. That shit's insane. That shit's wild. But once again, it's not for gamers. It's for people doing like development and running AI models on independent systems, not gaming. So it's AI stuff again.
This is another series where I really think it's a coin flip. It could go either way.
But let's be honest. Can you really blame them though?
It comes down to mostly...
Let's be honest. Oh, what's the prediction? Wow, T1 wins 62%. Wow. I mean, let's be honest though. It's not. You can't really blame them though. I mean, if they get at the forefront of AI when it comes to delivering hardware, because these AI models, right, these generalized intelligence models, they require so much processing power. Can't steal away Nvidia's gamer card monopoly fast enough. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, seriously, like, you're not joking, bro. No, there's no jokes here. Like, Nvidia genuinely are going down the crapper when it comes to gaming, but I think it's a good move for Nvidia. Because they're going to make more money from the supplying data centers with hundreds of thousands of GPUs and the servers to go with them than you ever are supplying gamers with graphics cards. Now, I'm fine with that, bro. I'm perfectly happy to have my AMD CPU and AMD GPU working in harmony and synchronizing and then just having a super high speed RAM that's not a piece of shit. I'm cool with that. I don't mind that at all. It's just, you know, like a little sad to see, but it was also sad when Intel got completely bombed out of the market, bro, and were forced to go into rendering 3D models, bro. Like just when Apple got bombed out of the iPhone, out of the phone making business, and they had to pivot over to doing it for photography and making really good cameras. Well, you know, from their phones because they couldn't keep up with Samsung anymore. You know, it's like same thing, a little bit sad, but at the same time, it's still a good pivot for the company overall because they make a lot of money. Well, for Apple, it wasn't a good pivot because they just sell less iPhones every single year now, and now they're just losing more and more money. But yeah, they make it back on their other stuff. But Nvidia, yeah, a little sad, but they're going to make more money in the long run getting ahead of this AI thing, man. Because the generalized intelligence models require a lot of processing power, and the only one that doesn't do that is that DeepSeek shit. But that DeepSeek shit, the reason why that's so good is because they just ripped off ChatGPT. They train their entire model off ChatGPT. They're literally the same fucking model, so... Like, that's why it didn't take much processing power, because they never had to fucking teach it anything, bro. Like they just copy and pasted from someone else's API. It's just like China, bro. They just ripped it off. Like that's what China does, bro. It takes an innovative experience, it takes something innovative and just rips it off, and you get it much cheaper. Trying to do hold on gaming card monopoly for this line. I agree. But this is the thing, bro. They're trying to monopolize. That's what organizations do. They monopolize. They try and hoard everything for themselves because they're greedy. Sucks, but it's what it is. Yeah, well, half-assed. Yeah, 100%.
But this is a bit more what
splitting hairs at that point.
I agree.
Sure.
But listen,
But there's a bit
it is also true that more and more gamers are coming around to the AMD side of things, and AMD is significantly cheaper. Like the 5090 barely has more performance than an AMD chip, but it costs significantly less. Like an AMD chip is reasonable, whereas fucking or a GPU, whereas fucking Nvidia's is like $4,000.
Essentially with the Viper, but it's just a matter about how well have they been able to get this fleshed out here in the last week for T1. Just checking some boxes, but this is all just a bit of a ruse here by T1. Map exploration, but with a rebel control for DRX, they can kind of just plant their feet and wait to see what happens.
Still a paranoia and a paint shell over on this side of the map. There's Mako. Just setting up a smoke in case that C hit comes through. Paranoia now at the ready. Sends it as the salvos get ready to fly. Swings out, looks for a couple shots across. Buzz does mention on the headshot, but paint shell.
Oh, he's got one. He's not getting out of that. He got out? What? No way he got out of that.
That was all a setup for T1.
Such drop as well when he solved a generation ago. Yeah, they were, yeah. The only thing that's still better about Nvidia is things like DLSS. That's the only thing they have really left. DLSS is definitely better than is it FSR or whatever it's called, the AMD one. But that won't last forever. That won't. It's kind of understandable that DLSS works better because it's an AI thing.
Still firing back.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and secure the
DLSS is definitely better still. I mean, I know that firsthand. I've used it. I've used them, but they one, you know, DLSS is better. But at the same time, I don't really, you know, it's not really surprising that something that's AI related for AI upscaling is better for Nvidia when they're an AI company. Kind of makes sense, really.
Izu's looking up. Bane is down. He's got his opponent on the floor, so
yeah.
Okay. So far, so good for DRX. But T1
like eventually, I think eventually, like it'll probably be better than DLSS, but it's not right now. But I would still be perfectly happy if I was buying a top-end system to have AMD GPU. I'd be perfectly satisfied with that. Because if you're having a top-end thing anyway, you don't really need the FSR thing anyway. It's only really for lower end PC so they can run a better performance and not have to deal with shitty graphics as much.
This is back, you know,
video encoding and streaming. Yeah. Oh yeah, that new card is really close. That new card is only a few, like 5% off or something like that. 5090. It's just that there's certain things, yeah. In AI, yeah, but it's understandable. I mean, it makes sense, right? Your AMD's behind on AI when going up against an AI company, and they started first as well.
Find something. Granted, he is the one player with the ghost, so overall, not too much weaponry going to be handed over, but Hyunmin now also dead. Mako swooping forward, able to find one, but this is starting to get a little bit too scrappy. His weapons are going to be picked up, and T1 have player advantage. Buzz, in the meantime, is just completely keeping Estrella distracted.
All right, let's look at the team comps, and let's look at the fucking team comps, bro. What do we have here? Okay. Freeing on the Killjoy is a little weird, I'm not going to lie. I'm not seeing an ISO, which is also kind of weird. I was expecting to see an ISO, which I'm not seeing. That's strange. T1 have a big problem on defense here from what I see because they have no Sentinel, so that's bad. Interesting, there's a Killjoy. I don't know how well that's going to work.
Buzz out there lurking on his own, but certainly kept the opponent's IGL.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Freeing not on the Teo when he was a Teo 1 trick is strange. That's weird.
Kind of curious how that was going to play out. So just a couple sheriffs and classics for DRX.
This is a very strange setup, but yeah. I love the idea of the Killjoy, but Vice is just better in every single way on this map, so that's strange. That's not good. Freeing is just dead now, so it's a free C site. That's really bad.
Now 2 charges away from having the ult. The C site completely opened up.
Unlucky. So I mean, it's bonus anyway, but or eco, sorry, eco. But I mean, freeing on this Killjoy. I mean, what can he really do? You need, because you need the Viper needs to play with him. Yeah, the Viper needs to play with him, because if he doesn't, they just walk onto site for free every time. You need the Killjoy util and the Viper playing on C, with the Killjoy and the Viper basically just on C. Nice shots. Oh, he didn't land.
A bit too shallow.
Wow.
Sylvan at 64 still alive.
But if that had landed, it was they were cooked.
Getting away here from DRX. Now need to make a go of this, given that they had the ult committed. But seems like the call is for them to stay contained back. Just play for some exits perhaps here. Now starting to try to flood back forward, but that showstopper.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, bro. We're analyzing now, bro. We're analyzing the game. We don't know what. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, that's a toughie for DRX.
Meteor on the Teo. I don't know why. No ISO. I was thinking Ice T1 ISO Lotus. Perfect. So that was weird.
God, Mako. That's so good.
Nice shots.
As well. Right through that smoke too.
C makes A maybe 2 weeks. No. This is normal. It's completely normal for Viper to be on C. A Viper should always be on C. Every team runs Viper on C. You need the Viper on C because she functions like a sentinel, and C is such an easy take. C is the easiest site to take because when you're on defensive side, you can take rebel control and stall on A. You can't do that on. You can do it on C. You can take mound control, but then a lot of Yorus can counter that. So.
There's the trap play. There's the execution. Buzz able to find
why isn't Izzy on the Teo, Meteor on the Viper? Meteor probably can't play Viper. I don't know if he can play Viper. Maybe he can. I don't know. No, you need the Killjoy on C and you need the Viper on C, because if the Killjoy is alone, you can just run through the mollies for free, and that's not good, because that means you can't hold it because there's no Vice, right? No Vice, which is weird. And you need the Viper to be able to throw down a snake bite, because you need a snake bite and a molly to stop a push on C. Then you have to have a guy on B or have a turret on B, and then probably play either 0B or 1B, and then have 2C or have no 1B and play 3A and take rebel control. You did play Viper, remembering a G2 split, buddy. I watch a lot of matches, man. I normally don't keep track of what they individually play. My thing in my brain for Meteor is that he plays ISO, and that's the most value he's ever going to find. That's all I ever keep in my brain when it comes to Meteor, is he should be playing ISO, because he's one of the few people that has the aim to win most of the kill contracts. That's it.
Ready for that last push.
I don't, but yeah, no, you say it. He did, and that worked out. But he also did well on the.
So far, so good. I mean, you're seeing some of the classic ideas.
The problem is the Killjoy can't hold anything, which is strange. So what are they actually running then? So they're running 2 on B, 1 on C, 1 on A. So basically, they're just clueless. They have no idea what they're doing on defense. And now they're going to try and fight for Rebel, which is good and bad, but now B's weak. So we'll see that. Oh, okay, they've rotated over. That's good, because they were all baby door. They already can rotate over. It's because they're on bonus. Yeah, this is a really, really bad team comp from DRX here. But there's one saving grace, nice shots. One saving grace here for this team is that if we go to defensive side, I thought Meteor plays ISO or Phil's Killjoy, bro. Well, I thought I just see him on the ISO because that's where he finds the most value. So this is just unprecedented. I have no idea what's going on. One thing I will say, there's one really big problem that might come in the second half, okay? And that is T1 have no Sentinel. So if they do not go aggressive on the defensive side, then they could just lose this game outright once they switch halves. Now, T1 are a notoriously aggressive team on this map, so I can't see this being an issue, but a lot of teams make this mistake, and I call it out every single time. When there's no Sentinel on defense, you need to be pushing to fight the enemy, or else you just lose. You can't hide on site or play site angles and hide, because you will just lose automatically, because you can't hold any site. You can't hold anything with this team comp at all. It's only good on attack, and the only way to make it work on defense is to go aggressive on defense. and then take the fights and try and win. That's the only way to do anything.
That at all is freeing, and not on his usual Tejo on Lotus. Every time they ping these smokes, it is.
Yeah, DRX are. I mean, GenG are like that. GenG are not good at adapting either. They just play very disciplined, very strategic, but they don't adapt at all.
How does he win that?
I don't know, but he does.
Where is Flashback? Flashback retired.
Clearly, very warm.
No, he retired, I'm pretty sure. He was pretty shit the last time I saw him anyway, so he was amazing at one point, then he went really shit and retired, so I was like, fair enough. But that's what Demon 1 should have done.
Just trying to buy some time. Nightfall going across, that's going to connect on the
Or Icy. Or, you know, fucking...
Maybe only Buzz being able to
You
avoid
just
that.
keep naming them. They play strategic and solid, yeah, but they don't adapt. That's a problem. No flexibility.
Does not hit anyone either.
Okay.
Lacuna trying to push forward.
Nice shots. Nice shots.
Now Meteor gets involved.
That's not good. It's because they're not taking rubble control. They've not got any rubble control. So with this strategy, right, with this strategy, the best way to play this, right? The best way to play this realistically is play a Killjoy and a Viper on C. We have no map now, cool. Killjoy, Viper C, turret on B as they have the turret on B, right? But put the turret deeper onto B so they have to commit deeper to kill the turret, right? And then run 3 on A. And then fight for rubble control with the 3 on A. Because otherwise, A is too weak because you don't take this rubble control early. B is going to be weak no matter what you do because you have a fucking Killjoy instead of a Vice. And C is horrendously weak if you don't have a Killjoy and a fucking Viper sitting on that side. Simple as that. So the best play really is that 2 on C, 0 on B, and then 3 on A fighting. And then what you do is you just flood B. When they take B, and they will take B, you just flood. Because B is easier to retake with a flood attempt with such a small site than it is to deal with A or C. That's like the best way they could play this with that team comp. That's what they should do. They won't do that, but that's what they should do. Right, looking at how bad this setup is with this Killjoy, it's like, could have one guy B for fast rotate. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. But here's the thing. The reason why I say you don't do that, right? Well, you could. Like, here's what you could do, right? Okay, well, let's see how they play this out. So the stall's there. So you see the snakebite comes in with the molly. And he's just stuck. Sylvan's stuck. He can't move. Understandable. Freeing has not been playing all that well on the Teo. He was amazing and probably the best in the world, but he's not been playing too well recently on the Teo, so they've moved him. He's got to run away when they hit B. No, well, what they could do is this. What you could have is the Killjoy and Viper on C. We put the turret on B, as they have been doing, right? And then what we do is we have one guy B, but he breaks baby door, and then we have 2 guys fighting from main, and then this guy fighting from door. Then he can fast rotate B, maybe try and get one, maybe slow, and then just dip the fuck out, right? And then play 3 retake here, 2 retake here, and then just mix and match how you want it, right? Also, Estrella was really shit the last time I saw him, so let's see how Estrella does, because he was not good the last time I saw him. He was horrible. He was horrendously bad. Like, so it was laughable.
Pretty devastating there as he's trying to TP out.
So that's what we want to see. Or Estrella, or however you say Estrella. He's shit either way.
The poison cloud.
So hopefully he does better now because he was shit before.
Stacks putting up a couple nice
so
kills
yeah, that's what we really want to see. Oh, Teo at breakable. For some reason they dropped. Yeah, you could. Yeah, the Teo's good at breakable. You put anyone at breakable, really. You've got these 3 to mix and match from. What you need is 3 fighting here, 1 from baby door, 2 from here, 0 on B, and then you can fast rotate 1 if you want, and then have the Viper and Killjoy. So they've got the Viper Killjoy, so that's good. And then they've taken the rubble control, as you can see, and then look, they got this 1 on B. So you see, literally what I just said, they're now adapting to, and they're using this now. That's what you should be doing. The problem is the Fade, if the Fade's playing fast rotate here, I'm hoping he'll fast go straight through baby door and help his team here. They need this rubble control. 100% we need rubble. What else are we supposed to do with this shit-ass team comp if we don't have rubble? And now, so now he's gone C. That's a bad idea. That was stupid. Because, yeah, he clears this space, which you didn't need to do anyway. Nice kill. And now that was weaker. He could have just gone A just in case. If they'd have gone A there, they could have overwhelmed them at rubble and just taken A site for free because of that Fade's mistake. That was not a good play. But they probably called for, oh, can you dog this? So not his fault. It was probably like, oh, can you dog this for me? And it's like, fair enough.
He sees the bullets flying.
Nice. And so you see, they literally just flooded site. They literally went from A, they all just flood B, and then they just force them back. Like I said, like what they're doing now is the only way they're going to get defensive rounds, right? And so they're doing exactly what I said they do. But they do need... Nice thing. He's dead. But I still think that they need 3 fighting rubble, because if there's 5 people here and we see that there's a we look at the defense here,
that's a painful one.
We have a raise, which is great. That's a great start. We have a fade, so fade suck into raise nade is a great combo, right? And then we have an omen, so like flash through the wall, right? And then to the with the fucking raise nade, right? And then the suck, the fucking suck shit, and then you just kill everybody, or you kill 1 or 2. You take that rubble control with those 3. It's not that hard. Omen TP's on top of rubble, the other 2 fight off the combo, and then you just run a turret on B, and then you can just stand in the middle of grass and have 1 fast rotate B if needed. If they break the turret early, what I think would be better though would be as if they put the turret deeper into B, just to make that lurk guy work a little bit harder trying to break it. But you know, there's a risk with that, right? You make him work a bit harder, but he can stand in main on better angles to kill your rotating teammates. So like, you know, there's a risk with that. But even if you leave the turret, like I said, the guy from RNA can fast rotate B and just hold B if needed, and then you just run 2-1-2, which is literally what they're doing right now. Instead of having that turret side, they've changed the turret position. You can see that they've now moved it from here to here, which so they can get an earlier read on this B hit here, so that this guy has time to rotate. But he should be fighting A, 100%. He should be on A. He should not be B right now. He should be breaking. That door should be broken, and that motherfucker should be ready with the raise. In fact, if I'm being honest, like I dare to even say put the omen on B, and then have him break the door. Right, he flashes right straight at the door, breaks it, and then immediately TP's on top of rubble. Or you have the fade do it, whichever you want. But the raise nade suck will be late if you do it that way. It's just like, so, and the Viper's gone to B, which is bad, but they probably suspect it's all A, that's why. It's not great. Rough times.
Down, but still more work to be done to try to open up the side. Bane flanking in from the side here. Approaching the main.
Nice shot. Good risk.
Catching Buzz there at the back of the skull. Stacks that, dodging around some of these bullets, but Mako
nice. Bad risk. Unlucky. Nice kill.
Continue to push forward, finds himself a fourth, swaps the gun.
Good stun. Oh, he can't find it though. Nice.
It's going to be freeing from the top rope.
Info turret, you probably want 3A. Yeah, but you start at B. You have to have 1 starting B. Because he needs to break baby door. You can't have a guy not on B. Yeah, that's literally what I said. But you can't have a guy not starting on B because he needs to break baby door or small door, whatever you want to call it. I decide because baby door just sounds fun. You got to break baby door. So you need 1 starting B, he breaks baby door, and then 3 of them fight A, and then you have a turret on B, and the Viper and the Killjoy always stay C.
Going to be anticipated by the opponents easily.
Are they going to fight for this? Is that the Raze has an op? That's why he's there. But why not go A with that? I mean, you could still find some value with the op. I mean, they do have Buzz on the Yoru, maybe not. So call that break? No, in EU they call it breakable. They don't usually call it breakable. Only EU calls it breakable. NA calls it baby door. And that sounds way more fun than breakable. I used to call it breakable, but that's only EU that calls it that. And that sounds boring as fuck. Like, for example, I don't use the word IGL anymore because in China they don't call them IGLs, they call them commanders, bro. So now I'm calling them fucking commanders because it sounds way cooler. Who cares? Oh, IGL, that sounds terrible. But a commander of the fucking team sounds insane. Dude sounds beasting. Hell no. Commander sounds awesome, dude. Nobody's a commander of idiot. Like, just rings right, bro.
It's great util.
It just sounds so much better.
T1 to clear out their
Why
opponent's
would you
pit.
ever call someone an IGL? Boaster is the commander
So far back.
of Fnatic. See, that just sounds better. Hits.
They see no
New
way
name
into
for
this, and they don't
lurker.
wanna try to commit ults into the round.
Something called a
Just to
cunt
have
would
it
be a
result
good
in a
word.
loss. I think that maybe if they
That'd
had
be my
access
word
to a
for it.
weapon
Oh,
swap
he's a
for
cunt.
Youngman, get another rifle in hand rather than
Instead of
having an
lurker.
operator into a
That
pit.
would be better. That would be what I'd
Trying
call
to make
him.
a go of this, but it's just stacked against
If it was up to me.
So T1
Boaster,
will
the
go ahead and break this
twerking
little
commander.
win
I'm
streak
still
to the
waiting
side
for the
of
Boaster
DRX
twerk,
and
bro.
get
I'm a little bit
themselves up to
disappointed.
6.
Maybe Boaster will twerk when they fix the EMEA issues, when they fix like the EU issues with all the servers and stuff, not playing on LAN, having to play on online servers, tech issues. Maybe he'll twerk then.
To find some really good value out of that
He's a
ultimate,
cunt. Cypher is cunting right now. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Look. That's what I'm saying, bro. No one likes lurkers, bro. Everyone, I get called a cunt all the time when I lurk. My own team calls me a cunt when I lurk, bro.
All of Australia is
If bomb's down, bro, and I re-wrap from spawn, bro, and re-wrap to get a better position, right? I get called a cunt. So, like,
everybody in Australia gets to make a decision.
mostly because I play an Ascendant / Low Immortal when no one even knows what re-wrapping round fucking from your spawn to get a better angle on the bomb even means, bro, because it's too low of a rank.
Sylvan swinging out, and Sylvan.
But, yeah.
Oof. Now gets the bad news.
Pretty crazy that I'm calling sub 1% fucking globally is apparently too low of a rank to understand that very basic concept.
Rolling Thunder now.
Is that gonna hit?
Towards the A site.
Nice shot.
Backpedal and Mako.
Okay. Alright.
Re-swing the door again. Get
I
it
don't
right
know
before
about
it
that one.
closed. Comes away with 2 kills. Meteor still trying to push for it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That was ambitious.
Dude, if Mako cannot see you, you are as good as dead.
He's got X-ray vision.
He's Daredevil.
That's a crazy turret.
The man with X-ray vision.
Interesting, that turret actually sees you from that. I did not know that. That's interesting. That was a cool turret placement.
Unbelievable. And with the push out.
It almost seems like that turret won't see you.
A weird round, to say the
On
least.
sight.
But
Yeah, a lurk is super strong though. It's the best thing that you can do. It works on most maps, and it's not a skill thing. There's no skill to it whatsoever. There's no skill. Wow, what a spam. There's no skill ceiling at all to it. Anyone can do it at any rank, and it will work at every rank, all the way up to Radiant and in Pro Play. It works at every rank, no matter what, including Pro Play, and it literally is no skill to it. That's the great thing about it. Doesn't matter how good or bad you are, anyone who does it, it will work a lot of the time. It works at any rank, it's scalable, it doesn't cost anything. You just have to be aware of the time that you're doing it, right? So bomb goes down, right? And and after about fucking half a second, that's a couple seconds, you need to start fucking moving your ass.
Bane now getting the bad news, realizing that it hadn't connected on anybody, and
Bread and
this
butter
time
lurk
he's able to
time
win out
too.
the fight.
Yeah.
Takes out Mako, freeing alone on C here for the moment, being hounded. Once again, the salvo is going to be sent to try to flush him forward, and freeing, yep, tries desperately to bounce over them. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Kill comes in. T1 now decently poised to try to secure a lead here at the half. After shock to delay, the approach of Waterfall.
Oh,
Bane
he accidentally took damage from
burst
that.
of damage, but knows that he has
Nice,
the C, so
good
wants
suck.
to scale forward to try to get the pick. Goes for it.
Nice shots from Buzz though.
Buzz comes away with 2. Estrella now last one standing in a 1v3.
Well, he's shit, so he ain't gonna do anything.
Just a bite to his name.
Yeah.
The spot out on the 1.
Ugh.
Buzz looking for a timing. Flash goes in behind, but Estrella still a bit panicked, a bit frazzled. Cannot find the punish. Now 2 players disconnected. This is the last round of the half. Estrella, this is the last round of the half.
No, this is the last round of the half. I see what it is. The last round of
Pad those operator
Oh,
stats before.
he's saving an operator, bro. I told you this guy was lost, by the way. I told you this guy was lost, by the way.
You know,
Was I lying?
You think back to Shanghai. You had Lakia sending the Nightfall in round 11.
That's true.
Thought it was.
That is. I told you this guy was lost, bro.
Didn't think it was.
I'm not lying about it. Everything I've said in this game has literally come true. I'm basically an oracle. I'm like an oracle, bro, but I have a beard, and I'm not a black woman from the Matrix.
Salvos, breach stun, very, very effective. Stacks. Not having any of it at the end. Well, kind of wild.
7-5 half is good. Do you know why they got that 7-5 half? Because they did exactly what I said they should do. And guess what? They gained all their rounds back. What a fucking surprise that is.
Yes, then win round.
Told you, I'm the oracle, bro.
Kinda. It feels that way. Let's see. Who would you want to grab coffee with?
Now, the question is T1 going to actually take aggressive positioning with the aggressive comp, or they're going to sit on site and lose this map? Let's find out in the next half, shall we?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm glad that other side is covered up. We know what it says.
Yeah.
It said something about a tech pause.
Yeah, let's just not let that be. Let's not will that into existence, please.
Oh, okay. It's because of the red, bro, right? Like they thought tech pause me.
Like in the T1 jerseys.
I get PTSD.
Today, Make a Wish.
Yeah.
Foundation.
They should do work so well. You should become a coach, bro. I'd never do that, bro.
Reminded me of.
This is the thing, because I understand how the fucking game works, bro. Because Valorant's not that hard to understand, bro. When I'm telling you, I have cheats though, bro. Like I cheat, right? Because I've played MMOs 2/3 of my life, bro. I'm used to 40 things going on at the same time. So when there's like 5 things going on in Valorant, it's not hard for that processing for me to do that. I'm a trained, elite, tactical unit by myself for executing as a raid leader. Okay, there's no one who can understand such simplistic strategies more than me. I am a tactical raid leader, okay, at the elite standard in MMOs. This type of stuff and these strategies are not going to phase me at all. Right, there's like 5 things going on at the same time.
Keep them from going this way, and
it's just not, it's not going to do nothing, bro. That's what raid leader means, bro. I've got them skills.
DRX.
That's what that is.
Feels like they can confuse T1 a little bit. It's a 2-2 split. I'm just gonna leave B.
I'm the commander of the raids.
It's actually gonna be over on A. Izu and Meteor need to hold the line. I'm not sure that they're super concerned about this. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be B.
Yeah, just a quick little pivot through the door.
Yeah, just
leaving Estrella back, lurking, swing from free
Oh.
and okay.
I do have the rank to become coach though, because all the coaches that coach these teams are like diamonds and stuff, bro. They're like ascendants and diamonds, where all the coaches are. They're not radiants. Like, so I do have the rank for it.
Has the kill on that swing, goes right back into the corner.
Estrella, big lurk.
Nice shot.
Big kill. Does go down as Izu's able to
Wow.
What a bait.
Meteor should have found that, bro. That's rough.
Not fast enough. Now it's all on Izu.
Ooh.
Tiny bit of damage there onto Estrella, but so many angles to try to clear out. It seems like widely Izu may be content to just stay tucked here in this position, go down to the spike. That will be DRX. Picking up both pistols.
Yeah.
We'll see if any of them can escape as Izu is trying to find the punish and will
I mean, yeah.
down with him.
An extra orb. Not
Spike
bad.
will swallow
Not bad.
one bait. Gets
Could
the
be worse.
destruction there, and Mako will be the lone survivor.
Mako's on the late lurk, bro. He just forgot the spike was down.
Let's see this. Okay.
That's a great fucking shot. Oh my god, bro. Literally just breed me right now. God damn, dude. What is that shot? Shit on my chest.
Yeah. Great lurk from
My
Estrella.
goodness.
Keeps Buzz from being able
That's
to
actually
open up that
fucking
extra angle onto
ridiculous. Shot was
Mind you,
nuts.
It is 2-0 on pistols for DRX. They just happen to drop the...
All right, let's look at... Okay, well, this is an eco, so I'm not really bothered about what they do in this round, but next round they should not be playing passively.
They can do that again. Still going to be in a good spot to try to close this out.
If they play passively here, that's fine, because it's eco. You want to try and get some bullshittery going on. Unless Meteor wants to kill all 5 people with Teo rockets right now. I'm kind of down for that. That's what John QT's been doing, bro. Just stand in spawn and all kill each other with Teo rockets, bro. Just kill all of you. Because it stops people getting orbs, honestly. It's kind of worth
Bit
it.
of a timing play there for T1.
That's NA's new strat now. It's just everyone kills themselves.
Oh my god. He's trying to make a go of this Meteor. Having to backpedal. Salvo's nearly online, but Hyunmin is into the site with the 3K. Now it's down to Izu.
Send the Rays. Rays drop... Oh, I can't drop the Bulldog. Rays, go hunt. Go, Rays, go.
So the outlaw for the
Rays,
moment
go.
going to be left on the ground.
Don't hide, Rays. We need you to get this fucking kill for an extra orb. Come on, Rays.
Even more costly here for DRX.
He is 2 away from his ult. Hunt him. Go, Rays. Go. Get him. Get him, Rays. There we go. Nice.
Snappy.
It's nice that he's first contact. He needs 1 orb now, and he has rocket.
7-7.
Oof. He has rocket. Well, he has fucking whatever it is.
just pulled the trigger on
Nice.
that push out a little bit too early, and with that outlaw there to cover the long range, not going to get hit by any of that U-tilt.
That was some great shots from Stacks. Stacks is just always a beast of a player, man. Stacks is so
stuff
good.
With the classic. But that was all it was for T1.
Stacks is such a good player, dude.
This bonus,
It gets me full
7-7.
chub when I see Stacks get 2 with a classic there.
For T1 on this defender side.
2 players vulnerable to this outlaw.
This is their map pick, too.
Yep. And naturally.
They don't want to let...
Yeah. It's either Haven,
Okay, they've given up rebel control. They could get this orb now.
Saved it for last, but
I was going to say, I was thinking they don't want to give them the control. This is really bad right now. This looks really bad because, as you can see, that they're playing defensively. They're not fighting for rebel control. They hopefully should win this because they've got the gun diff. My concern is when there's no gun diff in play, you know, are they going to be able to hold? They have a really bad team to hold with. And no other team before this has actually successfully held with this team comp because it's too easy to break down.
yeah, they're really, once again, trying to take as much space as they can. Stack's about to clear the turret. Last time the reaction from DRX was to pivot the other direction. Instead, we're going to
Not a
send
bad
the
rocket.
showstopper to try to get in towards C. Sylvan.
Oh, he has no... Oh, that nearly killed him. He does have regen, though. He has regen.
Kill, however, not going to be found as the regen shield. So
I'm on my phone. All right. First map. Yeah. First map. First map.
Mako should have seen him here.
I know what you mean. Yeah, first map. Yep, nice shots.
Crossfire setup, looking good. Bane strafing backwards, still able to find one. Looks for a little bit more of a meteor. That's a
Nice shot.
size. Freeing now, last one standing. Grabs the
Good.
spike and gets
It's
the
not
plant
a
in.
bad hold. Not a bad hold at all.
1v3.
Get bombed down for money.
Just that
Very
outlaw in
nice.
hand. Nope, swaps
Just
over to
die now.
Bulldog.
Speed it. Oh, you got another one.
Finds the first.
That's
Fully
amazing.
flashed up, stuck
He's
in
dead
behind the
now,
box,
but that's
boys.
fine.
Next closest.
He's dead now, but that's fine. He got another one. He should never have got one more there. Great shot.
Margins,
Great
but
fucking shot.
T1 will reestablish the lead.
Just keeps the money low. The money's terrible.
This is pretty
so.
nice work by Sylvan to really hold the line, change a position on the C after the showstopper in the C's.
Yep.
Don't really allow DRX any access into the site. Tucks in behind the box.
Having 2 on C does help a lot.
Nice crossfire here. Really nullifies that.
But
hit.
honestly, I mean, if they just work the map, this should be... If this should realistically, if DRX play this right, should be a free map for them. From now, when they've got proper guns, it should be a free map for them. If T1 don't get aggressive, but we'll see. Because Buzz does have retake. He has ult for retake. They burned the rocket on that kill. Freeing's one off Killjoy ult though. They've got a lot. They've got 2 site clearing ultimates. So in my car right now on my phone. Fuck yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
Sylvan, however, looking for a punish and is able to pick one up. Mako.
Driving dangerously is always the right way to go.
A 1-for-1, but a Yoru that no longer has to concern DRX.
Still, and you have the Viper smokes.
Nice shot from Freeing, bro. Oh my god, fought on me, dude. God damn.
So he's been so good in
What a
those.
shot.
Very crisp with it. Still playing at a deficit, but the
He's
kills
getting
he's gotten
something.
have been impressive.
Ah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
He's been really on point in those 1v1s.
Lockdown, bit of a
Okay.
fake here. As the cluster up, Izu.
Izu's stuck in this ultimate though. They're just, yeah, he has to leave. No way they let him go. Oh my god, he's got one more. Oh, good hold, good hold. Honestly, it looks like DRX are a bit clueless on the attack side here.
Left to try to clutch this out.
This honestly could be a T1 map just because of how clueless DRX are.
In a good position.
Because T1 are playing very passively here, but somehow they're not finding any value at all. So this could just be DRX not knowing how to attack on this map. I never really considered that they wouldn't know how to attack. I was just considering T1 not knowing how to defend with that bad team comp. But I can tell you one thing, T1 are going to get fucking annihilated in internationals using that team comp. Because they won't fuck around in internationals. Like, you playing defensive like this, you're going to get dunked on every round. You're never going to do anything.
Buy some time. Stacks and
If it works here and it works in Pacific, it won't work internationally.
Challenging
All right,
that angle where the
timeout.
spike went down, knowing that Sylvan is coming from B, he can just hold the line there. He doesn't need to go for something risky. And, you know, if they happen to go B, they're probably not going to be expecting Sylvan to be that close. If they go A, you can wait for Sylvan to come. They can team up, go for the 2v1. And DRX finally going to pull the trigger on a timeout for the first time here on Lotus. Curious to see what they want to do. I'm seeing some decent ideas, honestly, from DRX, but at times, the T1 players are just finding their moments, their timings to get the better of some players as they're trying to make their way, you know, in that last round in through the door. There was the mound kill towards Mako. So just some off-kilter timings potentially. Maybe Termi and company want to address.
We'll see. First time out call here from DRX. It's been one apiece, despite how back and forth and close this map has been the whole way throughout.
You got a lot of trust in these IGLs on both sides. Tons of experience between them. Mako just gonna push up right through the rock.
Buzz misses the shot, freeing again here at B main.
He's nasty.
Yeah, instant hit, but can't get out. Does end up getting taken down by the aftershock, but that's still solid damage dealt here, considering that they're the ones playing on the Thrifty. Sylvan, send out the paranoia. Connects across some of the players entering here at the door. Be able to scale forward, however. As Hyunmin catching a glimpse. His players up at top rope. Just that stinger in hand. Spotting the head. Sending out that paint shell. Still
Can't do it.
has not been cleared.
Nice try.
Estrella was able to find Meteor. Suddenly this round starts looking a hell of a lot better for the
They
side
got
of DRX.
stingers on site. It's a little dangerous.
Mako out wide. Some random spray through the smoke. A boom bot to go ahead and ensure the drop is opened up. The spot out of the one. Hyunmin trying to pressure Sylvan out of
Nice
position.
kill.
Can't do so. Izu on the entry into the site.
Through the wall as
Finds
well.
Estrella, the bite here at the feet. The turn from behind. Mako unable to find the punish. Bane now dead, and Mako all alone. The
Nice
plan
try.
not for him. Stacks with 3.
Nothing you could do
Stop
about that.
Thrifty from coming through. Some decent, solid early kills, but T1 is a bit better on the trades. Now get up to double digits.
Freeing just out here ego peeking and winning time after time. Oh my god.
Damn, he's hitting some
Just
crack
stepped
shots
far
today.
enough
He's
out.
dead.
But then
What could he do about that? That
if
util
you
was
do
crazy.
that, you might be paying a price because the breach Teho can trap you in pillars.
Yeah, but he burned the rockets for that and the overcharge to get that kill. One of them don't recharge.
Nice job by T1 there.
It's
Not a
not
lot
bad.
of util to work with in that post plant. Made it pretty scary.
Stacks is playing well.
Fault line had just come into cycle for Stacks as they were starting to finally break through. Other than that, they didn't really have much, so T1 going to be going on a fact-finding mission, then TPing to the other side of the map. Didn't see anything at Rubble, yeah.
Izu at 42, so I think just a bit of pre-fire. Let's see main jiggle.
How much you want to bet that was Mako?
It's a pretty safe bet.
Sylvan over at A.
Oh, there's a high-low on C here. Mm.
And he'll just go ahead, back away. Little jiggles. Yeah, it's able to break those lines of sight, gets himself out to safety here. Buzz at the same time.
Oh, Buzz is trying to catch him. Look at him. Look at him. Look, he's chasing him. Great stun. Great stun. That guy was full running as well. Love that predictive stun.
Get that player advantage
Very
here.
nice.
Setups have been great.
Still have to try and work their way back into the sites. They don't have the dimensional drift to scout this. They have the player advantage. They have a rolling thunder, and now they
Nice
get
shot.
sent out. Mako back level, however. Able to find Buzz. Izu held at bay behind the wall here for the moment. Hyunmin able to find Stacks.
Good trade from Stacks. Stacks has killed 2 people this game so far with overcharge.
Claim Hyunmin, but DRX still in a good position. Now T1
Nice
is
shots.
certainly wishing that they had that dimensional drift to try
Oof.
to rescout the site.
Maybe we've got a
DRX
game on our hands here, boys.
back into this. Still
Maybe,
down by
maybe.
2.
Mako just such a fierce opponent. Back to his normal job of just being a controlling player. And he is making life a nightmare on these lurks. Just shutting Buzz and Izu out. And that rolling thunder might not anticipate that Hyunmin had tucked in that close again after it. You know, the aftershock is there, and you would think he'd abandon that position to swing back out to the site to try to protect his life. Instead, he just holds the line. Catches T1 off guard.
This game's good so far, yeah. Pretty good. To be fair, Last series was pretty decent until we got to the last map where they ran a really bad Pearl comp on Talon. So that was just a free win. This game is... These are two good teams though. DRX and T1 are good teams.
Classic. So,
like either team could win this series. That's what I like. It's not a. This isn't a likely one-sided endeavor. Now bear in mind, T1 picked Lotus first. T1 won the coin toss, so they should win this. Not this round specifically, but they should win the map. Does he risk it? Good stun. Did he see him? Oh, unlucky. I love that stun from Meteor though.
Keeps himself alive for the moment. It's just angle after angle. There's layers upon layers. DRX did not give up anything for free. Izu now, last one standing to try to see if he can make a little bit more impact, a little bit more damage here.
No.
Went for the timing shot of the Jiggle Peak, but just cannot connect with the head.
Oh, this is tough, to say the least. Can you find any more damage? But trying to wait it out.
Nice try.
Yunman, good for the final one.
Very crisp. DRX now. 2 rounds back to back.
They also have Viper Pit. We've got Rockets online.
He's doing such a good job here.
Rough times.
Breaking angles to set up his teammates. He's jumping in, Bane's covering. He's jumping down, Estrella's covering. He's throwing paint shells, Estrella's covering.
Have you guys sensed the pattern yet?
Yeah, just great. But that's great teamwork.
Timeout.
And that's what you want from your duelist. Selfless play to set up for the guys behind you. And that's going to be T1 taking their final timeout. As certainly on their map pick.
T1's victory.
They're cheering for the victory. Yep. Yeah. Oh, from
Hong
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Oh, nice. And they came to Korea. Welcome. Big Meteor fan. Very, very good. We are too, even though his Tejo's a little, he hasn't looked as comfortable, I'll say that.
I mean, you know, first time.
For sure.
First time bringing it out. It's going to be a little off, perhaps.
No doubt about it.
We'll see how it develops and whether or not he's going to be playing that as we go deeper into this series. Given that we do have Fracture coming up as the second map. Previously, of course, we'd be seeing Meteor playing the Vice there.
Kind of expect them to go back to kind of stock standard on Fracture, maybe, but I mean, it obviously hasn't been their best map. It's been one they've been kind of avoiding. Buzz does have the op. He's over at C Mound. The Rubble fight goes the way of DRX. Stacks tucked into the tree behind the door. Haunt not gonna, well, he does clear it, okay. Thought for a second there he might be able to dodge it, but now he has to fall way, way back. Difficult positions. It's the pivot being made. Prowler, Boombot, good paranoia though from Sylvan. Stun there.
Held at bay for the moment, the showstopper sent, and decent amount of damage.
Hyunmin's really not been very fortunate with these showstoppers this game. I don't think he's found a single kill yet.
Children try to assist, but now the pit here in their faces. T1. How do you try to get yourself back into this? Counter pit.
That's what I was just thinking.
Doesn't particularly feel great. Sylvan TPing forward, just looking to try to scout. His flashes go flying. Estrella.
He found one.
Finds one on the peak. Sylvan.
Oh, he jumped. Oh, he got the mouse jump and it still works. Buzz is out. Yeah, he's saving. Buzz will save. What chance did he have, bro? I mean, they put a pit down. He's playing operator on the Yoru for defense. I love the adaptation because Yoru's bad on defense, but hey,
this is really, really smart from DRX. They've been not going B much. And this time,
Estrella's not been too bad in this. I wouldn't say he's been particularly good, but he's not been. He's been better than last time I saw him. His breach is awful. His breach was awful last time I saw that.
Into a very safe post plant.
But he can always improve.
No ults on the other side to really clear it. No Armageddon,
Money's
no
bad. We're on fucking half buys again.
That means it's just hold down.
I'm not gonna lie, for T1 to get back into this, they're probably gonna have to win a half buy.
Protect the VIP here.
Oh,
that's.
I was wondering how he had
jump spotting it. Yeah. That was really smart.
Nope, I'm pretty sure he just got a mouse jump there because he shot at the guy and heard the tag on him. Or did he jump? Maybe he did jump on purpose, actually. He shot. I thought he could already see the guy, to be honest. Maybe he did jump on purpose.
Right now is not on the correct side of the map.
I thought he got a mouse jump.
Gate Crash is just arriving over towards A.
Again, though, I mean, DRX is just having their way with this site. I mean, having very good control over this space, even with the Taeho breach.
He's not connecting, but Hyunmin in around the back here. Looking for the peak, and then finds the timing. Izu, nothing coming through that door. Fast.
What a fucking shot from Stacks. Oh my god. I'm moist for Stacks, bro. God damn, dude.
Here on the side of DRX, once again, it's just too damn good. The Stinger's not finding value. The op going to be lost on the floor. As it's going to be damn near flawless, it would seem here.
All right. And then we go back to another full buy.
Solid impact here, which will not be found. DRX now back into the lead with 4 rounds consecutive. 2 away from taking away T1's map pick.
Man, they're just doing a great job scaling into sight.
I want to see this shot from Stacks.
I do too.
I mean, he was... I think it was like the millisecond that he stopped moving.
It was good. Good timing. Man's been watching some Rays players and how they land and shoot. That was nice, but yeah, like Hyunmin in particular has been really impressive on this attacker side for DRX. Back up into positives for the KD. Tied with Mako with total kills, but he's been leading the charge. And he's been set up by good control of space. And then with finally T1 taking control of A Rubble, the response as well from Izu to set up the pit at C, really try to funnel DRX into B if possible. At the very worst, you can go back, shift your weight into A, and try to shut down this hit. Buzz and Sylvan though. Buzz dodges the Nightfall. Sylvan definitely can't.
Just on the 1. Spots up the TP, now looks to try to reposition. On the hunt,
they want the heavy aggression, that's not bad. But we don't want to fight for it, okay.
Realistically here. Not found quite just yet. Tuck in behind from Meteor, just staying stagnant in position, hearing all this movement, waiting for a timing. He could try, turn back, find some impact.
No shots.
There as Bane will get taken down.
Good read for that B hit.
Coming away with a couple kills. It's Mako now. Last one standing, having to back off.
30 seconds left.
Tiny bit of damage going to be taken, but it looks like T1 well set to go ahead. Continue to tie this up.
He whiffed.
Mako with the attempt at the wide swing, but cannot find the shots. 11-11. Make a wish.
That was good.
I wish Valorant would get rid of this shit meta.
Yeah,
that's my wish.
I'm just trying to.
Okay.
I'm complimenting you. Just take the compliment.
Okay, but it sounded like you were being condescending.
Oh, no. Not in this case, sorry.
Okay.
Normally, you're right.
I misread.
Yeah. Normally, I am condescending. You're not wrong. This is one of those rare exceptions, so okay, I understand.
In that case, thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, well, you've got some big alts. T1 maybe could get themselves up to map point, but like these rolling gunners and dimensional drifts haven't been super effective for T1, especially on this defender side. They need to find some real value out of it. DRX has had good answers to those alts, even if it's just losing one player, or in the case of the Rolling Thunder, tucking a player and drop. Gonna use the lockdown. I don't think there's any hope in hell that T1 can clear this, so they have to run.
Yep. Everybody pushing into the back corner. No detains. No minor jumps forward to get caught, but oh my god, gentlemen on the swing.
Oh no, he gets another one. That was close. He tried to risk it.
He's able to hold his ground. Buzz trying to lead the way. Flash up for the moment, jumps out.
Nice kill.
Mako going to be taking down player advantage now here for the side of T1 as they scale their way back in, gaining control of the site. Everyone from DRX pushed back, disconnected here at Mound. So they're waiting for
Good shot.
Buzz just goes strafing through the smoke, is able to find one.
It's off already. Yeah, they got this. There's no way. He's got it.
To success. T1 take the round away. 2 players
12-11.
to get up to map point.
That's great by T1.
Scary stuff, man.
Saving that Yoru ultimate for the right moment on that retake, smothering Mako with util, stunning him up. I mean, Hyunmin trying to get ahead of the curve, and had that timing been a little bit sooner, maybe he could catch Meteor off guard, but Meteor ready for it. Then they know they have to get out ahead of this, make sure the plant is safe. distracted Mountain. There was no post-plant mollies or anything like that left for DRX at that moment, but still, with
Time
the
out.
angles that you could take
Okay,
from
bro.
Mountain, would be difficult to just hold the defuse. So
Makes
T1
sense.
still has to get ahead of it, and they do. And it's gonna be
Teasing
the
as to whether
last
we're going to get
timeout
overtime or not.
of regulation.
Yeah.
Is DRX trying to find a way to take this to overtime, and that would be kind of what
par for the course, honestly, for what we were expecting coming into today.
Exactly. I wasn't expecting what happened in that first series. I don't expect it to happen here. It's obviously not.
Bit more tight-knit, bit more of a better understanding of each other between the two teams. Obviously just an immense amount of history across the board. Now, we'll see if this is going to be good enough for DRX to get that 12-12 scoreline. See what the economy looks like here as, yep, okay, able to go ahead and get everything nicely together. Still had a decent amount of cash behind.
Yeah, not too bad. A couple away from another showstopper already for Hyunmin. Meteor, love to get that Armageddon in there. Oh my god.
That's a seize on the Buzz.
It's okay.
Wait this out. Oh, TP. Okay, wall still raised. Mako just strafing in and winning the fight. Stacks. Shut down. Oh, captain, my captain no longer. Mako. The very solid opening kill. Stun set Buzz swinging on.
No shot. Oh my god, he accidentally killed 3. No, they've stolen this map away. They stole this. Wait, no. Okay, wait. Oh my god, 1v1. 1v1, 1v1. Oh, he stole the map away. No way. He's got it.
Shooting.
Sylvan whiffed.
A 3K of his own reply, and there it is.
My god.
The timeout call, I don't think it meant a damn thing. But we're going to overtime all the same.
He accidentally killed 3. What sort of bullshit is that?
Just this little sidestep from Mako throws.
Look at that.
And you think
The
round's
spam.
done. 3K for Buzz, and he goes hopping the corner because he had hit with the fake out flash onto Estrella, and Estrella's able to
Oh
recover
my
in time. I don't
god.
think
It went to the
he
left
turned it
and
well
right
enough.
of his head. How unlucky.
Goodness. The fans here are stunned.
Overtime win percentage 75%
I'm
for
stunned.
DRX.
That looked like it was going to be okay. We're going to
Ooh,
fracture.
Okay.
Nope. Freeing.
That was
Showing up when
wild.
he's needed most. Hitting a great one against Sylvan. Sylvan had the angle held, but again, the crosshairs just a bit off for T1. They pay the price. Huge reveal from that haunt.
A big thing out.
Well, the crosshair placement was perfect, but he just actually moved it to the left and right. Oh, he's dead. Free and going for a risk. Oh, okay.
This time a treat.
They might just close out overtime straight away.
Forward. Buzz is there, ready for the punish. T1 off to a roaring start here in overtime.
2 huge reads on both sides of the map by T1. That's going to give them a ton of room to work with. What does Estrella have to say about it? Is that all that util?
Fight not being thrown. TP in. A
Nice shot.
deeper holds the door for one, but cannot get disconnected from the fight fast enough. Sylvan going crazy with a 3K.
Nice try. Sylvan's angry, bro, because he whiffed to close the map out, so he's killed 3 now.
Yeah, I think Sylvan probably feeling a little bit grumpy that he couldn't get that last kill to close the map out. Comes alive. A nice setup with him and Meteor, expecting a push out from Freeing early. That's just good read by Buzz to get ahead of Mako's TP. Sylvan, phenomenal work. Just barreling forward with the Vandal. T1, one more round.
Thought maybe we would see the timeout, but
yeah, that's a good point.
not called.
Thought maybe an early one, but you know, if Termy likes what he's hearing in the comms, then he'll just let it go. If he's hearing what he was going to say anyway, good to go.
Yeah. Oh, the bounce, the TP forward, the fight.
Nice shot from Mako.
Able to win this one.
Oh, he was going to run and gun him, bro. Ooh.
Mako comes up with some nonsense from time to time, but that was not one.
Mako's got another one.
Follow up as Buzz can take it down similarly.
Lot of phantoms here. Good trades. Go trimmed. Wow, Mako's killed 3. Okay. And we go again, baby. And we go again.
Maybe T1 and DRX saying, you know what? We want our record back. We want that longest OT series. In VCT.
Yes.
Obviously.
In franchise.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen, bro, because that match took 2 hours and like 5 minutes to get to that. And it will take even longer because you've got to beat the record.
Not going to let a repeat of what happened in the previous round, where he just goes down without much of a fight. Just comes swinging. Buzz having a good map, 24-18 on the Yoru. Pressure again from DRX early, wanting to challenge that double stacked angle that Meteor and Sylvan were holding. They're going to back him off, but Buzz is gone way out towards A. And that's pulled a ton of DRX players over, so is T1 gonna have the confidence? Oh, the timing.
I mean, that's a bad timing, but he did. But C and B are both weak right now. But they're playing slowly, so that's actually going to work in favor of DRX.
Stax trying to creep forward. Just a glimpse there on the Bane. Continues to scale
He's
up.
dead.
Gunman,
Unlucky.
right with the crossfire angle. Not sure why Stax thought he was going to be able to get away with that.
Bomb's still in spawn, by the way. Keep that in mind. And now bomb is stuck in spawn. All right, bomb stuck in spawn. Last two are on C long.
For the first time, potentially in flawless fashion. Just Sylvan and Meteor. Try to be the difference makers. Misses the time.
And that's that then.
From above, but Bane
All right,
is
come on,
also
Sylvan. Just run it down. Just run it down, buddy. Let's go. It's a 5v1. Just run it down,
Barring an
buddy.
ace clutch from Sylvan.
Nice.
Done it before.
He has.
30 seconds left.
We all remember that split. A 1v5.
Yeah, but they all peak one by one, sprinting at him, bro.
Bridge too far.
Yeah. It's OT, so no ult. Might have seen the leg.
Just doesn't have the time.
No.
Realistically. Flawless. It's DRX. We'll gain this lead. T1. Question is, do we see a timeout call from Autumn to try to extend this even further? Right now, timer continues to tick down.
I probably would pull the trigger on it here. This one looked
Shit.
a little bit too
Shit
isolated
was
for
shit
my
was
likes.
the word
A
I'd
lot of
use.
players
Yeah.
trying to work the map by themselves and just getting outread by DRX. The timing's there for
Nope. No
Buzz.
timeouts. No
Great
timeouts.
read by Freeing. I don't know what
Okay.
Stax is doing. That one's ambitious no matter who you are.
I mean, Meteor's 14 and 19. I'll be honest, T1 would have just closed this map out if he was already just playing ISO. Playing the Teo here is a big blunder anyway from T1, in my opinion. Even if they win this in overtime, it's a blunder because they'd never go. It wouldn't go to overtime if he was just playing ISO.
We'll just go their separate ways.
Bad call. Bad call.
DRX aggressively scaling forward over towards C. Smoke out or picked up here by Hyunmin. 2 away from having a showstopper.
Could be one of those rounds where you play for 2 orbs. Pretty aggressive positioning by Meteor. Not much he can do. Has to just back off.
Stun and salvos at the ready.
Imagine they just hit all of them on the entry. Yeah, a little early.
Salvos going out. Full line from Stax not really connecting. Has this decent follow-up though. Seed Dane's looking for any kind of damage that they can get, but all of it for now avoided. 36 seconds remaining here. DRX, the clock starting to
Nice shot.
Finding an entry, swoops
Good
in,
trades.
finds Izu, and Sylvan's only going to be good for one before getting taken down. Meteor will go ahead, notes the flank, deals with Mako, brings us now into a 3v3.
Spike planted.
Spike planted gets handed to Bane. So Hyunmin still not yet having the showstopper online, but it's the one charge away. Shock to try to clear it. Double position. Salvos as well. Sent Bane flush forward. Veil stuff there. On a Stax. The showstopper now.
He's running. He's running.
Backpedaling frantically over towards
He should have just
Waterfall.
held that, bro.
Paint shell now at his feet.
Doesn't need to, but just in case,
Damage
you know.
avoided, but needs to try to
Good
clutch
thing.
it out. He is just tagged up and about to be taken down. The shorty of that distance, not going to do a damn thing, but he's got 8 bullets left in the mag.
Ooh.
And freeing from Mound will
And there it is.
15
DRX
to
just win.
13. DRX extend it to OT and take down T1 on their
Although I
map.
will
Pick
say they
Lotus.
ran a really weird comp,
so
so
impressed. You know, DRX
a bit weird that one.
bringing new players in,
To
having
the
to
next
swap
map.
things around quite a bit in this stage, and it is still just business as usual. Yeah, it's close, but you just took the map pick away from T1 here in the playoffs. That is a big, big deal.
Now you have your pick of Fracture, one that has been up and down to say the least for T1 overall. A very solid start here for the side of DRX. They look to reestablish themselves as the best team in Korea.
it's been a challenge for them this stage. You know, you see this a lot, where teams win an international event and then they come back and it just doesn't seem like they've got that same magic. They've got that same kind of confidence and preparation, and all of those things seem to be starting to kind of bite T1 in the butt. And this is, again, such an important match. You win here, then you only need one more to get to Toronto. If you don't, then you got to win 3 in a row.
All the way down to that lower bracket. Things are not going to get much easier down there. So DRX off to a good start, but we said the same thing in our opening series of the day. That ended up going the distance, that ended up going to 3. Could very well still be the case between these squads. For now, though, before we get into Fracture, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Absolutely right. We could be on another roller coaster similar to the one that we had earlier today between T1 and DRX, though I feel this is a lot more closely tied together as we saw in those last few rounds and even up into overtime.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen in this crazy, crazy region. I feel like anything can happen, but DRX do manage to steal T1's map pick away in overtime. I think this game was about as close as you could get, real back and forth.
Yeah, DRX, I mean, they change up their comp here. They are a team that does like to just change things up by a couple of agents. They're very confident and comfortable just changing up their approach map to map to map. You've seen it. If you go back through their agent comps on plenty of different maps, and even the next one coming up of Fracture, you'll see them continue to tweak things. And once again, they looked quite comfortable moving into this comp. It was phenomenal to see Marco back on the Omen, finding all of these little timings and things like that. I kind of pointed out, we've seen in the past when they run the Viper on this map, Flashback not looking very comfortable, but it's something that Australia has played plenty of coming on from RRQ. So I think this is a comfortable looking adjustment to their comp. Freeing really started to get it together a lot more. He had a bad start to this Lotus game, but he started to put things together as we headed deeper into it, and we know what we're going to get for Hyunmin. More so, I'm surprised at the change up for T1.
Yeah.
This is finally the first time we're seeing them kind of move into a different style and start to play double in it and play the meta in terms of Teo and Breach, and the Breach was quite good for stacks. What I'm more surprised about is that you saw Meteor on the Teo instead of Izu, because I would have expected them to play Meteor on something like a Viper where he can just play a little bit more lurky. And you can see this is his first time playing Teo this whole year, or playing Teo at all, but also it's the first time not playing ISO this year. It's the first time they haven't run that double duelist comp with the ISOs, and look, he looked a little bit uncomfortable on the agent. I can see maybe why they might have thrown it in, because you saw it from Freeing actually when he used to spam the Teo before. It is this agent that you just throw out your missiles or you throw out your Teo drone, and then you're put into a lot of aim duel situations where you're actually able to kind of play out the mid round with your gun out. And maybe that's something that could have fitted Meteor, but it didn't really look like it translated into what they wanted to execute in this game.
Yeah, I feel like stylistically there's a bit of a clash there, right? So he's either going in first and he's sort of leading that pack as the duelist role, but you get a lot of setup when you do that. Or you're on a Sentinel where you're allowed to take your own aim fights, take your own space.
That's true, actually, yeah.
This Teo is somewhere in between the two, which I don't think was natural. But if we have to talk about someone who did look natural on this map, it's got to be Bakao. He's back! He's back, baby! The GOAT of controller!
So good. Mako was just owning this entire map. He was just in his element every single time. Just look at these rounds.
And I mean, I think this is a nice change, especially when we consider now Estrella has taken over the IGL. A big part of that has got to be to unleash Mako again. I mean, he's been back and forth between that IGL role or not, but he needs to find the consistency that we've seen from him in the past, because everyone knows this guy can be one of the best controller players in the world, and I felt like he was showing shades of that in this first map.
I mean, going into kickoff, this was the thing that people theory crafted, is that Freeing was going to IGL and Mako was going to be unleashed. That didn't end up happening, but with Estrella coming into this lineup, I expected the same thing, and then we heard that he wasn't IGLing there initially either. So look, now you're actually starting to see a little bit more of a transition to Estrella in the IGL. This is the second series in a row, I believe, that he'll be IGLing, and Mako, you know, to see him on his, for me, his signature agent. I love watching him play the Omen. It's fantastic to watch him play that agent. Don't mind him on the Viper on certain maps, but particularly here on Lotus, the way he's able to find these TP timings, and you know, the round towards the later end of the game where he snuck into door. Like, there's very few players that have such a good intuitive sense for how to find those timings.
Yeah, that just comes so naturally to Mako. And speaking of TP timings, we did have some interesting ones on the side of T1 as well. I mean, there was one very memorable one with Buzz, I believe.
This round, I mean, this is what
a
it's
bit of
like
a hunt.
to play against Yoru, Teo, Breach. It's like you're the site anchor is freeing, you're trying to run away, you're getting paranoid, you're getting a util thrown at you from the other side of the map. What choose your path here? Do you
know
run
that
into...
meme? You know the meme? Just hold the site, bro.
Or are you going to run into a Yoru coming out of ult with a shorty in his hand or 2 missiles? It's like, pick your poison. You're screwed either way,
I mean,
man.
this is why Freeing had such a slow start. I felt like he was getting bullied by this T1 composition. It is so hard to hold the site as that Killjoy there. So props to T1 for making it hard, but also props to Freeing because he got himself back in that game and managed to look a lot more solid, especially when we get to that overtime.
Yeah. Are you making any regrets right now? Any second thoughts?
No, I think everything's going okay right now. Like, I think most of us have got Meteor.
Yeah.
For Killua, yeah, Freeing's doing okay. We'll see. MVP's gone to Hyunmin, though. I do have him on my team. But you could have definitely given it to a lot of different players. Shout out, I think Stax had a pretty damn good game on the Breach. Been a while since he's been thrown back on the Breach, on this map in particular. So that's good. I love seeing Stax on the Flash init. Like he's decent on the info init. That's fine for me. But I love seeing him on Flash init.
Yeah, I think Stax on the Breach is his home. To be honest, I think that
Breach
is
and
where
KO for me. I love seeing Stax playing those, or even Sky. But
yeah.
Why would you play that agent right now? What? Like Australian agent?
Hey, I do miss seeing a lot of Sky plays lately. But, you know, maybe she'll have her time once again. Blinded.
Did
I pass?
Out.
Did you do the voice acting? Wow.
Yeah, they just pitched it up a lot. Yeah.
They probably tweaked it a little bit, and then, you know, we have Sky right here in front of us. Anyway, going back into this, you know, you mentioned, right, T1 kind of shifting a little bit here and there, but it's not looking quite as comfortable, right? And of course, it's on Meteor, and we know that he can frag, we know that he can be this player, but it's just that this is something that is new, and obviously there's an adjustment period.
I mean, I get that they want to make changes, right? I don't think double duelist is sustainable forever.
No, definitely
so
not.
I'm okay with them making changes, but I'm not sure that was the change I would have necessarily gone for. I mean, I'm not in the team. I have to trust that Autumn knows more than we do, and there's a reason he's down there on that stage. But it's definitely strange when you look at the way you have to play Teo compared to the way you have to play those kind of Sentinels that he's so good on. It is a very different. It's a very different vibe. So I don't really want to see him on an Initiator heading into map 2.
Yeah, especially when Izu has shown already that he can play a perfectly serviceable Teo. So, look, I don't think it's going to happen on Fracture. I think that was something they cooked specifically for Lotus. I don't expect those to be the roles going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting going into Fracture because, as we know, once upon a time, DRX on Fracture, they were owning this, especially with Taeho on the freeing, as you would say, right?
Taeho on the freeing.
Taeho on the freeing.
Taeho on the freeing.
Yes, that is what we're saying now. I mean, that agent, that's freeing right there and there.
Yeah, I mean, Taeho is free. Look, honestly, for this map in particular, the map stats say, look, not a lot going on, but what you're seeing at the moment is 2-1 overall in this matchup, and none of
what
those
do you
are
mean? Where am I, bro? I'm right here. I made
These
lunch.
two
I'm
teams
here.
have played Fracture against each other 3 times.
Chill, man.
The 2 times
I'll be
the
here
kickoff
when the
went
game
the way
starts.
of
Don't
DRX,
worry.
And then over in Bangkok, it went the way of T1. And you saw T1 a little bit less flexible at changing up their agent comp a lot. This is what they've been rolling with here. The last time you saw something drastically different from T1, I think, was at the start of kickoff when they were playing Izu on the Raze and they were playing Raze Neon. And that was specifically, I feel like, a little bit of a read into what they wanted to do against the Breach Teo meta at that time in particular. Over on the side of DRX, though, I mean, if you go back through all of their Fracture games, they keep changing things up. They'll constantly swap out what duelist they're playing, what sentinel they're playing. So I feel like they're quite flexible in terms of what agent comp they're actually bringing into this map. I don't know if that's based on opponent or not. It's been asked to them in interviews. I think Freeing's been asked this question in an interview. It's like, why do you guys keep adjusting things over time? And he's just said it's just what we think is best at the time, which is interesting because they change a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
they change almost every other map.
Every week you go in and go, guys, I got a new read on the meta.
Yeah.
We're shifting
I don't
it
think
up.
that's possible.
Let's try this. No, you play this time around.
As a coach, I would be losing it if, like, my players, or if I was a player, my coach is telling me, you're playing something different today, buddy.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen Termi ever like lose his cool in the same way some other coaches might. He's always been quite reserved. But going right now into Fracture, we have here some interesting drafts.
What do we got?
Again,
What do we
DRX
got?
is the team that is going to change up their comp.
Mirror
Straight
comps
up
except
back
for
on the
voice.
Breach. He's gonna call
Very
on the
nice.
Flash unit. You've got,
Yep. I mean, really, really normal team comp here. Nothing out of the ordinary. The
Taeho on the
Vice.
freeing.
I don't know which is going to be better, actually, the Vice or Cypher. Meteor's on Vice. I don't know what the fuck is going on, dude. One of the best aimers in the Pacific is just chilling on Sentinels. Don't know why. Everything's strange. Nothing makes sense anymore. The world's turning upside down.
Meteor go back across onto the Vice.
I don't know what the fuck is happening.
So this is more what we were hoping to see coming into this map. So I would expect a renewed performance from Meteor heading into this fracture.
For sure, he's definitely a lot more comfortable on this, so hopefully those stats do pick up, especially for all of us who have Meteor on our teams. But of course, we are about to step into Fracture,
Yeah,
so let's
she is, but if you don't play the Thorns correctly, it's still easy to take the sites. That's the problem. Vice is better on pretty much every map than Cypher, but because Vice is the best Sentinel. The problem is, if you don't play it properly, it can be really bad.
Expectedly back to something a bit more stock standard, a bit more comfortable and known from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with DRX having the confidence to pick this map against them, not having played at this stage, I don't think. So this is going to be quite interesting. Yunmin on that Neon. Curious to see what he can do with that. He was doing such a good job on that raise. Just opening up angles, setting up his teammates, setting up himself. Beautiful stuff from him. Freeing as well, back on that classic Teho. As they as Big Time said, Teho on the freeing.
Quick little slide across the rope here from Bane. Hearing that stealth drone. Anticipating a push behind.
Everything's pretty normal.
Escape. Leaves Buzz now. Lone on the north side will slowly start drifting back over towards the A site, though, where the executive is getting ready to come through. Stax looking to slow things up, sends out the fault line. Ping not finding anything, and Stax hitting a hell of a shot on the Yunmin. Denies the entry and very much shuts the door here in DRX's face.
Yeah, DRX thinking they'll have time.
Ooh, Mako.
Ooh, took a ton of damage.
Tagged up. I have to assume there's maybe Izu. Now Stax is able to find a second. Takes Mako down, and things are looking very good for T1 to find their first.
Okay, good trades, good trades. Sylvan goes crazy.
And that is freeing now.
Sylvan's been kind of popping up, bro.
Know that he could be very.
It's such a shame that we won't see Carpe anymore, man.
For reasons like that. But he doesn't know that all three players are stacked up in this position. As the salvos check in, a couple shots flown his way. Makes the wise call to slowly drift across towards that B site. Wall and Thorns, however, are still set up.
Yeah, so he's going to be delayed enough. T1 going to be able to make their rotates over.
So there's the wall pop. There's Thorns, and there's quite a bit of damage taken. 60 remaining. Gets the plant in play. Cuts across over towards Arcade. Worried about any kind of push around from this north side, and now can just try to stay tucked back in here behind the boxes and set up for the salvos.
Just going to come down to some timings for him. Heard the footsteps.
Here crossing, gets the final
he
shot
got
there,
one.
tries to
Not
straight
bad.
back over towards the Stewart, cannot make it out to safety. T1 will go ahead and get the defuse and get their first pistol.
Yeah, this is a great read from T1. You know, they see Bane leaving early, and they're expecting that rotate back towards A, and Stax hitting that opening shot. Very important.
No,
that
sure.
He's able to shut Gunman down there. That stalls up everything for the side of DRX. Sylvan, nice work with the classic to find two. Brain trying to do what he can, but just a little bit too much of an ass there. Couldn't get the kill quickly enough on the Meteor. Got caught trying to switch over to the salvos. See if T1 can keep this going. There's a Stinger and a Sheriff.
Stinger and a half armor, and the Sheriff on Bane, so okay. Players buying down about 1,400 here. As Orange is going to be lobbed out, popped. Line getting the hit here, swing onto the corner, and Yunmin, those bullets connecting, buys enough time. Bane to push forward, they lose Mako in transit, but still are able to find the trade up. So now player advantage in their hands. Buzz pushing.
Ooh, that was a nice shot, wow.
Gets the transition across all
Wow, that shot to Yunmin was crazy.
Just like that, T1 are back in the driver's seat. Guardian recovered, however, from Bane. Still an opportunity to do some damage. But he himself tagged up to 35 in the first couple shots. Not quite connecting.
Ooh, that's unlucky.
Needing a little bit more there. Noting the player out from tower. Both player positions.
Nice try.
Down. Bane taken down, freeing now.
He dinked him, but he did dink him.
Looked like he was going to be able to find.
It's so strange because Freeing's aim is so fucking good, right? That he might have the best aim in Pacific, but then when he got to international, bro, his aim went to shit. It's like, it's almost like somehow he cheats in Pacific, but then he's just shit. It's like those Warzone cheaters, bro, when they have like a 7 KD, and they're like the best players ever in Warzone, and then they go to a LAN event on Warzone, and they get like a 0.3 KD. Like that Nadia person who used to cheat on Warzone before she quit. Same thing. On like her home setup, bro, she would drop like, she had like a fucking like 6 KD or something like that. And then she went to LAN and had like a 0.2, and she was like the worst player ever because she was using cheats.
He was top fragging for the longest time.
And then she got banned from Warzone events by Activision because she was a cheater.
Halfway towards that rolling thunder, Estrella only just the 2 charges from his deaths, I believe.
A little bit earlier on the change of direction for Bane there. To be a little bit further ahead of that stealth drone. Same reaction as we saw in the pistol round from T1, right back to A main. A little bit further ahead of it.
Keep it secret.
Flying through and freeing.
Like I say, bro, dude's beasting, bro. He's past that stun though. Okay.
Anticipating Hyunmin, wanting to try to scale forward, but it's going to be Mako who's able to find it. Hyunmin widely just drawing their attention here.
Spike planted.
Phenomenal cover.
Blinding prepped.
See if DRX can close this out flawless.
Still
fuck is that brim smoke? It's a decent smoke. It just allows you to work the site. You can like, it funnels people into like the open angle. It just makes them easier to fight. Because if you look, right, when the smoke's down, there's like 4 or 5 different angles people can peek from to fight you. When that smoke's there, there's one. There's one position and one on rafters. It's like 2. It goes from like 5 positions to like 2. They're normally called lurk smokes, but like because of where it's placed, that's not a lurk smoke because you actually can smoke there.
Just really well prepared for T1 to be
Ideally, they just double smoke it off again, but they don't have double smokes because it's a brimstone, right? So there's 3 smokes. So he double smokes the first time, and then he has 1 smoke left, but that smoke blocks off like 3 different angles.
Not much HP left there on Mako, but
it's much easier to hold. You'll never see smokes like that at any of our ranks because the smokers aren't good enough, right? Like the most you'll really see it like Radiant is like the odd lurk smoke that they'll put on site. And like Immortal 3 Radiant, basically the same rank, but yeah.
One apiece.
I was gonna say Meteor was swapping on Lotus. Didn't seem like he was comfortable on the Vandal.
I do like the idea of 2 neons though, man. Maybe a little bit more aggressive gameplay for once.
Now they try to open things up. T1 can just try to fill space off the back.
Good spam. Oh my god. That was crazy. That spam was nuts, dude.
Only able to trade 1 out, but Bane finds another, brings it back to parity, a 3v3, but HP bar is relatively in tatters here for the side of DRX. Everyone tagged up, no one at full HP. Just quickly trying to pivot their way across over towards the B site. Sylvan quickly gets into position.
Nice shot, wow.
Estrella draws down.
He should not have won that.
Down to 15 health, but is able to find that kill. He'll get stunned in position, he will die. But he gets a
The bomb is down though. What do they have?
It's now a 2v2.
They don't actually have anything good for Spike. They just have to fight this raw.
I mean, look how far back DRX is playing. Gotta push these angles and win these fights.
Shock should tell him
that nice shot from BN, bro.
But Bane just goes crazy. What a snap to get the first.
My god. Bane just fucking dunked on that guy.
DRX tied up
wow.
2-2.
Yeah,
it was disgusting.
Like it
good spam.
T1's round. You get a bunch of kills off the rip.
3v5 it.
Yeah. And then DRX able to punch right back. Win a couple fights. Shift over to the other side. Estrella
yeah, that was really nice.
Sylvan there, 100% the right play to try to challenge that, but
it's a smile of a man who just
got his dick sucked. Yep, absolutely.
He has looked pretty solid today overall. Buzz trying to follow up off the stealth drone, seeing if they can catch it.
Okay, here we go. The speed coming in. Here's the Neon. Good stun. The Neon, yep, no chance, bro. Meteor playing site there, rookie mistake. You can't play site there with a fucking breach Neon. I wish I had aim like this, bro. Here's the problem, though. When people say stuff like that, it's like, you need to remember that these people don't just have aim like that, bro. You've got to look at when these players play at this level. Don't forget about the like 15,000 hours that they put into FPS games, probably CS and Valorant, right? Like, most of the fucking players have like 10, 12,000 on CS before they move to Valorant, and they've probably got another 6,000+ on Valorant alone. Most of these motherfuckers have like 15,000+ hours combined between both games. Most people who play 15,000 hours of a game will get aim like this. It's just that most people don't play these games this much, bro. I mean, I've only played 2,000 hours myself, bro. And I've played like 2,000 hours of Valorant. I've played like 1,200 hours of CS. So I've only played like 3,200 hours myself combined. So that means these guys have played over 5 times my game time. So yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, that's the thing you gotta remember. It's nice to have aim like that, but just keep in mind how much work they have to put in. Plus, bear in mind, these motherfuckers either use aim trainers or they're scrimming all the time. This is their job as well. There's a lot, they put a lot of effort in. Yeah, that's what I mean. You've played like 200 hours, and if you ain't played CS, you played a total 200. These motherfuckers have 15,000+ hours. So you've got a lot of time to improve, my guy. You could get aim like this. You've just got to play 15,000+ hours.
Gunman's in position. The answer is no, though. So it's able to find one. Jiggles on the corner. Finds Sylvan.
Nice kill. Great support, you two.
Oh. Smoke dissipating over here at main. Stack's able to find one, but Kenman comes away with
exactly. So
will fall. Kenman currently on for an ace.
So I'm in. Like, so come back in like another 15,000 hours and let's see how good your aim is. If you play this like play this game almost every day and you have like 15,000 hours. Let's see how good you can aim. And then, you know, you start to realize that it's not really just talent, but it's also talent plus. It's an insane amount of hours.
Now into the 1v1. Stuns exchanged. Connects onto Izu. Estrella holding the corner.
Nice shot. Estrella's been playing quite good today. Last time he played like shit, but I can't lie. In the last 2 matches, or this match and the one before, he's playing quite well.
That's a round again where you have a bunch of ultimates and they don't really find enough effect. And instead, you're just getting picked apart. A couple good moments, but what a flash from Estrella. And then the cleanup as well. That last one, yeah, very nice. Bane has the neural theft. Meteor has the garden, but it's accoutrement by 4T1 again. Trying to do something.
Oh, trying to get a catch. It's going to be a repeat confidence play from Meteor.
Why not?
Pick some parts, moments like
that's
that
what I mean.
Meteor.
Yeah.
That's why he has,
bro, I wouldn't, honestly, if Valorant was my first FPS game, I wouldn't even be looking at anything, bro, until I've done like 1,500 hours.
He's better than most.
Just play the game for like 1,500 hours and then start looking at things to improve, man, because you don't even have the foundation yet.
And a lot of these defensive ideas for T1 not really holding true for them. Green gonna get closer to the Armageddon. DRX slow creep up.
That's around the corner, dead.
Nice kill.
Spray through as Estrella finds that kill. Fast lane now set up, stuns out. As Buzz being focused here a little bit by the salvos, but as the smokes are dissipating, T1, they just rack up all the kills. Buzz just absorbs all of the damage.
30 seconds.
And that is going to be T1 pulling off a thrifty. I mean, Mako, 25 seconds,
Ooh.
trying to make anything happen, but it looks like it's just going to be the call to save. Checks back in around this attacker spawn, nothing to be seen. He'll try to hold on to the weapon. The T1 bringing it back to touching distance.
That is madness. I'd love to see some of that back from T1 player angles, because that is crazy spicy. Buzz is going to go down to Mako, but
I think you care too much.
No.
Pull off the thrifty and get one away from tying it up.
Not at all. That's just all of a sudden, it looked like this was going to be not too bad.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, you lose Bane early.
Nasty shot.
Clear stacks out. You're executing on the site. Sylvan just finds a great timing to hit Estrella in the back. And then all of a sudden, there's 3 T1 players barreling down on top of you as DRX. And it's a thrifty. Just one of those timing trap plays that T1 loves to run. You're just stuck as DRX. Plenty of money though. Still both ults for the same players. Buzz has an op again. Gonna be forced off by the stun.
I think it's can get back onto the angle, but Smoke's now called in to obfuscate. Silk drone checking, not spotting.
Those are Sylvan smokes, so they're trying to play for another push across the ropes. It's kind of been DRX's MO, so T1 gonna lean into it. See if they can shut this down.
That's a shock holding back the Sands position.
Oh, the timing. Nice shot.
Nails a shot.
He's stunning.
Jiggle peek out, sending the relay bolt.
Panic stun.
There as well. Of free.
Good spam.
There's a tiny bit of damage going to be taken. Tries to go for the
He's in.
reposition, and I don't think he's going to be ready
Oh,
for this
that
one.
timing. It's that wall, man.
Get in on top.
Nice. Wow, Hyunmin's killed 3.
Falls.
I'm hard. My god.
Needing to answer back.
He's killed 3.
Way. The double face out. Isolates down
Nice
to 1.
shots.
And Mako draws the
Ooh.
ghost, the sidearm.
Very nice.
Delivering the final shots. DRX reestablishing a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure at this A side. I mean, util after util after util, and DRX just can't find a way to add some extra numbers over towards that A main battle. So Buzz is on a really tricky position this whole time where he's got a couple different angles to worry about. Does a decent job in the beginning, but nobody else on T1 is able to get into a spot to help him comfortably. They're trying to push through from A-Link, but they're stalled up. That kind of gives DRX the advantage they need to claim that space and open things up. T1 fought tooth and nail, but back to the ecos. I mean, granted, they've been having some success with them today. Seen a couple big eco wins for T1. It's not a position you want to be in on a consistent basis. Now freeing as an Armageddon to boot. They're going to go all the way through sewers. They haven't done this yet, so trying to catch T1 a bit off guard.
Bit of a change up, but that peek from the north side about to come through. Izu steadily making his way closer across, and that jiggle peek tells all. Spots out multiple players. Meteor now reinforcing this spot as well. Flash not
Nice shot. Oh, he can't eat that. Nice try. Neon is such a menace, man, with that stun.
Caught off guard. Buzz arriving frantically, just dashing
Nice
around
try.
with just a classic in hand. Ends up falling, but this is DRX gaining control of the site. Sax will take the rope towards that north side. Where a weapon
Just looking
can
for
be
exits,
recoverable.
really.
Freeing. Might just look to try to protect them here.
That was scrappy. Everybody just running around like crazy people with the neons. See what these
Everyone's
last
just
two players
hiding in
can
the
do.
corner
Little
scared
util
because of
freeze
Neon,
grab the
basically.
Phantom.
Stun connecting. Question is it going to be cosmetic? The answer is no, it is not. Or rather, yes, it absolutely is. Sorry, I mixed it up. Because my brain's about as scrambled as both of those players. This Freeing comes away with 2 headshots. I can't believe it.
Neither can I. Just looking forward to esports Doug Malding. I mean, it's just madness. Izu plays this really nice in the beginning of the round.
Ew, freeing.
Even he can't
Yeah,
play.
he's just killing people when he's stunned, bro. The stun's cosmetic stuns.
I did it.
Time out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't remember the saying. Timeout will, at long last, be called, it feels like. I mean, 6-3 for a while. It's so back and forth, but I hadn't seen any intervention. T1 will finally pump the brakes.
I mean, some of these rounds have been so close one way or the other. I mean, great reads on both sides. Sometimes it's just coming down to who can have that bigger impact in the heat of the moment. Some good pressure applied on the north side of the map by T1 has consistently given them some ability to react pretty well to DRX, but DRX is just fighting back. Got some great ideas and great teamwork today. a big Meteor fan.
Wanting an ace clutch there from the Teo.
Yep. I mean, that's something Freeing has done.
Yeah.
That is not an unreasonable ask. Well, kind of is, but we've seen it, so therefore I'm okay with it.
It's within the realm of possibility. As Thorn's looking to just lock down this position here for now. Stun on the corner, obviously not going to connect. The drone will look to try to force him back. Slide in.
What a nice kill.
Really up the pace there.
Oh, he's gone for two, bro. He's dead, but he's a fucking dude.
From the Armageddon. Sax over able to find Estrella. Does make sure that they
I actually wonder if he'd have ran straight forwards, right, instead of running like sideways. I wonder if he'd have actually survived that.
Go ahead and get themselves a 4th round win potential to still yet run this back to a 6-6 half.
Yeah, this is a really good round for Sylvan and Stax. Find some good timings. Well, great util dump, a crunch coming through from the B main ramp, and all of a sudden, Sylvan comes.
Yeah, that was a great round. Yeah,
just
for him.
has to eat the altar. You know, he's gonna get shot one way or
I'm
another.
not really sure he had to eat that. He could have killed that guy and just started sprinting to his left, and he probably survived that.
Nice timing himself outside.
That tail ultimate is incredibly slow. Like you can just kind of outrun it easily.
I love it.
Well, basically back to back here. We'll see what the adjustments look like. Still in the lead, in a position to at least have that tied up half, but Termain wanting every possible advantage, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a back and forth between these two teams. You know it would be.
Yeah.
Just know each other way too well. And both these coaches have done a phenomenal job this year with some kind of interesting things going on. At T1, you know, it looked like maybe they were going to be the weaker team, and then they came back, and Autumn got them through to a trophy, and then DRX has had some kind of player changes and things like that they've been able to.
They've been going through the ringer lately.
Yeah.
I mean,
and look at the
Flashback now being moved down to the academy team. Right. This being the permanent core 5. Bane is playing with appendicitis.
Yeah.
Like, it's been blow after blow. Right now, DRX.
Bane's playing with appendicitis. What the fuck? Oh, is that a joke?
Still going neutral here in the K&E department.
Oh, that timing.
Trying to advance the smoke, but Estrella catching a glimpse, and as that Stinger point-blank range is able to put him down.
Oh, the timing for Sylvan.
To get this one across the line, but Sylvan does come away with 2. Estrella freeing both, going to be eliminated. Bane picks up another, is clear on the tripwire, gives away Buzz's position as well as just him.
Oh, the speed is crazy, man. Fucking character's nuts, man.
Out Bane just lingering here within the smoke. The Vandal recovered, picks up a 3K. Buzz now. Last one left, the overdrive to expire. The wraparound being threatened here. Buzz completely surrounded. Is dancing, and it's gonna be Bane.
Okay, he tried, man. He tried so hard, bro, but what could he do? What could he do, man?
I mean, it's just crazy how some of these rounds basically come down to timings. I mean, if Estrella...
Maybe noise when he was sprinting.
It just must have been the footsteps. But still, at timings like that, where if Meteor's maybe half a second earlier, he finds that kill, and it could be a completely different round. They're coming at you from a bunch of different angles. I'm waiting for someone from DRX to hold in B tunnel, because Buzz has been kind of ignoring that. He's been able to find some pretty quick flanks. I mean, even though DRX still wins the round, if they decide to go B again, let's see what they do. This time a heavy presence from DRX on the north side of the map. There's going to be the Vice Wall, though. They're going to be tripping, so giving some info over.
Oh, no. Sliding forward.
All right, that was ambitious. Oh, okay. Good trades, though.
Sylvan comes away with 2 once again.
Well, Sylvan's just getting 3 kills right now, bro.
T1 desperately looking for this thrifty, and now it's looking likely. He's backpedaling away.
But he has a shorty. So, you know.
As the Steel Guard and took away his weapons, and Hyunmin is just going to be pushed to oblivion by the Rolling Thunder. Still, maybe a little bit cosmetic, finds the first kill.
All right.
Things get chaotic again, and now we go into the half with DRX up 7-5.
It's just madness.
Just spamming a bunch of ultimates.
Both orbital strikes here. Trap him in. I mean, nice play by Sylvan. He's always feels like he's always good for 2 in these rounds. Can you get
so far, yeah, Sylvan's been really good.
From the rest of the squad. Well, Steel Garden, great.
Half time.
That was
pretty crazy how they just pushed out like that.
It's been just so chaotic. That's not what you usually expect out of these two teams. It's usually a little more, yeah.
Oh, I think they very much know what's at stake in that desperation of sticking that upper side of the bracket, being one win away from Toronto. It's starting to set in. DRX especially wanting to be able to get their way back. Perfect synergy. I think you got to go with Freak's Tail.
Oh.
For me, it's just...
It's Freak's Tail, yeah.
Because Hyunmin, like, I don't
He's
really,
good on everything.
Yeah, I don't really think about any particular agent with him.
No. I think he's really solid on most agents that he plays.
Oh, come on. What kind of option is this? I crave this win versus who's the best team in Korea now?
I mean, I always take who's the best team in Korea now myself.
Yeah.
But that's kind of an odd second choice.
That's like, would you like a gourmet meal or a pile of dirt? Which one would you like to ingest? There's not much of a decision to be made.
No, I tend to agree. Well, T1 trying to keep the pistol success rolling. Again, it has been a real pain point for them. Huge push out over towards A main for DRX. This doesn't really tell them a ton, but now they're starting to be a little bit suspicious that either the players are north or they're in B main. Buzz is starting to make his way into Meteor, or excuse me, Hyunmin's starting to make his way into Meteor's back.
Oh, is he now? Fucking hell.
A dish, almost in a drop.
Meteor trying to stay tucked. Tagged up.
Oh no, the stun. He should be dead for that. Oh, he stunned both of them.
Stun here onto Estrella.
My god, he stunned Estrella as well.
In the chaos.
No, not the team stun.
A panic moment there. That cost DRX 2 players. Meteor just no fear. Continuing to storm into the back lines of DRX. They have no choice but try to go for the spike.
Mako and Bane now needing to deliver in a huge way, but Sign is completely surrounded with Meteor scaling forward through the defender spawn. Smoke called down, Aftershock sent here. Mako will catch a timing, finds the headshot. Stack's gonna be put down. Looks for a little bit more, does find Meteor. The salvos come through and the time is just not gonna be there. T1 taking that first step forward towards running back this
Very
map,
nice.
taking us to a third. They will go ahead.
This is probably going to start. This map's going to be close as well, let's be honest.
This is just a little bit of an unfortunate timing for DRX. I mean, Meteor reads it nicely, anticipating that there might be pressure behind him, but this stun catches Estrella and Hyunmin as he's trying to jump around and dodge Meteor. Meteor is not going to make it easy for you. Mako trying to do what he can, but very nice for T1. Again, pistols desperately needed for them, and they get both here on Fracture.
Mako with the 3 kills, though. Already halfway towards that orbital strike. Something to keep in mind for the future. As Bane, okay, situated in tower, just has a shorty here. Spot out the camera.
That's pretty typical. Player's going to be up there on a Nico with a shorty.
Meteor v Mako about to come through. Okay, never mind. Just a couple shots to the box and will opt to back away. Meanwhile, this dish side of A site completely opened up.
If Green were to trip that wall, yeah, Meteor was right there.
Meteor, once again, going on a bit of a walkabout as the plant comes through. Potential 1v1 versus Bane over on that side. Looks like Bane's still maybe a little bit wary of it. Silva taking a forward position, pushes up, does still get stunned.
Good stun.
One, but will die in response. As Estrella similarly going to be taken down. And it seems like from the rest of the round from here can play out pretty smoothly for T1.
Certainly seems that way, especially Bane having that shorty. Trying to find the opportunity to use it. Just going to wait the timeout. Hope maybe a T1 player comes their direction. He might get Meteor here. Oh, never mind.
Over the top, Meteor will go ahead and find one. Mako wanting to make this a little bit more costly. It gets an extra kill in, but 3 players surviving here from the side of
Just
T1.
spamming the bomb.
That will tie us up at 7-7.
It is pretty crazy how back and forth this has been. I mean, it's pretty similar scenes to what we saw on Lotus. Both these teams just so good. A little bit of damage done, but Stack's just watching the long angle. Position revealed. Bane goes down. So far, Meteor being a real nuisance by himself over on the B main side. Is there going to be an answer for that from the side of DRX? I can see Hyunmin maybe lining up to get that cam a little bit deeper, checking to see if Meteor's over there, but this time on his own over at A main. Orb ult grabbed 4 stacks. And now they've got a rolling thunder. So this could be pretty tricky for DRX. Really far forward though is Bane.
Rolling Thunder, pushing Bane back. Cage coming up, but Buzz on his heels, spraying through, trying to find what he can, but it's going to be Silva there to collect it. Hyunmin drifting forward, runs out of bullets. Easer strikes him down. Guardian shot to the head, and suddenly T1 in control of the site. Spike planted and up by 2.
Oh, okay. Straya finds a stray.
Picks up 1.
Heavily playing over to Arcade here.
Down to 66.
Ooh.
Salvo's to try to open up a bit of space. It's 3 players.
The thing is, they got a lot of stall. They have 3 stall agents alive, so
Slowly drifting through the sewer.
yeah.
DRX, they're not going fast on this.
No,
they're opting
they
to go
can't
for
do
the
it. You
save.
can't do it.
They're going to backpedal away.
Because you've got the
T1's gonna gain
breach
the lead.
overcharge. The rockets will be up soon.
Just
Brim doesn't have
great
anything
rolling
actually.
thunder there. And the follow-up from T1. Perfect. They just go storming in off the back of it. They don't want to let the opportunity slip.
Do I have any tips for Chamber?
DRX players just could not find
Just
any
shoot
safety.
people.
Sure, you get one, but
I mean, depends what type of playstyle you want to go for.
T1 converting their bonus. All of a sudden, DRX.
I mean, you don't have to use the playstyle I use, which is just operator quick swap into Headhunter. You can use a Vandal.
Uncertain. That is a huge win. I mean, obviously 3 weapons carried forward, but for Bane and Estrella,
I mean, that's the thing about Chamber, right? Is like the thing is with Chamber is Chamber's one of those agents where, like, you don't really need. There's no skill ceiling with Chamber. He's not, and that agent doesn't have a skill ceiling. Literally, it's just however good your raw mechanics are is how good you'll be on the character.
Buzz, he's
That's it. That's the thing.
tip of the spear, but
I use Phantom. It does, yeah, I mean, it's interchangeable. You can use you use a Phantom.
That one player there,
It's fine.
Freeing says, I don't
But if you want to use a Phantom, you can.
especially against a Neon. Gonna need a little
But
bit of
really, Chamber's one of those agents where, unlike every other agent in the game, which has like a skill ceiling of some degree, besides ISO, because ISO's like, you know, you just pop the shield and just walk in and shoot people. But even ISO has a higher skill ceiling than Chamber because that suppression ability that he has, that also vulnerables, can be devastating to a team if you land it correctly. Because you can do it straight through the wall. Nice shot, wow. He actually did have the time in there, and then the Neon Panic Slide just saved him. You know, that's the problem with Chambers. Like, there's not really any tips I can give you, man. Like, I mean, you just have to decide whether you want to use your trip for your team or trip for yourself. That's different. Or you want to just use it for the team, at which point you should have your trip flanked most of the time.
Sylvan trying to recover here on the reload and from being blind. It's unable to find it.
But just keep in mind that your job as a Chamber on defensive side is to find early picks, so don't be scared to get aggressive.
Edge of that smoke. Buzz is now the last one standing. Tries to set up for the relay bolt, but it's his head taken off.
But yeah.
Fuses in DRX. They tie us up now 8-8.
This is really nice recovery for DRX.
But you should do well on Chamber. If you use an operator, whatever rank you are, you'll do well. Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to use an operator headhunter. It's just a lot flashier. It's a lot flashier than Vandal or Phantom, but you don't have to use it. But if you're like gold or silver or plat, you'll do well with Chamber with an operator because no one really knows how to counter it there. They just sort of walk up. So
if he can continue to be a nuisance.
I mean, you know, You can just do that.
To look for some of that Cypher util.
You'll find a lot of value that way.
The other one's still at the front of B there. Drone. Yep. So, shocker, the Vice Wall in the exact same place, but there's an Arc Rose.
Yeah, I mean, to get better at chamber, you just have to have better aim. That is genuinely it. Like, the better your aim is, the better chamber you will be. That's all it comes down to. There's nothing else that it comes down to. Obviously, like, as a regular agent, oh, Silver's got 3. Oh, Silver's been playing so well this game. You know, like, obviously, it's Q rank now. I'm ready to lose duel it, son. This is the time.
And it's going to have to be another save as T1 will once again gain the lead.
Yeah.
It's just so back and forth.
I mean, you can use aim trainers and stuff if you want. If I've never gone down that route because I don't care enough, but like, you could try using aim labs and stuff like that. Because chamber is literally all aim. Literally, it's just all aim. So obviously, you can position yourself and have better game sense, which will get you more kills. But you can just take dry gunfights. So you could always try using an aim trainer to improve your aim. It won't improve your rank, but it will improve your aim over time. So there's that option as well.
Oh, never mind. Caught Mako.
It's the one gun save.
That's painful.
That it is. I mean, Mako.
Hyunmin does have ult here though.
Maybe enough to pass over something like a Guardian.
So they could just equalize this right back.
Round, but now it's not going to be able to do that. Sylvan lighting him up here. Huge 3K from him and a timeout call now. Final one from the DRX camp.
I mean, this is a tough map to read right now. T1 is doing a great job of every round looks way different. They're making little micro adjustments with the lurks and with some of the players.
Wait, what the hell is this? Top player at VCT EMEA, tech pause, 3 hours, rating 0. Just yeah, the new guy on fucking VCT EMEA just tech pause.
Meanwhile, Stax is really putting on a pretty good show. I mean, granted,
3
the
hours
counterpunches have been
playtime.
good, but this attacker side definitely a little bit more tricky. Yeah, it's Fracture. You've got a lot of space to work with. A lot of it's just making sure that you're getting your players in the right places at the right time, trying to keep track of the movements of your opponents. But again, T1's not making it easy because sometimes they'll send.
I love how he's got Carpe on there. Like Carpe even plays anymore. They just have him on the bench. They don't even play him anymore.
Wait for some of that initiator util to be thrown at you to start thinking about making the reactions. And at a lot of rounds, it's been a little too late. This time, gonna use the salvos. Buzz looked like maybe he was gonna try to accelerate, but takes a pause, waiting to see if anybody's around the corner. Getting pushed forward by those salvos. Just making some noise, some distraction. Kind of the name of the game here.
God damn, dude. Oh, man.
Offering hovering the Armageddon there for a brief little moment, but given the economy, need to be absolutely certain.
Not in this economy.
Just going to be push up there in the main. Tripwire closed out. Estrella somewhat nearby to try to offer some support here to Bane, who's alone in tower for the moment, but he just has that stinger at range.
You have to go huge.
Now starting to be pressured out. It's back around, swings in.
I mean, he got one. He's dead now, 100%, but at least he killed one.
Closes in the distance.
Fair enough.
Estrella similarly dead. He's still hovering this ult.
Mm.
They're going to commit for this.
Oh boy.
The Armageddon getting sent in. It feels like this might just be a bridge too far. No one can get
Yeah, I don't know about that. Unless Hyunmin can go crazy, but he only gets one. Yeah.
Peeks and finds the enemy Neon.
No shot.
Blank Buzz.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That was ambitious. What the hell was that?
Now up to double digits. And it feels like DRX overcooking and overcommitting.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't mind, obviously, throwing the overdrive when you're on an eco, but the Armageddon to try to push players into it. Bane finds a nice little safety spot there to spray down the players coming up ramp, and then, but T1 is just coming at you from so many different angles, and they're toying with the timings. Like, Meteor's clearing the trip, and then they're looking to see what the reaction is going to be off DRX. They don't just clear the trip and go. Trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen, and Bane throws up a smoke. They start scaling in off the back of that. Going to use those salvos once again to bully this arcade angle, but Last round, it was kind of a slow push up. Now it's over towards Dish, where there is a tripwire waiting. So spreading the map a little bit, our DRX, to try to get a little bit more info, to try to get ahead of this game. The T1 has been played.
Yeah, you can't get under that, I don't think, buddy.
Go
He
all
tried
over the
it, though.
map and try to guess where we're going to come from. And Buzz is just going to wait it out. He hears it. They're going to wait for their
down
moment.
The sewer.
Yeah.
Do they just try to fake this? They just send the Steel Garden, but... Like
They're rushing back. They already know. Look at that. He's ran back immediately. Too slowly, apparently.
Sylvan needing a tiny bit of damage. As Rolling Thunder going to be sent, looking to try to re-clear in towards Halls, but no one there to receive it as they try to go for the pinch.
He got out just in time.
Little strike.
It didn't go down. Wow, they didn't get the bomb down. No way. That ball was fucking full, dude. No way. Now they've got a bomb. That is really bad.
Trades him out.
There's no chance.
4v2. Meteor's position noted.
Literally unwinnable, bro. If they don't just give him the... Oh, here we go. What a fucking shot. But why is he giving him ones, dude?
As his own Armageddon going to be called in. Mako.
I mean, but why though? 5 HP. He lives on 5. Okay, bro. Wow.
And gets DRX a round win. We are back.
The hell is going on?
Town. Things are getting weird again.
Absolutely. And this time, T1, instead of planting right when they get to the site, they want to try to clear because they know that orbital strike is there. They don't find Mako. They don't find much in a main. So they come back, and Stax is still like, okay, I know Mako's around there somewhere, so I'm going to plant somewhere in kind of an unusual spot. It's not a default spot in the back corner, and Mako still reads it.
They're never going to see that. I'm in the middle of
I'm just out in the open. Yeah.
Well, Youngman goes for the peak. Meteor taken down. It feels like the first time that we have a solid advantage for DRX at the start of the round in quite some time. T1 missing out on one of their potential ultimates that could have been brought forward here.
Now, this opens up space for Freeing to quickly clear through spawn.
Ooh.
Swing out, Buzz. Finding the headshot.
And the Neons have found a lot of value in this
He's gonna
game.
take it down as fast lane gonna be sent. Hyunmin in danger.
Oh, what a kill.
It's gonna be Freeing actually out from tree.
Huge.
Yeah, I was like, he can kill him with that shorty that quick, bro.
Mako just
Wow, the
doing his
spam.
normal stuff, fighting Sylvan inside of a smoke. Hyunmin will can take it down, but it's now all on Izu.
Wow.
Salvo's in a stun. All that he has to work with comes from the flash. Stun gonna be committed here. They clear up close.
Uh-oh. Good luck, buddy. Nice try.
Straight up.
10-10.
Able to find it. Operator can be recovered. And DRX tying it up 10-10.
And this is why it's so big that they find Meteor early and get that pick, because it opens up the space for Freeing to make that quick rotation through attacker side spawn to save Gunman's life, potentially save the round. Big opener. I mean, Buzz finds a great one. That is so nasty. Dude, Freeing is, when he's on Teo, he's just different. It's just different.
You mean when Teo's on Freeing?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How can I say? How could I have gotten that wrong? And now you've got the Rolling Thunder, the Cypher ult. T1 does have the Steel Garden still. Able to
lets him know.
Yeah, not able to find the timing though. They're still gonna keep pushing forward. They're gonna challenge this.
Reposition coming through. Meteor trying to approach in from main, but into the back, and Freeing again has Buzz's number. Rolling Thunder gonna go cross, as well as the Steel Garden, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown here at the site. Straya dead as the aftershock. Able to catch him. We can only anticipate that he was stunned up. The fight now, the action grinding to a halt. As Noise gets cut. 4v4 with still Bane across the opposite side of the map.
With Meteor creating that extra angle, T1 still keen to try to break through. It's going to come down to timing and util placement. If Stax' fault line, Izu's salvo's off cooldown. Sylvan, no more smokes though.
Oh, he's forced out. Good wall.
Fast lane saved. Keeps himself covered. Be tight angles here to try to use that Operator, and he's losing teammates.
I mean, nice shot. Oh, no way. Oh.
Last one alive here for the side of T1. Brings
Bro, he
it down
dinked
to a
him as
1v1.
well.
Bane does have the neural depth, could try to go for the reveal, but should have a pretty good idea of Stax' position. As there's the
Nice shot, yeah.
Bane
Nice try.
will shut him down. DRX reestablish the lead.
11-10 now.
11-10.
Operator secured as well.
So back and forth. I mean, when it looks like one team has kind of found themselves an advantage, might be able to take the round, the other one just punching right back, and this time DRX trapped in a corner. The initial entry, you know, Buzz just sacrificing himself to try to clear space, and Stax and Meteor able to follow up somewhat, but then Hyunmin, Operator Shorty, just doing a great job behind that pillar. And it's gonna have to be a timeout for T1, because they need to figure out a way to get this attacker side to find the success they were having at the beginning. You know, now they're trying to get a different level of trickery where they'll make some contact somewhere, take a pause, and then try to set up for their execute. And again, setting up those crossfires, but by the time they got to the site, the biggest problem was Sylvan is out of smokes. They couldn't find that opening, couldn't create that easy entry that they really needed. You had to rely on Buzz just throwing himself out there and figuring out where your opponents are based on that. And just all the players from T1 wants to see them do well.
The last timeout call here from either side. The players now left to their own devices as T1 looks to try to get themselves back into the driver's seat. Down by 1. Still some key ultimates they're able to utilize. Looks like, okay, they do manage to pass a weapon over into Izu's hands. They get him a Bulldog. Rolling Thunder there. Just a neural theft for the moment here for DRX. Given one more round of play, you're looking at potentially having that orbital as well as that Armageddon online.
That's going to be very favorable ult cycling for DRX. T1 obviously needs this round, but
Toggle on the camera, Buzz riding the rope.
Oh my god.
Takes out Bane.
Oh.
That Bulldog to good use finds Mako.
My
Just like that,
ass.
T1 in with the advantage.
That was disgusting, that
Buzz is
shot.
just doing a great job up in tower.
They're just calling a save.
Yeah, you have to.
Yep, they're just going to be sprinting away.
My god. That was actually ridiculous, that
It's
shot.
okay,
What the
T1,
fuck was that?
Timeout call working a treat. They'll make it 11-11.
And it's nothing fancy. It's just go for the B hit. Go through arcade. See if you can punish Bane up in that tower. And then you find that second kill and you're off to the races. Easy peasy for T1. God, what a match. Both these teams just so good on their adjustments.
We very well still could be going to overtime here.
Certainly feels like it.
We'll just wait and see. So, yeah, well,
that's
fine.
Yep. Nobody's there. It's okay.
Flawless round as T1 tie things up. Don't have to commit the ultimates here. Managed to maintain those.
A little bit of stress there for Termi. They are,
Been having a lot to deal with.
Yeah.
A lot on his shoulders, a lot on his plate. But still, I think with overall a very good approach to this playoffs here, considering everything.
All right, on to the next round, bro. Just sitting there waiting for that to
Able
stop.
to become better from this playoffs, from this stage. That's still something to be proud
Oh,
of.
he didn't get it.
Oh, they should 100% be proud of the way they're playing. To me, they look very, very solid. Rolling Thunder, only connecting.
Well, that guy's fucking dead in sight, bro. You just shouldn't be playing sight against this comp, man. I don't even know why you try, bro. You don't have a chance.
Player advantage now coming through. Bane quickly trying to rotate over. Hyunmin trying to watch over towards this dish side. No one on the north here from T1. Just a stinger from Mako. A neural depth.
Look at Brim's thighs, bro. And his oh, everyone's blind. Everyone's blind.
Mako can take it down. Easy with the peek out from the door, able to find the trade up. Estrella now dead. 2v4. Spain dodging out the stun, the aftershock, forcing
saving again.
And it seems like once again the call to save has been made.
Oh,
DRX gonna have to try to play this out.
Well, back to my phone then. Wait till the next round.
T1 will get up to map point.
Again, just another kind of quick hit, set play, execute off the back of the Rolling Thunder. You kill a player on site, get that spike down ASAP. I think that might have been something that Autumn had to say is, don't overthink this. You guys are, you know, we saw that one round where they came up through Dish, went all the way through A main, back into the hall, and didn't plant when they had the opportunity to. Kind of cost them around. Just be decisive here. Have some confidence. That's been one of the big things that Autumn's been saying a lot in some of the post-match interviews. It's that the team needs confidence, the players need confidence. And that's something that T1, if they have, he feels that that is a key to victory for them. As simple as that.
Well, it's certainly been warming up, but take a look. That Neural is still available. Mako now in Orbital Strike online.
Nice shot, wow.
Swings out, finds Buzz. First kill going the way of DRX as they look to take us into yet another overtime.
No drone to check that way this time. Instead, they're going to use it to check Arcade. They're not going to see too much.
And no one playing here within the site itself.
It's just a reaction from DRX based on the conditioning from the last couple rounds where it had been quick hits from T1. And instead, T1 wisely changes directions. See if they can get this plant down cleanly.
Trips cleared out. Smokes.
Last round. He's dead, I think. Can he? Oh, he got out.
To escape.
Ooh.
Down to 30 HP.
It looked deeper.
Plant interrupted here for the moment. Crossfire set up attempt here from the side of T1. Is now Armageddon sent to try to counteract the positions. Meteor, however, taken down as Hinman is able to find one.
Oh, nice kills. Oh my god, we're going overtime again, aren't we?
More freeing, finding
Oh, we're
Sylvan,
definitely
and here we
going
go
overtime.
again, ladies and gentlemen. Izu gonna look to try to pull off an absolute miracle, but he cannot. Mako
Double overtime. Oh yeah.
And that's gonna be us going to overtime once more.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. The back and forth between these two teams is just incredible. And this time, DRX, you know, even though they get that pick, they don't quite read the bigger picture well. They're able to delay enough with the orbital strike that they can get into place to start fighting. Once the smokes drop, they're starting to cut T1 players down one by one. And that extra player is certainly helping, but DRX doing a great job. Now we go to OT. No operators to speak of. Like it's just going to be the rifles. DRX starting on the attacker's side. Gonna try a north side hit, leaving Mako all on his own down towards A main. Seemingly okay. Bane coming back. Just trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Wanted to get a tripwire set up on that northern side. That's where T1 was putting a lot of pressure on their defense. And then flashed up. Continues to scale forward, looking like a B crunch.
There.
Somewhat aware though, RT1. They throw the smoke down right on top of the orb. They're coming from the other direction too.
And now starting to scale forward, slides in, Meteor immediately assassinated. Stax is able to trade it back, so Hinman dead on the ground. 4v4 now, push out Estrella. Not able to capture things there for a brief little moment, but eventually he's able to find the kill. Buzz answering one back. Player advantage is here for the side of the RX.
Go, go, go.
Pass lane on the setup. Izu with the timing. Kitchen freeing. A bit off guard is stunned. Not quite connecting, and Izu's down to 7. The salvo sent to try to make a go of it, but Flash at the ready. Both players disconnected back in.
There's no way, surely, DRX steal this.
In for them. Mako just looking for the slow creep up. There's the
Yeah,
stun.
they
Izu
just
says,
know.
I guess I just try to hold this one in completion.
They just know, bro. There's no,
DRX did not allow
no
for
way
it.
they steal this away from them.
Match point is theirs.
Yeah, just a really nice play there. Being a little bit more diligent at the north side of the map. Setting up for something we didn't see a ton from them on their attacker side. SSB crunch. Bane finding a nice timing to pop through the smoke. Coordination. Utility great here at the end. Just not a lot that Izu could do in that position. Gunman will grab an op. Found some success on it. Looking for that early pick, but Sylvan maybe over here to back up Meteor a bit. T1 remembering what happened last time.
Meteor on the jiggle peak. Gunman going out a little bit wider, and this time the shot not going to connect. In the meantime, Buzz is going to try to push through, but Bane's going to judge.
Oh no.
The change up here in OT, catching him off guard.
Oh, this might go again with this if they can't get this judge out of tower.
Does not win that fight.
Just leave. You can leave. Just fucking leave. Just rush A. Go now.
So frustrating.
The Neon's gonna already be there. Sand or whatever. They if he wants to go, but still.
Just grab a shotgun. Good luck.
And now they're forced to flip around.
They
the north
need to
side.
leave, bro.
Over towards this A site. You still
Okay, and they've got the there's already an A
have
player.
Sylvan lingering back, trying to make his way through the sewer. The judge at that range, if the peak comes through from Bane, obviously not going to do much, but DRX are getting a good sense of this. 3 players in position to get the punish.
Oh, this Brimstone's about to go crazy.
Over at the rope.
There's no way he doesn't get. Oh, he might not get one now.
Look at Mako.
To try to Goomba stop Mako. Fault line not connecting. He
Nice
comes
shot.
back over into the smoke. Kenman on the peak, able to find one. Meteor going to be taking down the gun barrel. Spotted, but Izu.
Such a good kill, but no,
Finding
look,
a
yeah.
second, freeing from stairs. Gets rid of stacks, and it's now all on Sylvan. 25 seconds, a 1v4. T1 have asked this man to clutch in the past, and he has delivered, but right now it seems like it is going to be a bridge too far. The time dwindling. DRX playing around with their numbers, with the clock. And Sylvan will only be good for one.
Wow.
14-12.
GG.
DRX reestablish
G fucking G,
themselves as
brother.
the king of Korea.
Just a great back and forth
Wow.
today. But DRX just a little bit more in the tank. T1.
They stole it from dude. That's fucking crazy. Wow. All right. Let's see what there was gonna be. Let's see other matches. This obviously still needs to be replayed. Has that been decided? No. Okay. That's finished. Oh, it's not been updated yet. Nope. I mean, Regum, or however the fuck you said that, they're apparently supposed to be pretty decent, but there's nothing there. Let's go to China. Let's see. I think it's just this one, May 2nd. Should be interesting. EDG versus Billy Billy. I'll probably watch this because it's at 12. And watch that. America's... Yeah. G2 versus Sentinels. That'll be really good. We might actually... Wait, what's it? Wait, when's that? It's 1 a.m. So it'd be Monday, right? Because it would be... Wait, no. No. Sunday. Ooh. Oh, no, because I'm playing Oblivion, aren't I? Or maybe not then. I'm playing Oblivion tomorrow. Well... Alright then. Right, anyway, I'm going to bounce. I was going to play some ranked, but we're at like 5 hours already, so we'll just do...